Hunting Hollywood. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 401 Upcoming Birthday. After the U.S. Department of Justice officially approved Deaneries Entertainment's acquisition of MCA, the merger that the two companies had already been promoting began to accelerate. Deaneries Entertainment continued to release various news about corporate finances and personnel in the following week, which was so overwhelming that few people realized what the news meant. At the press conference on the day the acquisition was approved, Deaneries Entertainment CEO Amy Pascal announced that Deaneries Entertainment's equity transfer to MCA shareholders would be completed before the end of February. At the same time, Deaneries Entertainment's funds for the acquisition of MCA will all be obtained through loans. The next day, Deaneries Entertainment announced again that it would cooperate with Hollywood legendary director Steven Spielberg on two projects at the same time, namely the dinosaur science fiction movie Jurassic Park and Schindler's List about the Holocaust in World War II. Although Deaneries Entertainment is not a listed company, the announcement of this cooperation has made the industry more optimistic about the new Deaneries Entertainment Group, which suddenly carried an additional $7 billion in debt. This is not only because of the cooperation between Deaneries Entertainment and Steven Spielberg, but also because of the other meanings behind the Schindler's List project. Subsequently, Amy Pascal, CEO of Deaneries Entertainment, whose contract is about to expire in March this year, announced a contract extension. The renewal terms of this powerful Hollywood woman who assisted Simon Westeros in building the Deaneries Entertainment Group in just a few years have become the focus of media attention, and have attracted all kinds of speculation for a while. After a lot of discussion, the entertainment information section of the Egret portal finally revealed the answer. Amy Pascal's new contract is for a period of 3 years, with a basic annual salary of $750,000, and the profit-sharing terms are consistent with the 1987 agreement. Belonging to the Westeros system, the news from the Egret portal is actually equivalent to an official announcement. However, the interpretation of this contract has not stopped. Most media originally predicted that Amy Pascal's contract term this time is likely to be the usual 5-year contract for Hollywood executives. The contracts of the top executives of several major Hollywood studios, such as Michael Eisner, Peter Guber, and Shirley Lansing, are all like this. Therefore, the 3-year term is very interesting. The industry media does not think that this is a sign that Amy Pascal may leave Deaneries Entertainment. Otherwise, Westeros would never have given this female executive the same salary contract of 5% of the company's net profit and the same number of equity rewards as 4 years ago when Deaneries Entertainment has expanded countless times. You know, the profit-dividend ratio of the helmsmen of various studios in the industry is usually only 2%. Even if Deaneries Entertainment will face great debt pressure in the next few years, resulting in shrinking profits, a salary contract equivalent to 10% of the company's net profit is definitely a big deal. Then, look back at Pascal's contract term. 3 years. It may mean another node. As we all know, before a company's IPO, the contracts of company executives need to be readjusted. Deaneries Entertainment has just merged with MCA. It is not wise to launch an IPO plan in the short term. The digestion time of 3 years seems to be just right. At the same time, several in-depth cooperation agreements between Deaneries Entertainment and Panasonic also appeared in the media. Therefore, the outside world finally learned why Panasonic withdrew from the bid for MCA. Negative news is inevitable in a series of news hotspots. Before the acquisition was approved by the U.S. Department of Justice, the number of employees of Deaneries Entertainment barely reached 3,000. The revenue scale of the two companies in the past fiscal year was similar, but MCA had more than 12,000 employees worldwide. The reason why Westeros chose not to lay off employees after acquiring Bell Atlantic was mainly because the rapid expansion of the telecommunications industry in the fields of mobile communications and the internet could naturally digest Bell Atlantic's excess human resources. Moreover, because you did not know too much about the telecommunications industry, Bell Atlantic did not need to solve the debt problem by cutting costs through layoffs. Simon finally chose to stay still. MCA is different. Because Deaneries Entertainment and MCA have a large number of overlapping functional departments, MCA, under the management of Lou Vasselman, who has long lost his edge, inevitably has serious redundancy problems common in large companies. Therefore, layoffs are inevitable. The Hollywood Reporter was the first to expose Deaneries Entertainment's plan to lay off up to 3,000 people in the new company after the merger is completed. Employment issues have always been a focus of attention in American society. For politicians, the employment rate is a reflection of their performance. For companies, ensuring employment is also a reflection of corporate image and social responsibility. Suddenly, 3,000 people may lose their jobs, and the whole of Hollywood began to get restless. The three major labor unions that gave up preventing Deaneries Entertainment from acquiring MCA due to the situation came forward at the first time to condemn the layoffs that Deaneries Entertainment might take. North American media and various labor protection organizations in California have also begun to pay close attention to this matter. In the end, the new governor of California, who had just taken office at the beginning of the year, and several members of California Congress expressed their concerns about the matter. Facing public pressure, after a brief silence for a few days, Deaneries Entertainment quickly clarified that there was no plan to lay off up to 3,000 people. However, because the merger of the two companies brought a lot of duplicate jobs, Deaneries Entertainment had to make a choice, but it can be guaranteed that the scale of layoffs will be strictly limited to 1,000 people. At the same time, Deaneries Entertainment also promised to recreate at least 1,000 jobs through its own business expansion in the next 3 years. The number of layoffs has been reduced from the rumored 3,000 to 1,000. Although accusations are still inevitable, the outside world is obviously more receptive. While the merger continues to advance, the Valentine's Day schedule in North America in February has also quietly opened. Last year's Valentine's Day schedule saw box office dark horses such as Pretty Woman. This year, the films released by Deaneries Entertainment have also received extra attention from the media. However, compared to Pretty Woman, the movie released by Deaneries Entertainment on Valentine's Day this time is much more non-mainstream, called a detective. Moreover, the most watched movie in North American theaters is still Home Alone from last Christmas. As of February 7th, a week before the Valentine's Day schedule, Home Alone, which was in its 7th week of opening, once again earned $12.93 million in box office revenue. After 7 weeks of release, this phenomenal children's comedy has accumulated a box office of $191.59 million. On February 8th, the Valentine's Day schedule began, and The Detective, produced and distributed by New World Pictures under Deaneries Entertainment, opened on 1,739 screens. At the same time, Warner Brothers produced a high-cost fantasy adventure film, The Detective 2, directed by George Miller, and the love film L.A. Story, produced by TriStar under Columbia Pictures. The fantasy adventure feature film The Detective, adapted from a famous German children's book, invested a huge budget of $26 million in the first part in 1984. Although the North American box office was not very successful at the time, with only a little over $20 million, it earned about $100 million in box office worldwide at the time due to the excellent special effects scenes. This time, Warner invited George Miller to direct The Devil Wears Prada 2, and once again invested a considerable budget of $36 million, which can be said to be the most favorable competitor for the box office champion during this Valentine's Day period. However, the box office performance of several films during this Valentine's Day period surprised many people. From February 8th to February 14th, the first week of the Valentine's Day period, the top of the single-week box office rankings was not George Miller's The Devil Wears Prada 2, nor was it L.A. Stories, which was very suitable for the Valentine's Day atmosphere, but the non-mainstream, nonsensical and vulgar comedy The Devil Wears Prada. In the first week of the opening, this vulgar comedy starring Saturday Night Live TV star Mike Myers, which lacked a main plot and was scattered, actually received a box office of $21.7 million in 7 days. Even with Deaneries Entertainment's consistently excellent publicity and promotion, many film critics gave positive comments such as fresh and interesting after the film was released, but no one expected that this alternative comedy film, which lacks selling points, would have a box office of more than $20 million in the first week. Inside Deaneries Entertainment, although many people knew that this project was selected by Simon himself, even Danny Morris, the president of New World Pictures, who was in charge of the production of The Black Widow, thought that it would be a miracle if the film could get $50 million in North American box office before the film was released. Several project leaders even set up a small bet for this. Then, Danny Morris naturally became the loser, but he was also very happy to lose. The unexpected box office of $21.7 million in the first week, coupled with the film's media reputation and good topicality, means that The Black Widow is very likely to have a beautiful long-term box office. $50 million domestic box office may be just a bottom line. However, because the content of the film involves too many jokes that only Americans can understand, the distribution team does not have much expectations for the overseas box office of the film. After Home Alone, the second place in the weekly box office list is not two new films, but Home Alone. In the 8th week of its release, Home Alone lost its weekly box office champion position for the first time, but the box office decline remained at a very good 21%, earning another $10.22 million. At the same time, the film's total North American box office also officially exceeded the $200 million mark, reaching $201.81 million. According to the phenomenal box office momentum of Home Alone, the total screen life of this film can usually reach about 25 weeks. It is not difficult to predict that after 8 weeks of opening, Home Alone will probably stay in North American theaters for another 4 months. Although the weekly box office of Home Alone will fall below $10 million starting next week, it will be screened for 4 months, and it will also experience the popular period such as Easter, which is also suitable for a family atmosphere. It is not difficult for the film to accumulate another $80 million in box office, and it is still expected to reach the level of $280 million in North American box office in the original time and space. With a production budget of $18 million, the film earned $280 million in North America alone. The crazy rate of return made the whole Hollywood jealous. Because of this series of recent events, coupled with the approaching date, Simon, who has been trying to reduce his personal exposure, has inevitably become the focus of media attention again. February 22nd. Simon Westeros' 23rd birthday. Although the media has been hyping up the tens of billions of dollars of debt in the Westeros system that may drag down Westeros' personal wealth. However, the fact is that 1 month after the outbreak of the Gulf War, due to the victory of the multinational forces, as the leader of this war, the U.S. stock market quickly got rid of the haze of war and began to rebound. In just 1 month, the Dow Jones Index rose 23% compared to before the war, and the final rebound of the S&P 500 index also reached 25%. Looking back at this time, Simon Westeros decisively and quickly completed the acquisition of Bell Atlantic and MCA before the outbreak of the war, which can be called a stroke of genius. If the two acquisitions were delayed until after the outbreak of the war, it would be impossible for Westeros to acquire the two companies at the original price, just according to the standard increase of the market. After all, the premium of Westeros' original offer for Bell Atlantic was only about 30% of the stock price before the offer. Although the premium for the acquisition of MCA is higher, this is also because MCA's stock price has been seriously dragged down by the continued sluggish economic situation in the United States for more than a year. 2 years ago, CAA President Michael Ovitz made a trial to MCA on behalf of Sony, and Lou Vasselman's offer was as high as $8 billion. As for Bell Atlantic, Deaneries Entertainment picked up a big bargain. If it is delayed until after the war, Simon may have to pay an additional $2 billion for Bell Atlantic. Now, just the value of these two companies themselves has naturally rebounded with the overall economic situation in the United States, which has brought Simon rich potential benefits. If necessary, Simon can easily alleviate the debt pressure faced by the Westeros system by selling part of the shares of these two companies. What's more, Simon doesn't actually need to do this. After more than a month of financial audit, Deaneries Entertainment's 1990 financial report was finally released. Throughout 1990, through the rich profits from movies, television, games, consumer products, soundtracks and other aspects, Deaneries Entertainment's net profit for the whole year last year finally reached $1.12 billion, which was about $100 million higher than the initial expectation of about $1 billion. Although Deaneries Entertainment's profits last year were basically quickly withdrawn for other investments within the Westeros system, in the future, with the subsequent income from various channels of a series of hit films in the previous few years, only counting Deaneries Entertainment before the merger with MCA, the company's 1991 income can still reach the level of 1990. Therefore, the income contributed by Deanery's Entertainment alone is enough to pay off the maturing debts of the entire Westeros system. With a continued rebound of the U.S. stock market and the expiration of the promise of not reducing holdings of the original batch of technology stocks for 3 years, Westeros can cash out huge amounts of money from the technology stock market at any time if necessary. Moreover, the two giant companies, Bell Atlantic and MCA, acquired this time, can also continue to generate huge cash flows and profits. Since the tens of billions of dollars of debt will not pose a threat to the Westeros system, it is not difficult to imagine that Simon Westeros' personal wealth will not shrink as the overall economic situation in the United States recovers, but will likely continue to increase. Chapter 402 Card Machine. WMA headquarters in Beverly Hills. Courteney Cox and Jonathan Friedman finished talking about a script they had just received and were about to leave. Recalling the progress of the investigation of the attack case a few years ago in the newspaper yesterday, Courteney couldn't help but sit down again and said to Jonathan, "Joe, do you know about Christy Swanson?" Jonathan Friedman paused and nodded. "I know. The Santa Monica Police Department's investigation into the attack case 4 years ago in the summer has been ongoing. Yesterday, the media suddenly exposed further news about the case, and Hollywood actress Christy Swanson was involved. It is said that before Matthew Broderick rushed to intercept Simon Westeros that night, it was Christy Swanson who revealed to them the place where Westeros worked. This evidence further tilted the situation towards Simon's side. In fact, up to now, no one believes Matthew Broderick's words when he first held a press conference to attack. The matter has become very clear. However, the Santa Monica Police Department must give the media and the public an unquestionable investigation result, so they continue to dig up everything related to the original attack. Although the public is prone to sympathize with the weak, they are not completely incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. Once they find themselves deceived and fooled, their anger will only become more turbulent. The 6 people who held the press conference in an attempt to take the initiative are now like rats crossing the street. In fact, most of them want to take the initiative to reconcile and get rid of this incident, but Simon has no intention of letting go. Courteney Cox brewed her words for a while, and suddenly changed the subject, saying, "Joe, Simon's birthday party, did our company get the invitation this time?" Simon and Deanery's Entertainment used to organize parties, and they would send a batch of invitations to WMA for them to distribute. Courteney asked this question, and the purpose couldn't be more obvious. Jonathan shook his head and said, "Court, Simon doesn't plan to hold a large-scale birthday party this time. He will probably only invite some company executives and relatives and friends." After saying this, the two of them suddenly fell silent. Today is February 19th, and Simon's birthday is only 3 days away. In theory, for a party like Simon's birthday party, which many people attach great importance to, the invitations will be sent out a week in advance. Jonathan naturally got his own invitation. However, Courteney, whom Simon had just met when he arrived in Los Angeles, was excluded from the list of relatives and friends he just mentioned. The ups and downs of life are sometimes really unpredictable. Jonathan thought of Sandra Bullock, who was also his client. As Simon's closest friend of the opposite sex, he almost developed into a lover. Sandra's career development in recent years can be described as smooth sailing. In comparison, as the heroine of the Scream series, Courteney is also considered a first-line actress, but after the completion of Scream 3 this year, she may face an uncertain future. The transformation of horror film actresses is very difficult. After all, Hollywood does not have many opportunities for actresses, but the competition is very fierce. In Hollywood right now, the old stars such as Meryl Streep, Goldie Hawn, Cher, etc., the middle-aged stars such as Melanie Griffith, Michelle Pfeiffer, etc., and the new generation stars such as Sandra Bullock, Julia Roberts, etc., are all very strong. When selecting suitable roles, major studios are more inclined to give high-quality projects to these people. Jonathan could roughly understand Courteney's thoughts at this time. This actress who had the best chance to rise with Simon at the beginning has now been excluded from the periphery of Simon's social circle. The two things that were suddenly mentioned just now were probably because Courteney wanted to use the opportunity of Simon's birthday party to personally explain to him about the attack at the time, and at the same time bring the two sides closer. However, Jonathan knew that Simon actually didn't care much about the attack at the time, but Janet was holding on to it tightly. So women are the most vengeful. As for Christy Swanson, who guided Matthew Broderick and others to attack Simon, she is still a client of WMA. However, this little actor who has only been able to play supporting roles in youth horror movies in recent years, Simon did not even mention it after the news was exposed. Although WMA will not deliberately ban the other party to avoid any trouble in public opinion, it is impossible for it to obtain any resources in the future. After a moment, Courtney finally plucked up the courage and said, "Joe, can you help me get an invitation?" Jonathan could only shake his head. As far as he knew, the scale of this birthday party would be controlled within 100 people, 100 party places. For other social gatherings in Hollywood, such a birthday party scale is not small, but for Simon Westeros' birthday party, every invitation place needs to be carefully selected. Speaking of which, these days, not only Courtney, but many stars under WMA, or countless people in Hollywood, are trying every means to get an invitation to Simon Westeros' birthday party. Simon actually doesn't care about things like birthday party lists, and Janet is responsible for it. Jonathan did rely on his relationship with Simon to get several invitations from Janet for his connections, but the party list has been basically finalized, and Courtney is not yet to the extent that he needs to use up his favor. After seeing Courteney Cox off, Jonathan sighed again in his heart and quickly turned his attention to other things. The last time he spoke to Simon, he was planning to train several male stars who are suitable for action movies around 30 years old. There are action stars in Hollywood at this stage, such as Dolph Lundgren, Steven Seagal, etc., but they are not too first-line. Under the name of WMA, Keanu Reeves and several new generations are still a little immature for the time being. As for Mel Gibson, who is the most popular at the moment, he is a little old. Jonathan actually thought of Tom Cruise. If you want to talk about male stars who are suitable for action movies around 30 years old, Hollywood has no better than him. However, Simon is not interested in this male star who is in the first line and has good box office appeal. Being disliked by such a Hollywood tycoon, as the cooperation between Deaneries Entertainment and Paramount deepens, the resources that Tom Cruise can obtain in Hollywood will only be further reduced. It is very likely that it will gradually decline in a few years. Deaneries Studios. While Jonathan was thinking about the action actor, Simon was also discussing the next cooperation between the two parties with the senior management of Paramount. Simon is a person who attaches great importance to promises. In order to make Paramount give up hindering Deaneries Entertainment's acquisition of MCA, he did not intend to violate the contract on paper or the verbal agreement. The main cooperation between the two parties in the future is, on the one hand, 3 movies, and on the other hand, USA TV, in which the two companies each hold 50% of the shares. Among the 3 movies, the key project that has been finalized is Mission Impossible, which can be made into a long-term series of films. However, since there is no plan to use the original Tom Cruise, Simon is not in a hurry to develop this project for the time being, because there is no suitable candidate for the male lead in the short term. Moreover, although 3 movies have been agreed, the cooperation time is very loose, and both parties will not be too anxious. What everyone is discussing at this time is the development of USA. As a basic cable TV station, USA was founded in 1977 and was initially a joint venture between MCA, Paramount, and Warner. Later, for some reasons, Warner withdrew its shares, and MCA and Paramount each held 50% of the shares. After more than 10 years of establishment, USA can be regarded as a very old basic cable TV station, but compared with ESPN, CNN, MTV and other basic cable TV stations that were born in the same era and are becoming more and more popular, USA has never found its own position. The development process over the years is like a potpourri. It has tried sports styles, made children's programs, broadcast original series, and produced TV movies. In recent years, with the rise of reality shows, it has also developed some low-cost variety game shows. In Simon's memory, ESPN, CNN, and MTV were all the overlords in their respective fields. Although USA has always existed, it has never been popular. In the end, its style has tended to be similar to that of several major public television networks. It only relies on original programs such as crime and police to support its ratings. However, due to the structure of basic cable TV stations, these dramas are destined to be incomparable to public TV networks in terms of quality and ratings. The only thing that makes Simon satisfied with USA now is the number of access users, as many as 21 million. Based on an average of 3 people per user, USA has more than 60 million basic viewers, which is close to 1/3 of the total population of the United States. Of course, because the 4 major public television networks are still in a monopoly state for the time being, ESPN, MTV, CNN, and even HBO, which are basic cable TV stations with distinctive styles, have taken away most of the cable TV users. Although it has a very considerable access user base, the program collection of USA has always been very bleak. Because there is no TV program that can be called the mainstay, it is difficult to catch the audience's attention. USA is the kind of existence that is basically difficult to remember the TV station number on the remote control. The main sources of income for basic cable TV stations are operator revenue sharing and their own advertising. Operators pay a certain amount of revenue sharing to basic cable TV stations on a monthly basis according to the viewing status and number of users of cable TV stations. For basic cable TV stations with high attention, such as CNN, each user can contribute up to 70 cents per month to the TV station, and the advertising revenue is also lucrative. The average operator revenue sharing of USA is only 15 cents, which is less than a quarter of CNN, and the number of users is also less than half of CNN. Therefore, although it has 21 million access users, the monthly operator revenue sharing is only a little over $3 million. The annual revenue, including the advertising revenue that is roughly equivalent to the operator revenue sharing, is only more than $60 million. Simon understands that this situation mainly occurs because the positioning of USA TV network is not clear enough. It always wants to be big and comprehensive, but the result is like a bear trying to break a stick, and nothing is done well. ESPN, MTV and CNN, which only focus on single fields such as sports, music and news, have all achieved success. Before acquiring MCA, Simon had already begun to consider the next development of USA. Cable TV stations can focus on areas such as music, sports, news and even movies, which have already been taken advantage of by others. Then, USA can only start from the segmentation of the audience. Because of the IP of The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, Simon finally decided to make USA a female TV station and lock in the very large number of housewives in the United States. You know, although the United States is the most developed country in the world and has experienced many feminist movements to liberate women in recent decades, in the early 1990s, the proportion of American women who chose to give up their jobs and become full-time housewives after marriage was still over 40%. In addition to taking care of housework, the biggest pastime for these women is undoubtedly TV. USA happens to be a 24-hour basic cable station that is very suitable for housewives to watch. After so many years of continuous operation, it has been neither hot nor cold. After Simon proposed to keep the equity structure unchanged but demanded absolute control of USA, Paramount chairman Martin Davis did not insist too much. The two sides discussed for an afternoon and basically finalized the budget plan and program plan for USA in the next year. In the next year, Deaneries Entertainment and Paramount Communications will jointly invest $100 million in USA for drama development, copyright purchase and advertising marketing. In terms of TV programs, while restarting The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, another The Real Housewives of New York series will also be launched. While focusing on the reality show of The Real Housewives series, Deaneries Entertainment will continue to develop and purchase a number of TV programs specifically for women. At 5 o'clock, the meeting ended on time. Others left one after another, but Martin Davis, chairman of Paramount, was not in a hurry to leave. He proposed to walk around the Deaneries Studios park with Simon, and Simon did not refuse. In fact, Simon, about Mission Impossible, can't Tom really give it a try? I think he's still very suitable. The two walked on the asphalt corridor in the park. When Simon heard Martin Davis mention this, he just shook his head and said, "Martin, this is a matter of principle. When necessary, Simon will make some compromises, such as cooperation with Paramount, and lifting the ban on Meg Ryan. These are all to avoid twists and turns in the MCA acquisition case. Simon will not lose the big picture for the small." However, Tom Cruise had no bargaining chips to make him compromise, and Simon also needed to insist on expressing an attitude that the studio was the controller of Hollywood. Moreover, Deaneries Entertainment now, because it has too many high-quality IP reserves, will not mind the failure of one or two projects, even the former Mission Impossible series. Feeling Simon's persistence, Martin Davis did not force it too much, and tactfully turned the topic to another place. After all, Martin Davis was not a latecomer like Simon, and it was impossible for him to know the connection between Tom Cruise and the Mission Impossible series. He just mentioned it because Tom Cruise and Paramount had a pleasant cooperation in recent years, and there was some personal friendship in it. Moreover, as Paramount's performance began to turn down in the past 2 years, Martin Davis's control over the company was also rapidly weakening. He had a premonition that Paramount would likely suffer the same fate as MCA in the next few years. Once this happened, the company would have nothing to do with him, and naturally he would not be too fussy at this time. The reason why he easily gave up the control of USA at the afternoon meeting was actually mainly because of this reason. Chapter 403 Card Machine, 2. After seeing Martin Davis off, Simon had dinner with Robert Iger, who had come to the West Coast to attend the afternoon meeting, and gave him some advice. After the merger with MCA, Robert Iger's position remained unchanged, and he was still the president of Deanery's Entertainment Group, but his powers were greatly increased. In the next few years, while maintaining Deanery's Entertainment's advantage in TV program production, Robert Iger's work focus will shift to cable TV business, and USA Network will be the top priority. Although MCA finally fell into the hands of Deanery's Entertainment, the 7 major Hollywood studios in the past, Columbia and MGM, have been bought by overseas investors, and now there are overseas giants such as Canada's Seagram Group and France's Vivendi Group buying other Hollywood studios. Therefore, the U.S. government and the media have realized a problem. In order to prevent more Hollywood studios from being acquired by overseas capital, it is a general trend to lift the merger ban between domestic American TV networks and studios. Simon remembers that the ban on this legal restriction will be lifted around 1994. Then Disney acquired ABC. Later, CBS and NBC also changed hands and merged with Hollywood studio giants. Fox TV, owned by News Corporation, also completely got rid of many legal constraints after that and gradually developed to a scale comparable to the 3 traditional TV networks. Speaking of which, if Simon mobilized the American Film Association, MPAA, and his own power and connections to lobby now, it would not be impossible to lift the ban 1 or 2 years in advance. However, doing so does not conform to Simon's plan for the development pace of Deanery's Entertainment. Deanery's Entertainment's next step is definitely to merge a national TV network and completely complete its horizontal layout in the field of media and entertainment. However, this requires the digestion and integration of MCA and the completion of Deanery's Entertainment's IPO. For the next step of mergers and acquisitions, Simon still prefers cash acquisitions. In fact, for many corporate mergers and acquisitions, most of the acquired parties also hope to cash out directly. However, with a debt burden already heavy enough, Deanery's Entertainment is not suitable for increasing too much debt at one time, and can only adopt the acquisition method of cash plus equity. Even if the market value of Deanery's Entertainment is considerable enough by then, it would be very cost-effective even if a complete equity merger was adopted. As for the equity to be given up, the company will repurchase the shares when it has enough funds. After dinner, Simon returned to Cape Dumay Manor at more than 8 o'clock in the evening. Today is Tuesday. Janet has flown to the East Coast in recent days to deal with Cersei Capital. The overall situation of the Gulf War has been determined and it has basically begun to end. Cersei Fund Management, a subsidiary of Cersei Capital, has also begun to end the fund hedging operations around this war. Since it has been decided to give up many opportunities such as the upcoming pound crisis, this operation can be said to be the last major market that the Cersei Fund Management team can operate without any hindrance. According to preliminary statistics from New York, from the outbreak of the war on February 17 to now, in about a month, Cersei Capital has obtained a book profit of more than $1.6 billion, and the profit mainly comes from the S&P 500 index-related futures that have soared by 25% in just 1 month. After this operation, Cersei Capital will focus more on Apollo Management and BlackRock Asset Management. The improvement of the overall economic situation in the United States is conducive to the development of corporate mergers and acquisitions, asset management and other businesses. Of course, Cersei Fund Management Company will still be retained, but it will be more inclined to micro-hedging of specific stock securities and other combinations. After a busy day, Simon took a shower, changed into pullover and casual pants, and looked at the time. It was already past 11 o'clock in New York. Janet must have gone to bed, so he didn't call her again. Women never like to answer the phone, especially when they are asleep. Simon is a night owl. He just passed the hotel in Los Angeles and was not sleepy, so he came to the PC room on the first floor of the villa. The computer room is like a mini personal computer museum. Of course, it is not as complete as a real museum. Simon arranged such a computer room mainly to facilitate himself to check the compatibility of various versions of IE browser developed by Ygritte on different operating system platforms and computers with different configurations. Speaking of which, Simon doesn't like the coexistence of a lot of operating systems at this time, and he is also quite resistant to many low-configuration personal computers. However, personal computers, which were generally quite expensive in this era, were far from being able to be replaced at will. If Ygritte wanted to gain the most customers in the short term, it had to be compatible with as many platforms as possible. However, Ygritte also began to clearly prefer Microsoft's Windows system in the development of IE browser. The function updates of this operating system platform were more timely than other operating systems. In the spacious room of more than 200 square meters, there were several rows of various personal computers. Simon randomly selected 3 IBM-compatible computers with different configurations side by side and turned them on. He pulled out a chair and sat down. After the machine was turned on, he connected to the internet and logged into his email. He opened an email from Carol Bartz. As expected, the female executive in charge of Ygritte's software business was discussing raising the price of IE browser software in the email. Based on the extent of the explosion of internet users in recent months, Ygritte expects that the number of internet users in 1991 will definitely not exceed 5 million. The number of IE browser software installations will only increase, and may even reach tens of millions, because of the free trial plans launched by AOL and other internet access service providers. According to the ICE pricing of $10 per set of IE browser software, the installation volume of tens of millions means hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue. From the time Simon brought Tim Berners-Lee to the United States to now, in just 2 years, a company with software sales revenue of over 100 million has been created, which is already very rare. However, Carol Bartz believes that the commercial potential of IE browser software is far more than that. Simon certainly understands how great the commercial potential of IE is. However, except for Simon himself, most of the executives within Ygritte think that the price of IE browser software is too low. $10 can get more content and functions than most current operating systems, which is almost like giving it away for free. Especially this time, Ygritte completely monopolized the patent of the graphical interface browser of the World Wide Web platform. In the original time and space, Netscape was only one of the licensees of the graphical interface browser technology of the World Wide Web platform. Such a company easily exceeded $1 billion in the year of its listing. Now, Simon has no intention of opening up the patent license of the World Wide Web browser, so at least on the World Wide Web platform, the browser software will only be one of them. Even other versions of browsers that bypass the Ygritte browser kernel are impossible, because the most basic technical patents of the World Wide Web are also in the hands of Ygritte. If other software manufacturers want to develop browsers, they must choose other network technology platforms. However, with the World Wide Web technology already taking the lead, there is not much room for development of other types of technology networks. In the final analysis, this is a monopoly. Simon had previously rejected Carol Bartz's suggestion to increase prices, and the low price strategy was determined from the beginning. After all, if the sudden price increase of IE browser makes industry manufacturers feel the threat of Ygritte's monopoly on World Wide Web technology, it is hard to guarantee that other manufacturers will not temporarily support network technology standards based on other technologies. Although other technical standards are unlikely to pose a threat to World Wide Web technology, they are still troublesome. After simply replying to an email and asking Carol Bartz not to mention this topic again, Simon began to browse other unread emails. While busy, he heard the sound of high heels. Simon looked up from the computer screen. Claire, the sea girl, put a glass of water next to him, and the girl was holding a folder in her hand. Simon smiled and nodded to the side. "Come surf the internet with me." Claire put the folder on the computer desk and sat down next to her. A pleasant smell came, making people feel relaxed and happy. Simon picked up the water cup and took a sip, then gestured to the folder that girl C put down and asked, "What is this?" Claire handed the folder over and said, This is a business plan I made recently. Boss, can you take a look at it for me first? Simon nodded, took the folder and opened it. Girl C explained, the inspiration for this business plan came from some documents that you showed us, one of which was the Egret blog activity plan that was eliminated. It was a photo sharing activity. The reason for the rejection was that it was too difficult for users to upload photos to the internet, and the steps were too complicated. In addition, the mainstream digital cameras that can directly upload photos to personal computers using floppy disks are too expensive. I thought about whether I could develop a moderately priced card camera specifically for sharing photos on the internet. With the growth rate of internet users and the desire to show off that most people have, I think this business plan is very promising. When Sandra first entered the Egret personal homepage platform, Simon gave her a digital camera for photo sharing. I vaguely remember that the pixel level of that Panasonic digital camera was only more than $700,000, but the price was as high as $6,000, which was more expensive than most mainstream personal computers now. It was indeed not affordable for ordinary people. Moreover, most personal computers now do not support image display very well. Only the latest computers in the past 2 or 3 years, combined with the Egret's IE browser software, can achieve a relatively impressive image display function, but in fact, the display effect is only equivalent to the pixel level on paper newspapers, which is completely incomparable with the 1080 monitor in Simon's memory. In order to adapt to computers with lower configurations, IE at this time has also specially developed a no-image mode. This is the inspiration Simon got from using a mobile phone in his previous life. The first semi-smartphone in his memory had a screen of only 2.5 inches, supported touchscreen, and used a 2G network, so the networking effect can naturally be imagined. At that time, the built-in browser of that mobile phone supported no image mode when connected to the network. People who are used to more high-end smartphones will naturally be very uncomfortable browsing the internet with a straight-screen phone. But for Simon, who had just come into contact with a mobile phone for the first time, browsing news, reading novels, and logging into forums on a small mobile phone screen, even if the image display was turned off for network speed and traffic saving, it seemed to let Simon see another world at that time. The Egret portal, which is now gradually enriching its content, is also the same for current users. Even without pictures, Egret provides information, blogs, emails, and even games. The functions are rich enough. After all, the newspapers people read in this era are not filled with a lot of pictures on every page. However, although Egret's IE browser does a good job in the non-picture mode for low-end computers, picture display is definitely a trend. In the next few years, personal computers are destined to support more and more multimedia functions. Picture content is destined to be a crucial content category on the internet platform before the internet develops into the streaming media era. In addition, Egret's early entry into social networking services will definitely increase users' desire to share pictures online. Therefore, the plan proposed by Lady C is indeed very feasible. Simon was flipping through Lady C's business plan, but his mind was unconsciously diverging further. It's not just the limitation of uploading pictures. Today's personal computers, whether it is the software of the operating system platform or the hardware around personal computers, can only be described as scarce. The online software store plan that Egret has begun to promote can greatly enrich the software ecology of personal computers in the next few years. However, in terms of hardware, just from the motherboard interface of the personal computer at this time, it can be seen. Nowadays, mainstream personal computers generally have only 2 types of hardware interfaces, serial interface and parallel interface. Whether it is a monitor, printer, keyboard or mouse, they can only be connected with these 2 interfaces. Simon's memory of the network crystal head interface, USB interface, PSS interface and even audio interface are still missing. The lack of interfaces actually means the lack of hardware ecology around personal computers. At this time, AOL provided users with a hardware network card with a network cable interface that was directly plugged into the motherboard in addition to the modem to access the internet. In this business plan of Lady C, the digital card camera planned to be developed uses a 3.5-inch floppy disk as the image carrier, which is probably the only choice to promote this camera. After all, except for the floppy drive that is as popular as the serial and parallel interface on personal computers at this time, there are indeed not many ways to transfer the pictures in the digital camera to the computer conveniently and quickly, and then upload and share them on the internet. As for the flash memory and USB that people are accustomed to later, what are they? Since there is no such thing now, but there is a huge market demand, then this obviously means a big business with inestimable potential value. Moreover, there is no need to develop too many interfaces, one USB is enough. As long as USB or similar interface solutions are developed in advance, Microsoft's interface can be used to create an entire hardware ecosystem. By then, the application of this interface will not only be extended to digital cameras, but also to keyboards, mice, MP3 players, mobile phones, speakers and other hardware. Don't underestimate it as just a small interface. If the annual installation volume reaches hundreds of millions, let alone the benefits that the surrounding hardware ecosystem may create, just the patent licensing fees for the interface are enough for technology developers to make a fortune. In Simon's memory, the patent for Wi-Fi technology is in the hands of an Australian university. Just from the patent fees for various types of Wi-Fi chips, the university can easily enjoy a net profit of more than $1 billion each year. In comparison, the application of USB technology is definitely far more extensive than Wi-Fi. Chapter 404 Birthday Party. Simon was flipping through the business plan in his hand with two minds, and there was another sound in his ears. Girldy Deborah Lippman also walked in. Motioning Deborah to sit on the other side, Simon raised the business plan of Girl C in his hand and asked with a smile, "Do you have any ideas?" Deborah shook her head embarrassedly, "Not yet." Girl D said, and couldn't help looking at the other side of Simon, worried that Claire would expose her. In fact, Girl D had also come up with a business plan. She hoped to set up a cosmetics company. However, after the business plan was submitted to the Vase Fund team affiliated with Cersei Capital, it did not pass the review at all and was quickly rejected. Janet also said that the girls could only submit a plan every 6 months. If all the plans they submitted during the 5-year contract period failed to pass, they would forget about a $10 million investment. Moreover, Janet also forbade them to disturb Simon with the plans that failed to pass. Once discovered, they would be kicked out. After the initial excitement, the girls soon found that the money of the Westeros family was actually not easy to take. Simon was not aware of the details behind these, so he did not know that, apart from the two plans closely related to it from Alice Ferguson, the only one that was approved during this period was Miss C's card camera plan. The business plan in hand clearly explained the core points such as market research, prospect forecast, investment budget, development cycle, and operation ideas. In some of the attached materials, Miss C had even reached an agreement with a senior engineer who focused on digital camera research and development at the camera giant Kodak. As long as the project plan was approved, the engineer would resign from Kodak and set up a company with Miss C. The other party would focus on camera research and development, while Miss C would be responsible for the company's financial marketing and other affairs. The two would each share 25% of the company's shares, and the Vase Fund would invest $1 million to obtain the remaining 50% of the shares. Card cameras are actually consumer-grade digital cameras, as opposed to professional-grade SLR digital cameras. The highest pixel of the top SLR digital cameras of this age has reached more than 1.5 million, and the price is naturally very expensive, just like the camera Simon gave to Sandra at the beginning, and it is not uncommon to cost tens of thousands of dollars. However, the card camera that Lady C intends to develop only has a 100,000 pixel resolution of 320. This level of image quality is definitely enough for personal computers in the early 1990s, because the resolution of mainstream personal computer monitors is about this level. Even in a few years, the 100,000 pixel card camera mainly used to send network pictures will not be outdated. Since it is a thorough internet camera, it naturally does not need to take into account the quality of printing. Moreover, compared with a mainstream CCD sensor of this era, the core sensor original of the digital camera, Lady C also intends to use the CMOS sensor that has always been marginalized. Both CCD sensors and CMOS sensors were born in the 1960s and have a history of development for decades. The advantages and disadvantages of the two sensors are also very clear. CCD sensors have relatively excellent imaging quality, but the process is complex, expensive, and power consumption is also very large. The imaging quality of CMOS is lower, but the advantages are simple process and low energy consumption, and most importantly, cheap price. Of course, no matter how simple the process of CMOS is, it cannot be developed with an investment of only $1 million. The main components of the camera that Lady C plans to develop will be purchased and customized from the corresponding manufacturers. To put it bluntly, it is an assembled machine. Of course, even the Apple mobile phone in Simon's memory is actually just an assembled machine according to this idea. The senior engineer who plans to switch from Kodak is mainly responsible for developing the camera's control system, combining a series of components into a whole, and optimizing the cost range of the card camera. In Simon's plan, Lady C hopes to control the cost of the planned card camera to around $300 and the sales price to $500 on the basis of ensuring a certain image quality and function. $500 is still a bit expensive for a card camera with simple functions, but it is also within the consumption capacity of middle-class users who can access the internet in this era. Moreover, as long as the market demand is large enough and the scale effect is achieved, the cost and selling price can definitely be further reduced. The first phase of the $1 million investment is mainly used for prototype development and production of the first batch of products for trial use. Lady C also plans to conduct marketing directly through the internet platform, so as to save costs as much as possible. If the market feedback meets expectations, the second round of financing will be carried out from the Vase Fund. The entire business plan lasts for 3 months. After reading the business plan in his hand, Simon found that he could not make any more suggestions for a while. C-Girl's idea is absolutely correct. Even if this attempt fails, the fact that she chose the CMOS sensor with foresight is enough for Simon to support her to continue trying. CMOS sensor, but later, it was the mainstream sensor of camera phones. It can be said that this card camera plan is similar to the camera phones that were widely used by various manufacturers many years later. Moreover, whether it is this card camera or the camera phone in memory, they all grasp people's desire to express themselves. It's just that many years later, everyone turned directly to the mobile social platform, and this card camera at this time focused on the PC social platform. Since Simon launched the social network business on the PC side in advance, this card camera at this time definitely has a very considerable market potential. Think about it, when a person attends a party, travels, spends time with children, plays with pets, take a photo with a card camera, pull out a floppy disk, transfer it to the computer and upload it to the internet conveniently and quickly, share the bits and pieces of his life with everyone, and get likes and comments from many people around, which will definitely bring social pleasure and satisfaction. If card cameras become popular, users can upload a large number of pictures, and the content resources of the internet can be quickly enriched. Closing the business plan in his hand, Simon hesitated, and did not say that he planned to give additional support to this business plan for the time being. He would wait for Miss C to produce results. Therefore, he just asked, "Isn't the 3-month R&D deadline a bit too tight?" Claire shook her head and said, "Neil has already completed a simple prototype privately and submitted his own plan to Kodak. It's just that Kodak has never paid much attention to the digital camera business. The 3 months are mainly for further optimization of the prototype, as well as the customization of components and parts procurement and assembly." The Neil that Miss C mentioned is named Neil Brandley, the senior engineer who plans to switch from Kodak. Simon thought about it for a moment, and then he was relieved. Many electronic products in daily life are not as high-end as imagined. The first batch of personal computers of Apple were actually made by a group of founders who pooled money to buy components and welded them together in the garage. They were pure handmade DIY. Because they sold well, they later got investment. Neil Brandley used his spare time to develop a card camera, which was roughly similar to when Steve Wozniak invented the personal computer. For technical experts with profound professional skills, it is not difficult to develop some electronic products independently. What's more, card cameras are much simpler in technology than professional-grade digital SLR cameras. In Simon's memory, when technology developed later, ordinary people could DIY digital cameras by purchasing accessories, just like assembling personal computers. Of course, DIY digital cameras are definitely far from comparable to professional cameras. In that case, I don't have any suggestions for you just for this business plan itself. Simon handed the folder back to Claire and said, "But maybe you can develop an image processing software to match it. Since this camera is just a basic consumer-level model, the imaging effect is definitely not very good. Developing an image processing software that allows users to perform simple functions such as image cropping, brightness adjustment or adding text will definitely be very practical." Claire is confident in her business plan. She is not like some other girls who rush to come up with a plan just to get investment as soon as possible, so she did a lot of detailed work in the early stage. She brought it here tonight just to let her boss know that she is doing this. However, when she heard the suggestion of image processing software, Seagirl's eyes lit up. Since it is a consumer-level card camera, for the sake of cost, many professional camera functions have to be abandoned, which will inevitably result in unsatisfactory image quality. Secondary processing and repair through computer software is indeed an excellent way to make up for the shortcomings of this camera. However, Seagirl quickly said, "But, boss, this requires extra time and budget." Simon vaguely remembered that Photoshop software probably appeared in recent years. However, the planned image processing software certainly does not need the complicated functions of PS, but is more like a Me Too Zeuxiu in memory. You can first ask in Silicon Valley if anyone has developed similar software. If so, you can cooperate with them directly, which can save software development time. If not, apply for another budget. Simon and Claire were chatting. Deborah on the other side was just worried that Miss C would expose her. Seeing that she was completely ignored, she couldn't help but feel a little bit jealous. She pretended to listen carefully, but her body squeezed towards Simon from time to time. If you can conquer your boss, the potential value is far more than $10 million. Just like Jennifer Raybould. She is obviously just the boss's lover, but she is treated like the hostess in front of the boss. She is even more jealous than the hostess and often ruthlessly drives them away from the boss. While Simon was talking to Claire, he wanted to pick up the cup at hand to drink a sip of water, but his arm touched the chin of Miss D, who was almost on him. Of course, he understood the girl's thoughts. He casually touched Deborah's delicate chin before picking up the water glass. These vases around him were excellent in appearance, and after joining the company, they also enjoyed expensive daily maintenance and care that only the wives of wealthy men could afford. They can indeed be described as delicate. Deborah's chin was caught by Simon, and she just shrank subconsciously, her face slightly red, but she soon came over calmly. Simon drank a few sips of water, put down the cup, felt the soft body next to him, smiled, and said, "That's it for tonight, let's all go to rest." Deborah said, "Boss, do you want to take a shower?" "I've already taken a shower." "It doesn't matter if you take another shower." Deborah's eyes rolled, and said, "Can I help you flush the water?" "No." Simon stood up and smiled, stretching out his hand in front of Girl D. "Come on, give a good night kiss." Deborah cooperated and held Simon's hand, kissed the back of the man's hand, and said, "Good night, master." "So good." After praising him, Simon turned and left the machine room. Watching her boss disappear, Dee retracted her gaze and noticed that C was staring at her. She raised her chin slightly. "What's wrong?" C curled her lips and commented, "Making trouble." Dee didn't care, and didn't even try to hide it. She said, "If you can climb into the boss's bed, it will be more useful than doing 100 projects." "Did you climb up?" "I'm still trying," Dee said, and complained, "If you had just joined, maybe we would have succeeded." Claire didn't have any aversion to Deborah's ridiculous suggestion. In fact, it's not like she hadn't tried it before, but she just said, "Then what?" "What then?" "After climbing into the boss's bed." Deborah tilted her head. "Yes. This is indeed a very serious question." As they worked with Simon, they were exposed to many anecdotes and interesting stories of the upper echelons of the circle. There are countless cases of nannies turning into mistresses. For example, Robin Williams, who has become popular in recent years, had an affair with his nanny and then abandoned his wife of 10 years. It is said that CAA spent a lot of effort to prevent Robin Williams' public image from being damaged too much. But Deborah realized that it would be very difficult to compete with Janet for that position. Even if Janet was squeezed out, there was still Jennifer. The best state is to be his lover. Thinking of this, Geraldine held her chin and murmured, "Actually, I just want to continue my life as a maid. It seems not bad to be the boss's lover." Claire rolled her eyes, turned off the computer, put away her files and walked out. Deborah stood up and followed closely, saying, "Hey, Claire, am I wrong?" "Yes. So, let's work together." For a man as outstanding as the boss, it is definitely not enough to have only 2 or 3 lovers around him. We still have a lot of opportunities. You climb onto the boss's bed first. Or we can go directly to the master bedroom. Go by yourself. My success rate is too low, it will be more attractive to go together. Well, Isn't it the boss's birthday soon? We can say that we are delivering birthday gifts. Claire simply ignored the chatter around her. After staying with Simon for a long time, Claire gradually understood her boss's temperament. For example, the boss actually doesn't like beautiful vases with exquisite skins. He puts them around more for the sake of pleasing the eye, and does not have much physical desire. However, although the relationship between the four girls ABCD is relatively close, Claire is absolutely not going to share these private insights with others. In the following days, Simon simply compiled a memorandum on building a PC peripheral hardware ecosystem through a new data interface and submitted it to Grit, and asked Bezos and Bartz to start looking for relevant technical talents. The delivery and integration of MCA was also proceeding in an orderly manner. Time flew to February 22nd. This day happened to be Friday. Compared with the wanton publicity at Simon's 20th birthday party, this birthday party was much more low-key. Of course, with Simon's wealth and power that are now different from the past, although he wants to keep a low profile, this birthday party is still attracting much attention. Simon did not intend to open the Cape du May Manor. The birthday party venue was chosen in the mansion halfway up the palisade as the 20th year. This decision disappointed many guests who attended the party. The villa occupying Cape du May has been the object of envy and discussion by many people since it was formed. However, thinking about those who tried every means to get an invitation to the birthday party but failed, this disappointment seems insignificant. The party time is 7 o'clock in the evening. Before 6 o'clock in the afternoon, many guests had already gathered from all over Los Angeles on the hillside of Palisades in the western suburbs of Los Angeles. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405, Wish Come True. As an important part of American daily life, Los Angeles has never lacked various parties, nor has it lacked party creatures who attend 100 or 200 parties every year. Simon Westeros' 23rd birthday party was both special and not special among all these parties. In the mansion on the hillside of Palisades, the carefully prepared birthday party on the evening of February 22nd, some people expanded their network, some people gained bragging rights, and Simon himself got gifts that he could open for the whole weekend. It can be said that both the host and the guests enjoyed themselves. After the birthday party, the public relations of the Hollywood Awards season also entered the final sprint stage. Because of the Gulf War, this year's 61st Academy Awards ceremony was scheduled to be held later on March 25th. Deaneries Entertainment's main award-winning work this year, Dances with Wolves, has been unstoppable throughout the awards season since it was released on November 2nd last year. After winning a number of important awards at the Golden Globe Awards in January, it has also won a lot of awards from various unions and the Film Critics Association recently. In the Oscar nomination list that has been fully announced, Dances with Wolves has also become the film with the most nominations at the 61st Academy Awards with a total of 12 nominations. However, the most eye-catching point is the box office of this film. From November 2nd to February 21st, before Simon's birthday, Dances with Wolves, which was released for 16 weeks, had no potential to be a box office dark horse at the beginning. With the word of mouth of the film and the constant stimulation of the popularity of the awards season, it has unknowingly accumulated $113 million in North American box office, becoming the third work produced by Deaneries Entertainment at the end of last year to break the $100 million North American box office. Looking back at the whole year of 1990, among the films produced by Deaneries Entertainment, there are 7 films with a North American box office of over $100 million, including Pretty Woman, Ghost, Sleeping with the Enemy, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Dances with Wolves, A League of Pink and Home Alone. All 7 films squeezed into the top 10 of the North American box office list in 1990. Among them, Home Alone, Ghost, Pretty Woman and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which were released by Deaneries Entertainment alone, firmly occupied the top 4 positions in the annual box office list. With a strong box office momentum of Dances with Wolves, the total North American box office of this film is almost destined to squeeze out the Paramount-produced film The Hunt for Red October, which is temporarily ranked 5th, making the films under Deaneries Entertainment completely occupy the top 5 positions in the 1990 box office list. In addition, as of December 31, 1990, The cumulative domestic box office of these 7 North American box office breaking films reached $910 million, equivalent to 17% of the total North American box office of $5.26 billion in 1991. The total North American box office of more than a dozen other films related to Deanery's entertainment, such as Children of the Corn 2, Hellraiser 3, The Hand That Rocks the Cradle, and 10 Days of Danger, also reached $350 million, accounting for 6% of the North American box office share in 1991. Combined, the films produced by Deanery's Entertainment last year accounted for 23% of the total North American box office share. Moreover, this does not include the box office share of films such as Home Alone in 1991, so it is not rigorous. According to this calculation method, the 1990 box office share of films such as Flying Over Innocence, Batman Begins and Driving Miss Daisy that were released at the end of the previous year should also be calculated. Once this happens, the box office share controlled by Deanery's Entertainment will easily exceed 30%. With the formal completion of the equity transfer between Deanery's Entertainment and MCA shareholders at the end of February, in 1991, as long as the films produced by Deanery's Entertainment can continue to maintain the box office momentum of the previous 2 years, the company can definitely control more than 40% of the North American box office share. This possibility is actually very high, because when other film studios were still warming up for the 1991 box office release, Deanery's Entertainment's first box office dark horse this year had already appeared. The Stars and the Dark Knight was released on February 8. As of February 28, 3 weeks after its release, the North American box office has quickly reached $49.69 million. Moreover, the box office of this film in the third week was only 16% lower than that in the second week, and the long-term trend is very obvious. The cumulative box office in 3 weeks is close to $50 million. Coupled with such an obvious long-term trend, the North American box office of The Stars and the Dark Knight is almost certain to exceed $100 million. On February 28, as the multinational forces officially stopped the attack on the Iraqi army, the 42-day Gulf War officially ended. This war has made many countries see the major trend of the transformation of modern warfare from mechanization to informatization. In future wars, human wave tactics are destined to be difficult to play a role. The almost negligible role played by the Soviet Union in this important regional war further indicates that the Red Empire is getting closer and closer to collapse. On March 1, the second day after the Gulf War was declared over, North American stock markets rose across the board, and the highest daily gains of the Dow Jones Index and the S&P 500 Index all exceeded 5%. Many people originally thought that a protracted war ended so quickly. The United States, which had collected a large amount of military expenses from European and Middle Eastern countries before the war, undoubtedly became the biggest winner of this war. Not only did the war's devastation cause the U.S. stock market to rebound continuously in the past month, but the direct war income from military expenses paid by various countries alone reached $19 billion, which to a large extent alleviated the growing fiscal deficit in the United States. The Bush administration gained enough political achievements and benefits through this war, and its domestic support rate continued to rise. Simon knew that the recovery of the North American stock market did not mean the recovery of the U.S. economy. The federal economic downturn would continue throughout 1991, which also laid the groundwork for the Bush administration's defeat in the new presidential election in 1992. The expansion of the Westeros system was not affected by the economic downturn in the United States. As for AOL, as of the end of February, the free trial period for Internet access users in January had all ended one after another. Of the 810,000 free trial users who accessed in January, more than 430,000 eventually became regular users, a conversion rate of 53%, far exceeding AOL's initial expectation of 20% to 30%. Throughout February, the number of AOL free trial users dropped sharply from 2.3 million in January to 1.6 million, but the number of trial users who successfully completed access increased to 970,000, basically achieving the goal of accessing 1 million users per month. The number of users waiting in line for a free trial exceeded 2 million. Except for AT&T, a giant that remains huge after being split, the number of users of major domestic telecom operators in the United States, such as the Seven Bells, is basically within the tens of millions. With such an obvious explosive trend in the internet industry, major operators dare not underestimate it. In addition to the 3 regional telecom operators, including Bell Atlantic, which signed an exclusive agreement with AOL, other telecom giants, including AT&T, have begun to rapidly deploy the internet industry in the past 2 months, or simply acquired the worldwide web access service companies authorized by IGRIT in their own operating areas, or obtained authorization from IGRIT to establish their own internet access service departments. Because of the industry trend brought about by the explosion of the internet industry, Simon's advantage in buying Bell Atlantic in advance has become more and more obvious. If the Westeros system had not already mastered Bell Atlantic, the strongest of the 3 regional operators, driven by the huge interests of the internet industry explosion, even with the constraints of the exclusive contract, if the 3 regional operator giants put pressure on AOL at the same time, AOL would definitely have to make a big compromise. Now, Bell Atlantic stands firmly on the side of AOL, and the other 2 companies happen to be located on the east and west coasts of the United States, making it difficult to unite, so AOL can continue to maintain its advantage in the exclusive agreement. In comparison, most internet service providers in other regions have to accept the recruitment of the operator giants, and basically quickly fall into the fate of being acquired. Otherwise, they would be squeezed out by the giant operators who want to monopolize the ICE business by cutting off their line network resources. With the explosion of the internet industry, IGRIT's high monopoly on worldwide web technology has gradually attracted the attention of major manufacturers. Of course, it is just attention for the time being. Because IGRIT maintains a very open authorization attitude, and IGRIT's losses in January alone exceeded $50 million, its business prospects are far inferior to ICE business. Therefore, IGRIT's monopoly on graphical interface browsers and IGRIT's portal services have not attracted the covetousness of other telecommunications companies. That's right, under the attitude of unremitting expansion, IGRIT's revenue exceeded $15 million in the first month of 1991, but the overall loss exceeded $50 million. In order to quickly increase the popularity of the portal website business in the minds of the general public, IGRIT has invested $20 million in marketing expenses in the past month. The various information sections of the portal website have tapped a large number of news talents and columnists from traditional paper media platforms to build IGRIT's content team, and the investment is also huge. Coupled with the investment in email services, social networking services, online games, and IGRIT's own increasing technology research and development expenses and infrastructure expenses, the company eventually lost $50 million in just 1 month. Of course, Simon thought that this speed of burning money was just a small matter. There were internet companies that burned billions of dollars a year. The money IGRIT burned now was definitely much greater than the returns Simon remembered from burning money in the red ocean market of the internet industry. As the entire new technology field began to pay attention to the internet industry, IGRIT, which had accumulated a large number of technical patents and software products in the early stage, will also accelerate the growth of IGRIT's revenue data in 1991 as the demand for IE browser software, World Wide Web tool software and portal website advertising by various operators increases rapidly. As long as the current performance growth rate can be maintained, IGRIT's full-year loss in 1991 is likely to be controlled within $500 million, which is far less than Simon's tolerance limit. With the rapid growth of users for 2 consecutive months, facing the continuous rumors of IPO by AOL, the valuations of this new technology company by various Wall Street investment banks have all reached more than $1 billion, and Morgan Stanley analysts have even given a valuation of $2 billion. It can be imagined that after completing the 3-month free trial plan, the IPO valuation of AOL will definitely increase again. In addition to the general direction, Westeros Company continues to make layouts in some seemingly small new technology industry fields. After showing Simon her business plan, Seagirl Claire soon founded a card camera company with a senior engineer who resigned from Kodak. At the same time, Claire also contacted a graphics processing software company that had just been established for more than a year. The developer of the software is named Thomas Knoll. Knoll first developed a graphics editing software for processing black and white images using Apple computers in 1987, named Display. After 2 years of continuous research and development and improvement, the name of this software was also changed to Photoshop, and it began to be used in the fields of scanners and digital typesetting. After Simon got the news, he directly instructed James Raybould to buy out the software. However, The Noel brothers did not agree to sell the software, but they also hoped to cooperate with Westeros. After several rounds of negotiations between the two parties, Westeros invested $800,000 and obtained 50% of the shares of the company founded by the Noel brothers. At the same time, the Noel brothers will continue to master the research and development of Photoshop software. Simon did not want the professional-level image processing software in his memory to become something like Me2Xiu, so he instructed the Noel brothers to develop two software at the same time. One continued to deepen the professional-level functions of Photoshop, which will be sold through the Ygritte online software store in the future, and the other was a simplified free version of Photoshop, which was specially provided to Claire's card camera company as a supporting software. San Francisco. In the Mountain Mansion in Woodside. The time was March 5th. Simon came to Silicon Valley again yesterday to attend the monthly meeting of several Ygritte companies. The female assistant did not squeeze herself last night. Simon got up early and went for a morning run in the mountains of Woodside as usual. At 8 o'clock, back at the villa, Jennifer had prepared breakfast. The two sat down in the restaurant. Jennifer ate breakfast and casually talked about work. I think that if Ygritte continues to develop like this, it will sooner or later encounter antitrust obstacles. Now you want to build a hardware ecosystem, which will directly affect the interests of traditional technology giants such as Intel and IBM. Simon glanced at the newspaper at hand, picked up the cutlery and said with a smile, "Think carefully about my personnel layout for Ygritte." Jennifer tilted her head slightly and thought for a moment, and soon caught something, and said, "Bartz is in charge of the software business, Bezos is in charge of the network business. Also, next, Ferguson may be in charge of e-commerce. Well, have you decided to split Ygritte from the beginning? If it is possible not to split, of course it is better not to split." Simon nodded and said, "However, this possibility is very low. Major North American operators have now begun to enter the ICE business, which means that the expansion speed of the internet industry will further accelerate. Ygritte is only because it is still making large-scale losses. Many people cannot see the business potential contained in it, and this company is involved in a completely new technology industry, which will not infringe on the interests of traditional giants, so it has not encountered too many obstacles. However, when the industry expands to a sufficient output value, we can't expect this state to continue forever." Splitting Ygritte was indeed Simon's idea from the beginning, because the industrial value contained in the field Ygritte is too great. Moreover, Simon did this mainly out of consideration for the development of Ygritte itself. He didn't want Ygritte to suffer from serious big company disease early because of too many resources. The internet era has just begun, and there are too many challenges to face in the future. If you don't make progress and stick to your old ways, even if you have more resources, you will only face the fate of being eliminated in the future. As the two were chatting, Simon's private mobile phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone casually, and before he could say anything, a series of small screams came from the other side. This was Janet's voice. Simon showed a helpless expression. It came again. Just as he was about to say a few words to comfort her, Janet continued excitedly on the other side of the phone, "Honey, it's true, I'm pregnant, come back soon." Simon was stunned for a moment, confirmed that he had heard it correctly, and subconsciously stood up. Jennifer looked over in confusion. Simon stood across the dining table and talked to Janet in a soft tone for a while, promised that he would rush back to Los Angeles immediately, and then hung up the phone. Jennifer listened to the conversation between Simon and Janet and understood. Knowing that Simon had been tormented by Janet because of the child's matter during this period, and now Janet finally got what she wanted before her 31st birthday, although she couldn't help feeling a little jealous, the female assistant put down the tableware and said, "In this case, let's go back now." Chapter 406. Yes. Accompanying her to undergo various examinations, notifying relatives and friends, arranging diet and rest during pregnancy. I was busy from Tuesday to Friday, and of course I continued to stay at home on Saturday and Sunday. The noise was so loud that the media inevitably heard about it. I simply announced the news on the Ygritte portal. The first child of the Westeros family is about to be born. So there were congratulations and blessings from all sides. The discussion in the media was also very lively. Some people analyzed the difference between boys and girls as Simon Westeros' first heir, some discussed how much wealth the child might inherit in the future, and some speculated what name the Westeros couple would give the child, and so on. On Friday, Anthony Johnston also flew his family from Melbourne to Los Angeles to visit his newly pregnant sister on behalf of the family. After confirming that she was 100% pregnant, Janet also quietly donated $10 million to several children's charities such as UNICEF in the name of the Simon and Janet Westeros Foundation. In Janet's words, "This is to accumulate blessings for the little guy in her belly, hoping that the child will be healthy and safe in the future." Westerners regard charity as one of their social obligations. They are utilitarian in order to gain corresponding social prestige. They do not have the concept of a family that accumulates good deeds will surely have more blessings. Simon thinks that Janet probably had this idea because she has been studying Chinese in recent years. Her Chinese level has reached the level where she can directly read the traditional Chinese version of Dream of Red Mansions. Simon is an Oriental at heart, so he naturally does not object to Janet's approach. Because she successfully conceived a baby, Janet celebrated her 31st birthday, which she had always wanted to forget. However, she only invited some close relatives and friends to enjoy a birthday dinner at Cape Dumay Manor, which was far less lively than Simon's birthday party last month. After the birthday dinner, the Anthony family, who had lived in Los Angeles for a week, returned to Australia, and Simon finally started working again. Janet, on the other hand, started taking maternity leave directly. She stopped working. She had to take maternity leave after being pregnant for more than 3 weeks. Pregnant women are the most important. Who dares to object? Fortunately, Janet has always upheld a mentality of the superiors work hard for the others. Most of the time, she only grasped the general direction of SYNOPSIS Capital's operation, and most of the work was safely handed over to the heads of the 3 subsidiaries. Therefore, the departure of a woman will basically not have much impact on the operation of SYNOPSIS Capital. Of course, Janet has to take maternity leave early, but Simon can't really let go of SYNOPSIS Capital completely. Now SYNOPSIS Capital, SYNOPSIS Fund Management, Apollo Management and BlackRock Asset Management manage a total of more than $21 billion in funds. The scale of the first 2 is about $3 billion, while the scale of BlackRock Asset Management, which mainly operates low-risk stocks, bonds and fixed income investments, has reached $15 billion. Although the heads of the 3 subsidiaries have been carefully selected and all have the top investment talents on Wall Street, no one dares to guarantee that these professional managers will not do anything out of line if they have excessive power and lack strict supervision. There are countless cases where Wall Street fund managers have made unauthorized investments on their own initiative and caused huge losses to the company. In Simon's memory, Salomon Brothers, which was on par with the Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley in this era, probably collapsed later this year due to the exposure of the fund manager's illegal bond bidding scandal, and finally disappeared completely from the ranks of Wall Street investment banking giants a few years later. Janet's previous work at SYNOPSIS Capital was half about controlling the direction and half about financial supervision. After Janet took leave, SYNOPSIS Capital quickly reorganized and established an investment committee. Simon, James Raybould and the 3 heads of the 3 subsidiaries joined as members of the investment committee. Simon took on the task of controlling the overall situation, while James was responsible for financial supervision. All the subsequent investments above the corresponding scale of SYNOPSIS Capital need to be approved by the 5-member investment committee before they can be implemented. Of course, as the controlling shareholder of SYNOPSIS Capital, Simon still holds a veto. However, Simon's inner decision is actually to try not to interfere with the management of SYNOPSIS Capital. Unless it is a project that is destined to fail in his memory, he will not deliberately obstruct the decision of the fund managers of the 3 subsidiaries. A qualified boss should be able to tolerate the failure of his subordinates. The main purpose of setting up an investment committee is to prevent the 3 subsidiaries from becoming wild horses after Janet lets go. Janet has never been so enthusiastic about the operation of SYNOPSIS Capital. Now that she is pregnant, she will definitely pay more attention to the little one in the future. As long as the operation of the investment committee is effective, this system can be maintained in the future. This year's Easter is March 31st, and the Easter schedule will start on March 22nd. Deaneries Entertainment mainly launched 2 films this Easter, True and Brave, a documentary of Madonna's ambitious concert last year, and Children of the Corn 3. If Universal Pictures is included, there is also One Night in a Wild Field produced by John Hughes. One Night in a Wild Field tells the story of a supermarket clerk and a rich girl who ran away from home encountering 2 thieves while on guard in the supermarket. The story setting has many similarities with Home Alone, but this is not a work that follows Home Alone. The film was also shot last year. The similar plot is just due to John Hughes' consistent mass production style. Simon didn't expect much from the box office of this basically unheard of film, but the leading actress of the film was quite eye-catching. She was Jennifer Connelly from Once Upon a Time in America. The actress is 21 years old this year and is at the peak of her beauty. It is late March, and the summer season is not far away. Simon has begun to focus more on a series of films related to Deanery's Entertainment these days. In the coming summer season, the 4 films in the core period from June to July, Batman, The Dark Knight, Terminator 2, The Fugitive and A Few Good Men, are all foreign co-productions, distributed by Warner, Fox, Warner and MGM. In addition to the 4 mainstream commercial films, Deanery's Entertainment independently distributed only 3 niche independent films from Guillaume Films. Because it is expected to take over MCA this year, this is actually Simon's deliberate arrangement. The distribution team of Deanery's Entertainment will complete the takeover and integration of Universal Pictures through the distribution work of this summer season. However, what disappointed Simon was that the 4 films of Universal Pictures in this summer, Backfire, Jungle Fever, Problem Boy 2 and We Are All Brothers, obviously did not have the potential to be big sellers. After combing through Universal Pictures' 1991 film list, only Cape Fear and Fried Green Tomatoes, which were tentatively scheduled for the end of the year, had good box office results. However, as far as I can remember, the North American box office of these 2 films still did not exceed 100 million. In other words, Universal Pictures should not have a movie with a box office of over 100 million this year. The ups and downs of Hollywood studios' performance can be seen from this. Therefore, it once again highlights how sharp Deanery's Entertainment has been in Hollywood in recent years. In order to avoid or reduce the losses brought by Universal Pictures' film business in 1991 as much as possible, Deanery's Entertainment has continuously cut off the production and distribution plans of 7 Universal films during this period. However, because most of the projects are already in the substantive production stage and many have been completed, the number of films left in the end still reached 16. On the Deanery's Entertainment side, the 3 labels have confirmed that the films that will be released in 1991 have also reached 23. Adding the 2 together, the new Deanery's Entertainment will release a total of 39 films in 1991. Fortunately, Simon has already made plans in advance. Of the 23 films of Deanery's Entertainment itself, 11 are from Guillaume Films. Although niche independent films and art films have repeatedly created box office miracles in recent years, the overall pattern is still limited, so it will not cause too much impact on the mainstream commercial film system. After the replanning, 6 of the 16 films of Universal Pictures are also assigned to Guillaume Films. In summary, the number of films released by Guillaume Films in 1991 will reach 17, all of which are niche independent and art films. In addition, the number of films allocated to New World Pictures is 11, mainly horror and vulgar comedy. The last mainstream commercial films are also 11, including films such as Batman, The Dark Knight co-produced with foreign partners, and Toy Story and other films released independently by Deanery's Films. The 3 distinct distribution systems will become the main framework of Deanery's Entertainment's future film business. Each distribution system will produce films on a scale equivalent to that of a mainstream studio. Although Deanery's Entertainment still maintains an open attitude towards external cooperation, the structural adjustment of its film business is obviously highly aggressive. After all, traditional large studios usually release only a dozen or 20 films a year, and rarely more than 30. After the adjustment of Deanery's Entertainment's film business structure, the annual film distribution scale will reach as many as 40. With the capacity of the North American film market basically fixed, this will naturally squeeze the living space of other Hollywood studios. Simon will not be restrained by the pressure from other Hollywood studios. In the past few years, he has given enough chips to ease the pressure. Next, Simon plans to personally promote the further integration of Hollywood's major studios and reduce the number of Hollywood media giants to 5 or even less in advance. In this process, some traditional large studios will definitely be swallowed up and disappear. With the lifting of restrictions on horizontal integration in the media field, media giants will obtain more monopolistic resources. It will become more difficult for latecomers to gain a foothold in Hollywood. Cape Dumay Manor. Today is March 22nd, Friday. Before I knew it, another week had passed. After Janet became pregnant, Simon basically got off work at 5 o'clock every day. As soon as he entered the Shell Villa, Simon saw that the hall was filled with a wide variety of children's products, including baby carriages, milk powder, plush toys, Lego blocks, piles of clothes, and piles of small shoes. It was like a flea market for children's products. After passing through the flea market, Simon found a woman sitting on the sofa next to the glass curtain wall, holding a remote control to control a toy truck on the ground. She looked very excited. The toy truck clattered twice at Simon's feet, and the woman's hoarse and cute voice sounded, "Beep, beep, Dad is blocking the way of the car, Dad, get out of the way." Simon didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he walked over and slapped the woman on the buttocks who was lying on the sofa with only her head sticking out. "You bought so many things, your family must have a mind." Janet naturally couldn't understand the joke in Simon's words, but it didn't stop her from responding confidently, "Yes." Simon was stunned. "Okay. This family really has a mind." She walked around the sofa and sat down, picked up the woman and put her on her lap, snatched the remote control from her hand, and the toy truck started running on the smooth floor again. "Yeah, it's quite fun." Janet saw Simon quickly getting into it and reached out to grab the remote control with dissatisfaction. "This is for the baby." Simon dodged. "Don't grab it, the baby will have to wait for a few years, let the baby's father play with it for a while." Janet rested her head on Simon's lap, and her little paws reached out to grab it a few more times, but to no avail, so she had to give up, but she laughed happily. After laughing for a while, Jennifer gently stroked her belly and asked, "Simon, what do you think our little guy should be named?" Simon said, "What do you think?" "I want you to name it. I'm not very good at naming." "Yeah, Seattle or something like that." Janet suddenly laughed again, patted Simon on the body, and said, "My child will not be called such a weird name." Simon also smiled and said, "Why would Jenny tell you this?" "Heh." Janet didn't explain, but just hummed a few times with pride. Simon thought for a moment and said, "If it's a boy, let's name him Melbourne. If it's a girl, well, also call him Melbourne." Janet clenched her fist and hid her. "I'll give you Melbourne, I'll give you Melbourne." Simon didn't dodge and smiled. "You asked me to name him. I think this name is good, Melbourne, Melbourne Westeros." Janet hit Simon again. "My child will not be named Melbourne. It's better to be Seattle." Simon was very easy to talk to. "Then you name him yourself." Janet twisted her soft body and rolled on the sofa. She still looked distressed. After a moment, she finally compromised and said, "If it's a boy, let's call him Melbourne, and if it's a girl, let's call her Seattle." Simon had no choice but to. "Don't steal things from Jenny, okay?" Although the female assistant was very dissatisfied with the name Simon gave in advance, it is conceivable that if it was snatched away by Janet, it would be lively. "I don't care. If she has the ability, she can give birth to a baby before me. If Jenny gives birth to a child first, I think you might secretly kill me in the middle of the night." "No way." Janet shook her head and said, "There's no need to wait until midnight, and I will kill both of you together." Really? It's fake." Janet reached out and touched Simon's face, saying, "I can't bear to do it." Simon breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. But I won't let you go either." "Huh? Think about it yourself." "No need to think about it, you're already pregnant anyway." Simon put down the remote control, lowered his head and kissed the woman on the lips, saying, "So, as long as Melbourne is okay, right? It sounds terrible. Get used to it." Who dares to say Westeros sounds terrible now? Westeros doesn't sound terrible to begin with. Well, you will recite Melbourne Westeros in your mind 100 times every day from now on. You will get used to it in a week. The power of habit is strong. I still think Seattle Westeros is better. That's precisely because you have recited it so many times in your mind. Chapter 407 Van Cleef and Arpels. In the morning, Sophia Fessy drove into Cape Dumay Manor with her 2 children. The car stopped in front of the Shell Villa. Sophia got out of the car and happened to see the 4 girls from ABCD carrying boxes of children's products out of the villa and loading them into a pickup truck. Janet was also nearby. When she saw Sophia coming, she went up to greet her and greeted Daniel and Gemma intimately. After chatting for a few words, Sophia gestured to the 4 girls from ABCD who were busy and asked, "What are you doing?" Jennifer stroked her belly and said, "I bought a lot of things for the little ones yesterday. I thought it was a bit early, so I planned to donate them." Otherwise it would be wasted. Sophia listened to Janet's explanation and immediately understood what was going on. However, after glancing at the whole truck of things again, thinking about Janet's habit of never choosing cheap things when buying things, Sophia couldn't help but have a similar idea to Simon's yesterday afternoon. Everyone chatted and entered the villa together. Noticing that Daniel and Gemma were both very interested in Shale Villa, Janet offered to show the two little ones around and told Girl A to take Sophia to the study on the second floor, where Simon was. Following Allison to the second floor, Sophia signaled Girl A to leave and knocked on the door. After getting a response, she pushed the door open and walked in. Simon was not behind the desk, but leaning on the single sofa by the window, flipping through a book, with his feet resting on the footstool in a very unpresentable manner. There were juice snacks on the low table beside him, looking very comfortable. The spring sun was just right. The bright light poured into the study through the glass window, giving people a feeling that it was very suitable for lazing around. Sophia greeted Simon and closed the door casually, but turned around and noticed a toy truck on the floor of the study. Picking up the toy truck and coming to Simon, Sophia raised the toy in her hand and asked with a smile, "Is this also prepared for your baby?" "Of course not, this is my toy," Simon said, taking out a remote control and fiddling with it for a few times, and the toy truck in Sophia's hand immediately buzzed. Putting the toy truck on the ground, watching the little thing running away with a click, Sophia did not go to the sofa on the other side, but sat down directly on the armrest of the single sofa where Simon was, and asked, "What book are you reading?" Simon showed the cover to the woman and said, "Pregnancy Handbook." Sophia took the book and flipped through it. "Are you looking forward to being a father?" "I'm still more nervous, you know, it's the first time." "I really envy you too." Sophia said this suddenly, put the book on the low table next to her, and moved closer to Simon without leaving a trace. The woman wore a knitted beige straight long skirt today. Unlike her usual OL style, she had a very casual feel. The perfume she wore also changed to a very light and warm type, which just matched the sunny atmosphere at this time. Simon noticed Sophia's little action, just smiled and praised, "You look very beautiful today." Sophia also knew that the time and place were not right. Since the man did not take the initiative, she did not hint more. She brushed her hair on her forehead, as if to remove some of her slightly fluctuating emotions, and turned to business. "Have you read the information of Van Cleef & Arpels?" Simon nodded. "I have read it, it's a very good company." Van Cleef & Arpels is a French luxury goods company with a history of nearly 100 years. It mainly deals in jewelry and top-level watch business. As a brand favored by many royal nobles and superstars and celebrities, it is as famous as Tiffany, Cartier and other companies. It is also the next acquisition target of Melisandre Company. In the past year, Gucci, which is controlled by Melisandre, can definitely be said to be the luxury brand with the highest exposure rate. Starting with Gucci imprint, many films produced by Deaneries Entertainment in 1990, including the hits Pretty Woman and Ghost, can more or less see the presence of Gucci products. Gucci's brand activities at major film festivals and large-scale traditional advertising also greatly enhanced Gucci's brand influence. Coupled with Sophia's strict control over the quality of Gucci's products and services, Gucci's revenue scale achieved an explosive growth of 73% in 1990, with annual revenue reaching $670 million. In comparison, Gucci's most direct competitor, Dior, the core brand of LVMH Group, only saw a 17% revenue growth in the same period, with revenue reaching $1.09 billion in 1990. Sophia proposed the idea of Gucci surpassing Dior in 1991, 2 years ago. Although it seems a bit radical now, as long as the performance growth pace of both parties maintains the rhythm of the past 2 years, after this year, Gucci's revenue level will at least be able to enter the 1 billion revenue club and reach the same level as Dior. Judging from the operating conditions of Gucci, which has been more than 2 months in 1991, the company can easily ensure a 50% revenue growth rate in 1991 and reach the goal of 1 billion in revenue. In order to cultivate the Gucci brand, Melisandre has only added one subsidiary of Chateau Latour in the past 2 years, which is still a type of Simon's private collection. Gucci originally had a very deep brand heritage, and the embarrassment of being on the verge of bankruptcy in the past few years was more caused by the infighting of the Gucci family. Now, since Gucci has completely recovered and the heritage accumulated for more than half a century has been released again, Melisandre can also expand outward appropriately. However, Sophia is still not in a hurry to acquire luxury brands that overlap with Gucci's field, but chose Van Cleef & Arpels, which mainly deals in jewelry and watches. According to the information collected by Sophia in advance, Van Cleef & Arpels' revenue in 1990 was $176 million, and its profit scale was $19 million. After several consultations between Melisandre and the Arpels family and Finjan, the Italian company that holds shares in Van Cleef & Arpels, the two parties initially determined the valuation of Van Cleef & Arpels to be $230 million. Van Cleef & Arpels shareholders are willing to transfer a total of 60% of the company's shares for $138 million in cash, while giving up control of Van Cleef & Arpels. Simon is actually very optimistic about this deal. Simon and Sophia have discussed Melisandre's development plan privately and continuously, and finally determined the expansion model of the company's aircraft carrier battle group. Aircraft carrier battle groups usually consist of 1 to 3 core aircraft carriers and a large number of cruisers, destroyers, frigates, supply ships and submarines. Similarly, in the future, Melisandre should also be composed of 2 to 3 core brands and a large number of secondary luxury brands with very small revenue scales. Among them, several core luxury brands should account for more than 50% of the revenue of the entire luxury group. The remaining subsidiary brands share the remaining 50%, and the revenue volume of a single subsidiary brand will probably only be equivalent to 1/10 of the core brand. Such a structure can ensure that core brands such as Gucci maintain sufficient popularity and competitiveness, and can also ensure that the luxury group does not lack backup brands that provide growth potential. On the other hand, the continuous acquisition of a large number of subsidiary luxury brands can also prevent the emergence of other latecomers in the market that are capable of competing with core brands such as Gucci. This is actually a suppression strategy. Now, Van Cleef & Arpels, which is about to be acquired, will serve as Melisandre's second aircraft carrier seed. It can even be said to be the second aircraft carrier battle group seed. Because Van Cleef & Arpels and Gucci do not have a very direct competitive relationship. Next, Melisandre can develop 2 aircraft carrier battle groups focusing on luggage and clothing and jewelry and watches respectively, with Gucci and Van Cleef & Arpels as the core. As for the acquisition of subsidiary luxury brands, it can be carried out slowly throughout the 1990s. The current major luxury giants, LVMH and Richemont Group, are actually focusing on operating their core brands and have not yet started large-scale expansion. LVMH focuses on Dior and LV, and Richemont Group's core brand is Cartier. The 2 aircraft carrier battle groups planned by Melisandre happen to compete with LVMH, which mainly deals in luggage and clothing, and Richemont, which mainly deals in jewelry and watches. As for Kering Group, which acquired the Gucci brand in the original time and space and became one of the 3 luxury giants along with LVMH and Richemont, it is still operating its own retail chain business. With Melisandre already taking Gucci into her pocket and eyeing the entire luxury industry, Kering Group is destined to find it difficult to follow its original development path. Sophia came to Los Angeles this weekend, of course, not just to visit Simon. Next Monday is the new Oscars ceremony, and Gucci will hold its own brand party after the Oscars as usual. With Deanery's Entertainment's connections and appeal in Hollywood, after 2 years of development, this party has a momentum to replace the Vanity Fair party in the original time and space and become a regular party after the Oscars. Staying in the study and chatting with Simon about various trivial matters, after lunch at noon, Sophia rushed back to the city to prepare for the theme party. Janet claimed that she wanted to get familiar with the feeling of taking care of the children in advance. The 2 little ones always liked Aunt Janet, so they stayed in the manor until Sunday afternoon when they had to rush back to the East Coast to prepare for school the next day. Janet used the family's Boeing 767 to send the 2 little ones back to New York. After the warm weekend, the time came to March 25th. From the Easter season that started on March 22nd, Madonna's concert documentary True and the Brave had a scale of 733 screens and earned $4.93 million in the first 3 days of the opening weekend. The first week box office is expected to be around $7 million. Judging from the popularity and reputation of the film, True and the Brave has no problem with a guaranteed North American box office of $20 million. Although it cannot be compared with the North American total box office of more than $60 million for Gucci imprint, it is far more than other music documentaries of the same type, which is a good success. However, True and the Brave ranked only third in the box office in the first weekend of the Easter season. The first place on the list is the action film Borderlands starring Steven Seagal, produced by Warner Brothers Pictures, which earned $10.52 million in the first 3 days of the opening. The powerful Son of the Tots ranked second, earning another $5.71 million in 3 days. From its opening on February 8 to now, the cumulative North American box office of Son of the Tots has reached $87.18 million, and the box office trend remains strong, steadily moving towards the 100 million yuan threshold. The fourth and fifth places are the crime film Law & Order starring Gene Hackman of Fox Films and the crime comedy The Job starring Michael Fox of Universal Pictures. If you calculate carefully, Deanery's Entertainment actually occupies 3 positions in the top 5 lists of the first weekend of Easter. Of course, Simon doesn't want too many people to pay attention to this. Deanery's Cinema. Simon put down the box office report of the past weekend and looked at Nancy Brill, who walked into his office. After taking over MCA, the little woman will control all non-film and television businesses of Deanery's Entertainment except theme parks, including records, cinemas, publishing, games, consumer products, videotape chains, etc. Her power is second only to Simon and Amy, and she is stronger than the 2 presidents, Robert Rem, who is still in charge of the distribution business, and Robert Iger, who is in charge of the television business. In this salary and position adjustment process, Nancy was also promoted to the 3rd president of Deanery's Entertainment Group, on par with Rem and Iger. Speaking of which, the management structure of Deanery's Entertainment is different from that of other studios. Take Disney for example. Simon's position as chairman is actually more inclined to Michael Eisner, chairman and CEO of Disney, to lead the development direction of Deanery's Entertainment. Although Amy is the CEO of Deanery's Entertainment, her authority is similar to that of Michael Eisner's deputy Frank Wells. The 3 presidents of Deanery's Entertainment are more inclined to be the heads of major business departments of other studios. Of course, the power system in Hollywood has never had a fixed pattern, and Deanery's Entertainment has not been listed, so it can naturally choose any management structure that it thinks is appropriate. However, for the planned IPO considerations, Simon will also make appropriate adjustments to the management of Deanery's Entertainment in the future. Nancy sat down opposite Simon, and the two talked about the game business under Deanery's Entertainment. In the past year, Blizzard Studios, which is wholly owned by Deanery's Entertainment, and EA, which holds a 35% stake, have both made very good progress. Blizzard Studios' 2 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles games, the fighting version in the first half of the year and the action-adventure version sequel in the second half of the year, are expected to have an overall sales volume of more than 2 million copies. The PC version of the real-time strategy game Dune, developed by EA under Simon's guidance, has exceeded 1.1 million copies since its release in September last year. The brand's main sports games and other types of role-playing games have also achieved good results in the past year. At the same time, EA also took advantage of its continued rise in stock prices to merge several game studios with good game brands in succession, and began its own expansion pace similar to that in the original Time and Space. What Simon discussed with Nancy today was mainly EA's plan to develop online games. This was also out of consideration for enriching internet content resources as quickly as possible. Over the past few months, the growth rate of internet users has far exceeded Simon's initial expectations. In addition to the Egret portal, more and more content websites have begun to join the World Wide Web camp, but this still has not reached a level that satisfies Simon. At this stage, although it is not realistic to develop large-scale role-playing online games with tens of thousands of people online at the same time, it is still very feasible to make games such as Dune that have already accumulated into a turn-based online battle platform. Moreover, the online payment system IPay that the Egret portal has invested in developing happens to solve the payment problem that online games need to face. Chapter 408 Point Card. Regarding online payment, Simon, I am not optimistic that Egret's online payment tool will be able to form a sufficient scale in the short term. In my opinion, ordinary people's ability to accept new things is not as strong as we think, and the online content that can be consumed is not rich enough. Moreover, in order to ensure the security of online payment, the initial opening and payment process of Egret's online payment tool will definitely be very cumbersome, which will limit the development of online payment. So what? The market potential of online games should be no less than that of console games and PC games, but we must find more convenient and faster online payment channels. In the office, Simon heard Nancy say this and asked, "You must have an idea." Nancy nodded and said, "Any user who accesses the internet must pay telecommunications fees regularly. Moreover, most people tend to pay more in order to save time and energy. If you can use the operator account to consume directly on the internet, the problem just now will be solved." In fact, Nancy, someone in Ignorant, has made a similar suggestion. But have you ever thought about it? In North America alone, there are already more than one handful of internet service providers. If we include traditional telecom operators, the number will increase further. We may be able to deal with one or two companies such as AOL and Bell Atlantic, but if we want to open up all other telecom operator accounts, the resources required will probably be more than directly promoting online payment tools. Operators can extract payment commissions, which will involve great interests. We will first bring in a few companies to try it out. When other telecom operators see the profits, they will naturally join this joint payment network gradually. Maybe so, but your idea has another serious shortcoming. Even if users usually recharge a certain amount of excess fees to the operator's account, it will not be too much, which will greatly limit the scale of online payment. Moreover, the operator takes a cut. Simon recalled his memory of using his mobile phone account to recharge and was directly deducted half of the handling fee. He couldn't help shaking his head again and said, "If it is a small payment, it's okay. The larger the amount, the more sensitive the user will be to the handling fee, which will easily make consumers turn to other free payment tools. Therefore, even if the operator payment network is successfully built, it is doomed to be short-lived." Nancy thought for a moment and had to agree with Simon's point of view. In this case, we can only think of other ways. Simon's thoughts did not stop. Nancy's judgment on online payment tools just now was not wrong. The promotion of online payment tools is indeed not a matter of one day or one night. It's just that the development of the payment system takes about a year. In the early stage, in order to ensure security and other factors, the opening and payment process is indeed cumbersome. In addition, the lack of consumable content on the internet platform will hinder users' enthusiasm for opening online payment tools. Therefore, this may require some kind of transition. Some kind of guiding tool that can stimulate users to make online payments. When Simon thought about this, he quickly had an idea. In his previous life, he had also played games in internet cafes. When Legend, Zen2 and World of Warcraft were popular, tools such as Alipay were far from popular. At that time, if you wanted to spend money on games, you could only buy point cards. Point cards. Simon couldn't help but snap his fingers. Prepaid phone cards are very popular in this era, and online point cards are also easy to be accepted by users. Ignorant can completely issue an online payment point card tool. Users can purchase point cards through current retail channels for online consumption, and they don't need to be limited to online game consumption. They can also be used to purchase software or pay internet fees, etc. At the same time, payment point cards can also serve as a spark to cultivate users' online consumption habits. As long as users are used to online payment, Ignorant's Pay tool will naturally turn temporary point card users into formal users who bind credit cards with credit cards through some appropriate marketing methods. After reorganizing his thoughts, Simon explained his ideas to Nancy while opening his email, quickly typing out his ideas and sending them directly to several senior executives of Ignorant. Today is the day of the Oscars. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Simon still got off work on time, but he did not rush to the Sacred Citizen Auditorium where the awards ceremony was held, but went to his own villa in Terracedale Manor in Beverly Hills. Sophia Fessy had brought her children to stay here 2 days ago, so that they could arrange the Gucci brand party to be held at the Hilton Hotel in Beverly Hills nearby. The little ones rushed back to the East Coast yesterday, and the woman still lived here. In the bedroom of the villa. After a hearty joy, the sky outside had already darkened. The sound of the awards ceremony was heard from the TV in the bedroom. On the big bed, the two were covered with a thin blanket. With his chin on his arm, he casually watched Dances with Wolves win another award on TV, and casually talked to him about various things recently. Daniel is actually smarter than little Gemma and learns Spanish very quickly. Simon's mansion in Paris was almost broken into, but the thief was scared away by the alarm. Gucci bought the abandoned factory on the outskirts of Milan where the fashion show was held, and planned to renovate it as a brand display center. His father accidentally caught a big sea fish, and the family ate it for a whole week. Probably they won't want to eat seafood for the next year. The woman talked in detail, and Simon listened patiently, occasionally agreeing with a few words. On the TV. Unknowingly, it has come to the Best Actress award. Susan Sarandon, who replaced Kathy Bates in Dangerous Days, successfully defeated Meryl Streep and other opponents to become this year's Oscar winner. This is also another achievement for the film produced by Dean Rees Entertainment. The woman under him waited for Susan Sarandon to finish her award speech, and then said, "Simon, I heard that you set up a vase fund. Yeah, you want it too. I don't need it, but the girls who help you manage the properties in Europe should be able to enjoy this benefit, right?" Simon hadn't been to Europe much since his honeymoon last year. After thinking for a while, he said, "First, you should prepare some information and send it to the Vase Fund team of Cersei Capital." Sophia thought about it, but shook her head. "In Europe, the ones I helped you choose were just real maids. They don't have the potential to start a business." "Then change a group of people," Simon said with a smile. "Choose from the top universities in Europe, pay salaries according to North American standards, and with shares in the Vase Fund, I think we can definitely pick out the best." "What on earth are you doing this for?" "Actually, it's also an investment. I won't do business at a loss. However, by the way, we can cultivate a large number of top vases with billions of dollars in assets." "Well, I feel you are so evil." Simon smiled and saw that the nominations for Best Director had begun to be introduced on TV. He lowered his head and kissed the woman on the side of her face and said, "Do you want to take a shower?" Sophia knew what Simon meant and shook her head. "There's no rush. All the work has been done. Angela is watching over at the Hilton Hotel. We just need to show our faces there briefly before the party ends." Simon didn't really want to attend the party, so he nodded. Sophia quickly remembered something else. "You asked me to find a detective team in Europe, and I have found several investigative consulting companies, which can dig out some people. But what should we do next? Each team will be controlled within 10 people and set up a separate detective agency. The salaries of these people will be paid by the overseas account of Westeros Company. On the surface, it will still be operated as a traditional detective agency. They can accept investigation work on their own on weekdays. Once we receive an order, our work will be the top priority. What do you plan to ask them to do? For example, investigate whether you have found other men behind my back. Feeling guilty." Sophia rolled her eyes at the man, but couldn't help asking, if I did that, what would you do?" "Nothing." "Huh? As long as you don't conspire with some man to murder me, it's okay. I'll just treat it as a vase." "What, do you want me to tie you and that man into a sack and throw you into the high seas?" "Yeah. At least he doesn't completely ignore himself." Simon ran his fingers over the woman's arm and said, "I only care about those who care about me. Of course, I don't care about those who don't care about me." Sophia turned her cheek and rubbed the back of the man's hand, whispering, "Simon, I care about you a lot." "Oh, prove it to me." See, your lie has been exposed, right? Westeros, you're a bastard. From the tone, it seems that you really care a little bit. Bastard. Go on, grit your teeth more. Don't really bite. She bit the man's arm lightly and pretended to start a Cold War. On the TV screen, the 61st Academy Awards ceremony officially ended. Still couldn't help but take the initiative to speak. "In fact, you want to build a private intelligence network, and there happen to be many opportunities in the past 2 years. Huh?" Simon asked a question. When discussing the security of online payment tools with housekeeper Alice Ferguson a few days ago, Simon came up with the idea of organizing some private investigation teams to deal with security issues such as possible attacks and thefts on online payment tools. The plan has been implemented recently. In North America, Janet personally took over this job that was very interesting to women. In Europe, although Ygritte had not yet expanded there, Simon had asked Sophia to start looking for a team in advance. As long as the timing was right, the team would expand to several other states. On the big bed, Sophia continued, after the continuous turmoil in Eastern Europe in recent years, the intelligence agencies of many countries will be disbanded. The two major camps have been fighting for nearly half a century, and those people are definitely the top intelligence experts. For example, the Stasi in East Germany was disbanded in March last year, and tens of thousands of people lost their jobs directly. Although these people are spies, They are just ordinary people in the final analysis and need to support their families. If they can get a generous reward, I think they should be happy to accept the job we offer. The Stasi is actually the Ministry of State Security of East Germany. Later people only know more about the KGB, Mossad, MI6 or CIA. In fact, the Stasi is not worse than these intelligence agencies. It's just because the former ones have continued to exist, and the Stasi was directly disbanded after the merger of East and West Germany. Simon thought for a moment and said, these people should not be easy to find. Even if their organization is disbanded, their identities should not be exposed at will. As long as you are willing to spend money, you can definitely find them. What's more, we don't want to copy the entire intelligence agency, we just want to dig some people out of it. In that case, you try to contact some people. It's best to find people with families, so that there will be some ties. I don't have the intention to build a criminal network. I just want to protect myself, so I don't need a bunch of villains who may backfire. I understand. Also, try not to reveal Westeros' identity as an employer for the time being. Even if they can guess it, they should not point it out, let alone leave any direct evidence that may point to us. I'll pay attention. In this way, I will let James set up an overseas account again recently, and the money should be spent. As long as these people are really capable, they can get good enough treatment, including helping their families immigrate. Yet, Simon continued to add, after finding these people, we should still keep the group mode within 10 people. Also, don't set up all of them as detective agencies. If there are too many, it will always be too conspicuous. You can set up other types of shell companies, such as trading companies, design companies, and even publishing companies. I will give some opportunities in the future to hide some groups directly under the Westeros system in the form of affiliated departments. Sophia nodded again, thought for a while and asked, do you want to give it a name? Simon smiled and said, in fact, it is better to have no name. Once the names of Stasi, Mossad, and KGB are mentioned, people will know what they do. If there is no name, even if people notice it, they probably won't know where to start. Sophia did not give up and said, there must be a code name, right? Simon remembered the movie called The Man with No Name in his memory and said a word, nobody. Huh? Simon smiled and said, nobody, that's the code name. Too boring. This is the effect we want. Okay. The two continued to chat casually about the ideas of the Nobody organization, how to select talents, how to build a network, how to test the recruits, etc., and even began to consider the training and selection of reserve personnel. They were like two behind-the-scenes masterminds who were plotting to subvert the world. In fact, they were just doing it out of interest. Therefore, even Simon himself did not expect that many years later, a completely private intelligence organization with a vague name would develop into such a terrifying strength and scale. Chapter 409 Pixar's Work Progress. Dances with Wolves won 7 awards, including Best Picture and Best Director. Ghost won Best Supporting Actress and Best Original Screenplay. 10 Days won Best Actress, and Pixar's 3D animation Little Lion won the Oscar for Best Animated Short Film. These are the cumulative wins of Deaneries Entertainment's films at the 61st Academy Awards. If other honorary awards are not counted, Deaneries Entertainment's total of 11 awards just account for half of the 22 film awards, just like the Golden Globe Awards in January, making it the biggest winner of this year's Oscars. Simon has not been very interested in attending any party recently. However, as a boss, he needs to show up at the celebration party. It was almost 10 o'clock when he arrived at the Gucci theme party at the Beverly Hilton Hotel with Sophia. After shuttling through the party crowd to congratulate the winners of the night, Simon soon came to a middle-aged man who was chatting with John Lasseter and Ed Catmull. The middle-aged man is Roger Allers, an animation film director and screenwriter recruited by Pixar Animation Studios from Disney. He has previously participated in Disney's Olivia's Adventure and other films. He is also the director of the 3D animated short film Little Lion that won the award tonight. In the original time and space, Roger Allers happened to be the director of Disney's 2D version of The Lion King. From the end of 1988 to now, for more than 2 years, Pixar has been developing animation technology related to The Lion King while producing Toy Story. Little Lion, which won the Little Golden Man tonight, is the concentrated embodiment of Pixar's technological development achievements in the past 2 years. In just 5 minutes, the film, through the short adventure of a little lion living on the savannah, fully demonstrates the magnificent African savanna scenes and animal hair rendering technologies in the 3D animation mode. Now, it has successfully won the Oscar for Best Short Film, which is enough to prove that Pixar's technology has reached the level of being able to produce a 3D version of The Lion King, and the film will be officially launched soon. After Simon congratulated Roger Eilers on his award, he said, "I will take some time to watch the storyboard of The Lion King in the next few days. Roger, this is my gift to Jenny. If you mess it up, my wife will be very angry." Although it was only an Oscar for Best Animated Short Film, Roger Eilers was still very excited tonight. He immediately nodded confidently and said, "Simon, I assure you that this will definitely be a very exciting story." Simon smiled and turned to John Lasseter and said, "John, how long will it take to complete Toy Story? You have already overspent a lot." In the original plan, Simon hoped to complete Toy Story with $30 million. However, perhaps due to the natural perfectionism of any artist, Toy Story is estimated to take several months to complete, but the team led by John Lasseter has already spent $33 million. Although Simon had a smile on his face, John Lasseter was still quite nervous. Pixar Animation is definitely the most free department under Deaneries Entertainment. From 1988 when Simon bought it to now, more than 2 years have passed. While other departments of the company have been thriving, Pixar Animation has been spending money but not producing anything. Therefore, everyone knows that Toy Story is the last stand of the Pixar team. Once it fails, even if there is another chance to turn things around with The Lion King, the Pixar team will definitely not have an easy time in the next 2 years. After careful consideration, John Lasseter said, 2 months, Simon, give us another 2 months. Toy Story is scheduled for November at the end of this year, which is actually plenty of time. However, if the project is extended for 1 more month, it will definitely be an additional large expense, so naturally the sooner it is completed, the better. Simon pays attention to Pixar's progress every month. He is very satisfied with the effect of the completed Toy Story sample, so he is not in a hurry. The first 3D animated film will inevitably encounter various problems. Considering the profit prospects of the project, Simon can barely tolerate the overspending behavior of the Pixar team. However, Simon will not show this indulgence, but still knocks it on the mouth. After chatting with John Lasseter and others for a while, Simon looked at Jennifer beside him, confirmed that everyone he should greet had been greeted, and was about to leave. Just as he arrived at the door of the party hall with his female assistant, Ella Deutschman came over, accompanied by several Asian men and women. Coming to Simon, Ella Deutschman explained, "Simon, Zhang and others want to say hello to you." Among the many nominations for Deaneries Entertainment tonight, there is also Judeau, which was nominated for the Best Foreign Language Film. This is also the first time that The Other Side of the Ocean has been nominated for the Best Foreign Language Film Oscar. Simon originally indicated to Deutschman to increase the attention and introduction of Asian films, but did not show too much extra attention to Judeau. Therefore, the film did not win the Little Golden Man. Looking at the big names in front of him who he could only look up to in his previous life, Simon smiled and stepped forward to shake hands with several people one by one. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. And, Ms. Guang, your performance in Judeau is very wonderful." When greeting, Simon directly used Chinese. The people in front of him were surprised to hear Simon's fluent Mandarin. Even Ella Deutschman looked a little strange. After all, they were from 2 different worlds. After a few simple polite words, Simon said that they would work together again next time. Then, Simon left the Beverly Hilton Hotel with his female assistant. They still had to go back to Cape Dumay Manor tonight. Janet had just gotten pregnant. Even if the woman didn't mind, Simon was very concerned about her emotions in these small details. Therefore, he had never stayed out overnight during this period. Taking the female assistant away was just to send her home. As the car shuttled through downtown Los Angeles late at night, Jennifer keenly felt some subtle changes in Simon's emotions after he greeted the Orientals just now. This was a kind of, probably lonely emotion, but she didn't say anything, just hugged the man's arm and leaned over gently. In fact, there have always been many secrets about her man. But if he didn't say it, she wouldn't deliberately pursue it. After sending the female assistant back to her Uncle George Norman's house, Simon didn't stop and continued to return to Malibu. The next day was a report on this year's Oscars as usual. Deaneries Entertainment won half of the Oscars, which naturally became the focus of media discussion. Fortunately, Although there are some politically correct factors involved, Dances with Wolves, which won 7 awards, did not cause much controversy. Instead, many media still noticed the fact that some other excellent films produced by Deaneries Entertainment were not nominated. In addition, some people also noticed Simon's absence at this year's Oscars. It's not just the absence of the Oscars, but Simon did not receive any personal nominations at this year's Oscars. For a time, some media began to speculate whether Simon was planning to retire. After all, with Simon's current wealth, there is really no need for him to shoot movies in person. In response to media inquiries, Deaneries Entertainment denied the media's speculation, but also said that Simon might not be able to take up the director's baton in person for a long time in the future. Due to the Oscars and the Easter schedule, the box office of Dances with Wolves rebounded again. During the week of the Oscars from March 22 to March 28, the decline was reversed by 59%, and another $6.54 million was collected. The cumulative box office of the film also reached $139 million. On March 29, the second week of the Easter schedule began. 2 other films related to Deaneries Entertainment, Children of the Corn 3 and One Wild Night, produced by Universal Pictures, were released. New World Pictures invested $10 million in Children of the Corn 3 and also used a lot of the latest CG special effects, trying to make this horror film series hit the height of Nightmare on Elm Street. However, after 3 days of opening, the North American box office of Children of the Corn 3 was only $6.73 million. The first week box office is expected to be between $9 million and $10 million, and the total North American box office is expected to be about $30 million US. It is certain that it will make money, but there is still some gap from the Nightmare on Elm Street series. Of course, compared with the $15 million box office of the first 2 films, the expected doubling of the box office of Children of the Corn 3 is still very obvious, so the 4th film in the series will still maintain a production budget of tens of millions of dollars. One Crazy Night, produced by John Hughes, only grossed $4.02 million in the first 3 days of its release, and the film's reputation is far inferior to the still-released Home Alone. The production budget of this romantic comedy film is $11 million, and the total North American box office is expected to be less than $15 million. It is unlikely to recover the cost by relying solely on North American theater distribution. After the box office of One Crazy Night was released, other studios that had been crazy about John Hughes because of the success of Home Alone calmed down a little, and involuntarily transferred more factors of the success of Home Alone to Simon. After Easter on March 31, Time entered April 1991. The 3-month free trial plan of AOL was over. In the past March, the number of AOL reservation users still reached 1.5 million, and a total of 1.09 million free trial users were connected again. Of the 970,000 trial users in February, 560,000 eventually became formal users, and the formal user conversion rate increased again compared to January, reaching 57%. Based on the data from the first 2 months, AOL predicts that among the 1.09 million free trial users in March, the number of formal users will reach more than 600,000. In this way, AOL will gain more than 1.5 million new users in just the first quarter. Including the accumulated users before 1991, it is estimated that the number of formal paying users of AOL will reach more than 2.3 million by the end of April. Under such a strong growth momentum, because a large number of users who had reserved free trials in the previous few months had not successfully accessed, AOL officials soon announced that the free trial activity would continue until all the remaining 2.5 million reserved users had obtained the free trial opportunity. The remaining 2.5 million reserved users, even at a conversion rate of 50%, can bring about 1.25 million formal paying users to AOL again. Therefore, after the free trial activity is completely over, the number of AOL users will be able to reach more than 3.5 million. Based on the average monthly consumption of $30 per user, it is estimated that starting from the second half of 1991, AOL's monthly revenue will reach more than $100 million. Both the solid revenue data and the high growth rate that can be seen with the naked eye are constantly stimulating AOL's IPO valuation. Morgan Stanley, which has officially signed the contract to underwrite AOL's IPO, has finally confirmed AOL's IPO valuation at $2.5 billion after several consecutive adjustments. The $2.5 billion valuation is expected to raise $375 million in funds based on AOL's planned 15% new share issuance ratio. Taking into account the rapid growth of AOL's own revenue, after completing the IPO, the company will completely get rid of the financial troubles that have been entangled before. On the other hand, with the efforts of AOL and other regional internet service providers in North America, it is expected that the number of users of the World Wide Web platform in North America will exceed 5 million in the first half of 1991 alone, and it will be very easy to hit the scale of 10 million users throughout the year. This growth rate far exceeds Simon's initial expectations. No wonder Jeff Bezos quickly switched from the financial industry to invest in the internet industry after seeing the 2,300% annual growth rate. As the most important content platform of the World Wide Web system, Ygritte Portal has gradually attracted more and more attention with the explosive growth of the scale of World Wide Web users. You know, in this era, the average sales of the largest circulation newspaper in North America was only more than 2 million copies. During this period, Ygritte Portal, which quickly became famous for its reports on the Gulf War, has a total of more than 3 million users in North America. Although the user base of Ygritte Portal is too scattered, no one dares to ignore this rapidly growing new media platform at this time. Therefore, in the new quarterly advertising sales activities of Ygritte Portal in late March, Ygritte has accumulated more than $12 million in advertising orders from a number of technology giants such as IBM, Intel, and Microsoft. Although it is difficult for traditional daily necessities advertising to achieve much effect on the internet platform, it is obvious that as an emerging new technology media platform, Ygritte Portal is very suitable for technology giants such as IBM to promote their own products. Jeff Bezos grasped this point accurately and specially customized a series of advertising plans for various technology companies. The $12 million advertising order may be insignificant compared to traditional media giants, but it is a leap forward for Ygritte Portal. Before this, Ygritte's main source of income was only the sales of IE browser software. Therefore, after this quarterly advertising sales event at the end of March, advertising business income officially became a revenue focus of Ygritte Portal. At the same time, the industry generally realized again the strong monopoly advantage of Ygritte Portal over the World Wide Web content platform. You know, a portal website that only provides news information may not be too difficult technically, but it is not so easy to integrate email, personal homepage, online forum, online games and other functions in addition to news information. More importantly, Ygritte also has a very strong patent barrier. This is the fundamental obstacle for other technology companies to replicate the portal business. On the World Wide Web platform, even the web page images that seem very simple to many people are actually professional format images specially developed and registered for technical patents by Ygritte. Not to mention technologies such as JavaScript scripting languages that involve underlying applications. Although Deaneries Entertainment maintains a very open licensing attitude, more and more other websites that join the World Wide Web platform can easily obtain authorization as long as they apply, and it is free authorization. However, it is not difficult to imagine that if someone plans to make a commercial website similar to the Ygritte Portal and can successfully obtain technical authorization from Ygritte, that would be a miracle. Simon hopes that internet content websites can flourish, so he does not intend to restrict the emergence of other content platforms. Doing so will not be of any benefit to the expansion of the World Wide Web platform itself. However, if only patent authorization for content is open, and there is no access to patent authorization for related technologies such as email, online games, and future online payments, it is destined to be difficult to build similar websites and compete with the Ygritte Portal. Chapter 410 Funding Issues. Entering April, Simon began to turn more of his attention to the film business under Deaneries Entertainment. The most important DC movie universe project, Batman: The Dark Knight, completed the final cut at the end of March and successfully obtained the PG-13 rating, and the release date is June 7th. In the first week of April, the film began a large-scale sprint promotion for the last 2 months before its release. In the past January, The Flash, which is solely owned by Warner Brothers and still produced by Simon, quietly started shooting in Melbourne, Australia. The shooting cycle is expected to be 3 to 4 months, and the release date is December 20th, the Christmas season. Deaneries Entertainment's Wonder Woman scheduled for next summer will probably start shooting in June. In addition to the DC movie universe plan, because Simon postponed the production plan of Superman, The original project director Martin Campbell was borrowed by MGM to shoot GoldenEye of 007 inches. At the insistence of the Broccoli family, who jointly hold a copyright of 007 with United Artists, the male lead of GoldenEye of 007 inches is still Timothy Dalton. However, Martin Campbell was the original director of Brosnan's version of GoldenEye. Of course, Famke Janssen, who has been confirmed to play Wonder Woman, will not play the Russian female agent who kills people with her long legs this time. I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but Shirley Lansing put a certain old man killer on the final candidate list for the Russian female agent, and asked Simon for his opinion. Simon didn't think that Catherine Zeta-Jones, who tends to be a sweet girl, could play the crazy and bloodthirsty temperament of Famke Janssen in the original GoldenEye. Considering that MGM will soon become the business of the Johnston family, he did not accept Lansing's suggestions that may have some good intentions. Regarding the role of the film project in hand, Simon's attitude has always been that if the role is suitable, he is very happy to give a few favors, but if it is not suitable, he will never joke about the investment of tens of millions of dollars. In fact, many Hollywood projects have failed because of improper casting, which is full of factors such as personal relationships. This proportion accounts for a very high proportion of Hollywood's failed films. The Hollywood film industry system has a very powerful side, and in many cases, it can appear very unprofessional. It is only because of the strong gambling nature of film investment that winning or losing seems to have a lot of luck, which covers up many unprofessional factors. In the final analysis, Hollywood filmmakers are used to spending other people's money and only earning labor fees. Spending other people's money and losing it will never be too painful. Deanery's Entertainment, however, is Simon spending his own money. Because of self-financing, each project means a huge investment of at least several million and at most tens of millions of dollars, so of course it needs to be cautious again and again. Not only Batman, The Dark Knight, but also other films that Deanery's Entertainment will release in the summer season, such as Terminator 2, The Fugitive and A Few Good Men, which are co-produced with foreign companies, Backfire, Jungle Fever, Problem Boy 2 and We Are the Family, which are taken over from Universal Pictures, all started the final stage of publicity work for the summer season after entering April. After the Oscars, it was confirmed that Pixar had accumulated enough technology, and the 3D version of The Lion King officially started production. At the same time, another top project in 1992, Jurassic Park, also successfully completed the script under Simon's personal intervention. In April, the project officially started the early casting work, and it is expected to start shooting at the end of the year, and the release date is set to be the end of next year. In summary, Deanery's Entertainment has already released 4 key projects in 1992, namely Wonder Woman and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 in the summer season, and Home Alone 2 and Jurassic Park at the end of the year. Simon's previous extension of the development cycle of the DC movie universe plan is not without benefits. If the rhythm of 2 films per year is maintained, projects such as Jurassic Park are likely to compete directly with DC movie universe blockbusters, which often results in a lose-lose situation. As for another project that Simon promised Spielberg, Schindler's List, because there is more time this time, Spielberg is no longer in a hurry to shoot back-to-back with Jurassic Park. The film is expected to start shooting in the second half of next year and will be released in 1993. In addition, other external cooperation projects of Deanery's Entertainment are also on Simon's recent priority work schedule. Of the original 10 film plans, 4 have been released so far, and 3 more will be released this summer, namely Terminator 2, The Fugitive and A Few Good Men. The remaining 3 films, one belongs to MGM, and the other 2 belong to Warner Brothers. Last year, in order to make Paramount give up obstructing Deanery's Entertainment's acquisition of MCA, Simon promised the other party 3 more cooperative films. If we count the director contracts Simon still owes Disney, Deanery's Entertainment has a total of 7 external cooperation projects. Finally, after sorting out the copyrights of scripts and novels that Deanery's Entertainment has continuously purchased in the past year, in addition to several major IP such as Mission Impossible and Jurassic Park, Deanery's Entertainment also obtained 2 other copyrights that were published in 1990. Both are comics, namely the science fiction comic Men in Black written by a cartoonist named Lowell Cunningham, and a children's comic Shrek the Monsters. Taking all the statistics into account, Deanery's Entertainment's current copyright library includes the entire Marvel superhero system, DC's Big 3 of Superman, Batman and Wonder Woman, the entire Tolkien's Middle-earth series, The two major spy series of Mission Impossible and The Bourne Supremacy, the Charlie's Angels series whose copyright was purchased from Columbia Pictures, the Fast and Furious series originally obtained from the king of B-level movies Roger Corman, the Forrest Gump that was quietly collected, the enduring Jurassic Park series and the original Time and Space, Men in Black, Shrek the Monsters, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles series that has been put into development, the Mummy series of old movies from the 1930s that have great adaptation value in the Universal Copyright Library, and so on. All of these stockpiled copyrights that are bestsellers in the original Time and Space are enough for Deaneries Entertainment to develop for more than 30 years. In terms of animated films, Deaneries Entertainment also acquired Pixar, which developed hit 3D animated films such as Toy Story, Finding Nemo and Monsters, Incorporated. In the original Time and Space, it can be said that even if Simon completely starts to be a hands-off boss now, even if only half of all these copyrights are as successful as Simon remembers, Deaneries Entertainment's film business is enough to maintain a strong position in Hollywood for a long time. What's more, Simon certainly won't let go. Deaneries Entertainment has carefully built a team for several years, which is enough to support the development of these precious copyrights. After a month of continuous tossing around in various film studios, production meetings, post-production meetings, actor auditions, publicity and distribution meetings, and other film affairs, time quickly came to May. This year's Cannes Film Festival will open on May 9th. Deaneries Entertainment still has two films shortlisted for the main competition unit, namely the Coen brothers' new film Barton Fink invested by Gay Omen Films and Spike Lee's new film Jungle Fever taken over from Universal Pictures and will be released this summer. Ella Deutschman led the team to Cannes a week in advance. Simon wanted to take this opportunity to go to Europe with Janet to rest. However, Janet was less than 3 months pregnant, and the doctor's advice was that it was best not to fly. The woman planned not to fly during the entire pregnancy, which was actually one of the reasons why she let go of Cersei Capital Management. Although she no longer managed Cersei Capital, Janet was not idle all day, but just tried to think as little as possible. The little brain that used to only use 70% of its brain now has been reduced to 30%. Cape du May Manor. The time was Sunday, May 5th. James Raybould was followed by his daughter from Los Angeles International Airport. Simon and his wife had already greeted him outside the Baker Villa. Although it was a day off, there were some very important things to discuss today. In short, it was the assets, cash and liabilities of the entire Westeros system. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone came to a small meeting room in the villa. Seeing the four girls ABCD in the villa running to serve tea and water like his own daughter, James Raybould felt a little tired again. It was a waste of time. However, just thinking about it, James quickly turned his attention to business. Since the stock market crash in 1987, Simon's personal assets have grown rapidly in a few years. At the same time, the entire Westeros system is definitely spending money like water. Especially in the two consecutive acquisitions of MCA and Bell Atlantic in the past year, although the final loan ratio was not as high as expected, the debt scale of the entire Westeros system has reached the level of tens of billions of dollars. In this era when the market value of giant companies such as General Motors, IBM, and General Electric is generally more than $500 billion or $600 billion US dollars, debts of tens of billions of dollars are a very heavy burden for most companies, not to mention that this money is basically Simon's personal debt. In recent years, the expansion of the Westeros system, in addition to Simon's gains in several major financial markets, mainly relies on the lucrative Deaneries Entertainment for blood transfusions. The Gulf War that just ended is the last major market that Cersei Capital's fund hedging business can use in the next many years. Therefore, it is unlikely to obtain funds of tens of billions of dollars from the financial market again. On the Deaneries Entertainment side, although the company's net profit in 1990 reached an astonishing scale of $1.12 billion US dollars, this year, due to the acquisition of MCA, Deaneries Entertainment's debt amount increased by $7 billion US dollars at one time. Counting the previous accumulation, Deaneries Entertainment's own debt of more than $8 billion US dollars, the principal and interest that need to be repaid each year will reach more than $1 billion US dollars. In 1990, Deaneries Entertainment's revenue figure finally reached $3.96 billion US dollars, and MCA's revenue scale was $3.37 billion US dollars. With the merger of the two companies, the new Deaneries Entertainment will have a revenue volume of more than $7 billion US dollars. However, As the scale of Deanery's Entertainment has doubled at one time, the company's profit margin will no longer be as high as when it was lightly equipped before. What's more, there are still huge debts to be repaid in recent years. Therefore, it is not feasible to obtain funds from Deanery's Entertainment to transfuse blood to other companies in the Westeros system. In addition, Bell Atlantic is also a cash flow source with annual revenue of billions of dollars that can provide funds for the Westeros system. However, Simon did not intend to draw blood from Bell Atlantic. Instead, he planned to provide additional funds to promote Bell Atlantic's investment in mobile communications and the internet in the next few years. Therefore, this company cannot be relied on. Cersei Capital, Deanery's Entertainment, and Bell Atlantic cannot provide too much funds to the entire system. Many companies in the Westeros system, however, maintain a continuous thirst for funds. Only Ygritte will need to invest about $500 million this year. AOL, Nokia, Cisco and other companies are also big spenders. Moreover, even if Westeros does not invest in other new technology companies, Simon needs to continue to inject funds to maintain the proportion of shares in the new technology companies that have been invested. Next, Deanery's Entertainment also plans to launch the Osaka Universal Studios project with a total budget of about $2 billion. Even if Panasonic shares half of the investment, Deanery's Entertainment itself needs to come up with another $1 billion. The last point is that Simon and his wife's daily expenses are actually very large. Of course, to be precise, the Westeros system does not face the problem of difficulty in raising funds. Because the entire Westeros system has been in a thriving state of rapid development in recent years, major banks in North America and overseas are very happy to provide Simon with loans. The focus of this discussion is still the routine sorting and replanning of the capital flow of the Westeros system. Simon's family background is very rich, and it is very easy to get investment from the bank. However, if you spend money too casually and lack careful calculation, you will accumulate a large amount of completely unnecessary expenses unknowingly. If you continue to accumulate little by little, you may burst into tangled debt problems one day, and even form a domino effect. Simon's personal financial problems have always been handled by Janet herself. A woman's little brain turns 7 points, which is probably equivalent to 20 or 30 points of an ordinary person. Simon has always been very relieved, and the woman has indeed done this in an orderly manner. In addition to personal finance, James has also been conscientious in managing Westeros company in recent years, and Simon has always attached great importance to the financial supervision of the entire Westeros system. Therefore, the possibility of a financial crisis in the Westeros system is not great. However, Simon certainly knew the principle of preventing problems before they happen, so he attached great importance to today's meeting. Several Japanese banks are very happy to provide us with funds for the construction of Universal Studios in Osaka. In the next few years, the yen, which has appreciated for many years, may enter a depreciation cycle. I think it is very cost-effective to obtain a loan from the Bank of Japan. On the Ygritte side, Cersei Fund Management's profits this year are probably enough to maintain the company's expenses, so there is no need to raise additional funds. Nokia has successfully developed a new generation of digital mobile phones, and Europe's GSM network has also begun to enter the practical application stage. The funds needed for the company's next development, the funds needed for Melisandre to buy Van Cleef & Arpels, the expenses required for Bell Atlantic's layout in mobile communications and other fields, and the next stage of investment required to maintain our holdings in non-listed companies such as Qualcomm, plus your own expenses, we will probably need to obtain another $1 billion to $1.5 billion in loans this year. These are expenses. The 3-year commitment not to sell the tech stocks I bought has expired. Except for Microsoft, Intel and other companies that I plan to hold for a long time, I have recently reduced my holdings to less than 5% of other companies, and have gradually withdrawn from the boards of these companies. If there is an emergency, I can cash out $500 million to $1 billion in cash at any time. This money will be enough to deal with the maturing debts we need to repay in addition to Deanery's Entertainment in the next 2 to 3 years. The small meeting of 4 people lasted for a day. James Raybould finally summarized it this way, looked up at Simon and Janet, and asked, "One last thing, the construction plan of Westeros building in Manhattan, are you two really going to start it soon?" Chapter 411 Plan started. In order to build a Westeros building in Manhattan in imitation of the Avengers building in his memory, Simon bought a whole block of properties and land between 59th Street and 60th Street east of Madison Avenue in Manhattan a few years ago, a total of 6 buildings. It was impossible to clear out the residents of the 6 buildings at once in a short period of time, and it was not the right time to build a building at that time. Simon treated those buildings as commercial properties and signed 2 to 3 year leases with most of the residents. The leases will expire in the next 1 or 2 years. With Simon's current wealth, it is enough to support the construction of the Westeros building. Therefore, hearing James's question, Simon nodded and explained, the design work of the building has been going on for the past 2 years. Now we are starting preparations and breaking ground at the end of next year. It's just that the main building will take about 5 years. Including the later decoration, it is estimated that it will be close to the new millennium when we officially move in. With such a long period, even if we need to invest more than $1 billion, we can easily raise funds. Perhaps every boy has the dream of building a building in his heart. Rockefeller Center, Empire State Building, Twin Towers, etc., all have similar motives behind the scenes. James couldn't help thinking, knowing that Simon had made up his mind, he still advised, Simon, this is not just a matter of money. Have you ever thought about it? A 2,000-foot-high building, a 100-story building, millions of square feet of interior space, these have to be filled by someone. Of course I have thought about it, Jim. I also know that many buildings often determine some tenants before construction begins. However, from now on, it will take at least 7 or 8 years for Westeros building to be completed and put into use. So, I don't think there is a need to rush this matter, and we can find tenants while building. Moreover, at the very least, our own company can use this building. After this meeting, the construction plan of Westeros building began to be officially put on the agenda, and Janet was personally responsible for it. In order to achieve the most perfect architectural effect in any detail of this building, Simon simply did not set a budget cap, and now he has enough confidence to pay more than $1 billion in expenses. While Simon was busy with various affairs within the Westeros system, some other major events were happening in May of 1991. The 2 major ruling parties in the United States began to lay out the 1992 U.S. presidential election. On the Republican side, relying on the momentum gained from the Gulf War, George Bush will almost certainly become the Republican candidate for the next presidential election. On the Democratic side, although the Democratic Party won the 1990 midterm election, it is facing the embarrassing situation of no general issue. Until now, there has not been any presidential candidate who can compete with George Bush. As we all know, American politicians usually only have one chance in their lifetime to participate in the presidential election, not counting re-election. Once they fail, it will be even more difficult to get the party nomination. Therefore, some bigwigs in the Democratic Party who have enough prestige and strength and are interested in the presidential throne have chosen to avoid it because they are afraid of the momentum that George Bush has gained from the victory of the Gulf War. Even if the general trend is on the side of the Republican Party, someone will always come forward to compete with George Bush. So, in May, a young politician named Bill Clinton, the governor of Arkansas, and Marlo Cuomo, the governor of New York, who was too old to wait and see, announced that they would participate in the 1992 U.S. presidential election. However, what Simon was most concerned about was Ross Perot, a business tycoon who was ranked at the top of the U.S. 400 richest list and had a net worth of more than $2 billion, who publicly expressed his intention to run for election. Ross Perot was very dissatisfied with the 2 major ruling parties in the United States, so he said that he would form his own party to participate in the 1992 presidential election. Simon remembered very clearly that in the original time and space, although George Bush's domestic reputation plummeted due to domestic affairs, he still had an advantage over Bill Clinton. However, it was precisely because Ross Perot, a candidate who also leaned towards the conservative camp, took away a large number of votes from George Bush with a record 19% support rate from the third camp that led to George Bush's failure to be re-elected. There are some more stories. Bill Clinton, who originally had little hope of becoming the president, unexpectedly entered the White House. Because of the suspicion of illegal access to power, he was always surrounded by various scandals during his 8 years in office, and even became one of the few presidents in American history to be impeached by Congress. This is very similar to the situation of a guy who was a complete layman businessman in Simon's memory and unexpectedly entered the White House. Coincidentally, The other person who lost the election happened to be Clinton's wife Hillary Clinton. Speaking of which, this is probably a kind of political ecology in the United States. Those old political families with deep backgrounds or senior politicians who are popular have no similar trouble when they reach the top, such as George Bush at this time. Although Simon's political layout focuses on Congress, he will not spend too much energy in the White House. However, this time, Simon still instructed James Raybould to establish contact with the Clintons privately. Greenwich, Connecticut. Simon is preparing a birthday party in the manor here. Tomorrow is the 8th birthday of Sophia's daughter Gemma Fessy. The apartment Sophia bought in Greenwich is not very big, so Janet took the initiative to lend her own manor to little Gemma for her birthday party. Not only that, the documentary about Antarctica, which Janet promised little Gemma as her birthday gift, will be played in the manor tomorrow night. The documentary started production last year and was finally named Ice and Snow World with a budget of $3 million. The content of the documentary is not mainly about penguins, but mainly shows the various scenery of Antarctica. At the same time, after the premiere as Little Gemma's birthday gift tomorrow night, the documentary will be released in North American theaters next Friday. As long as it can get a good response, with the experience accumulated from the first documentary, Simon's Memory of the Emperor Penguin March project will be started again. May happens to be the New Year's American drama promotion season. Since Deaneries Entertainment wants to strengthen its layout in the field of television, Simon has also rushed to New York in recent days to personally participate in the selection and preparation of some projects. Janet couldn't come because of her pregnancy. Although it was a weekend, Simon did not return to the West Coast, but stayed here and planned to attend little Gemma's birthday party before leaving. In the evening, Sophia checked the arrangement of the birthday party for tomorrow with the girls led by the housekeeper Alice, and came to the study on the second floor. Simon was sitting behind the desk and carefully looking through some documents. She was going to sit down opposite Simon, but when the man looked up and saw her, he gestured to come over. Sophia hesitated for a moment, then turned to Simon across the desk, and was then embraced by the man. She was a little worried about what Simon would do, and she was relieved when she confirmed that he was just hugging her. She couldn't help but blush. This posture was more like an adult hugging a child, or a boy hugging his girlfriend. However, she was so much older than him. She had to hypnotize herself as much as possible to turn her attention to the document in the man's hand. "What is this?" Simon leaned his head to the woman's smooth face and explained, "A data interface development plan." Sophia nodded, but because her mind was wandering, she didn't have much interest. Simon stopped talking after explaining, hugged the woman and continued to focus on flipping through the documents in his hand. "Since the last time I had the idea of building a whole hardware system ecosystem around the USB interface, things have made quite some progress. In fact, Apple has been developing a similar data interface since 1986, which was the FireWire interface that was used in many Apple computers in the 1990s but ultimately failed to become popular. In Simon's memory, this data interface, which actually appeared earlier than USB and had higher data transmission efficiency, failed to become popular because of Apple's rapid decline in the 1990s, and because of the high cost of the interface and Apple's conservative and expensive licensing strategy as the patent holder of the interface. In simple terms, the difference between the FireWire interface and the USB interface is roughly equivalent to the difference between the CCD and CMOS sensors, the core components of digital cameras. Because of its cost, energy consumption and other advantages, CMOS is destined to be the application trend of consumer-grade digital cameras in the future, and the same is true for USB compared to FireWire. However, FireWire now has the advantage in terms of time. If Simon had control over Apple, he would temporarily promote the FireWire interface as a transition, and then promote another standard after the cheaper and more convenient USB interface solution is completed. Unfortunately, Simon could not interfere with Apple's operations. At the same time, he did not want to waste too much time at Apple. Coincidentally, Igrit's team also successfully found a solution similar to the USB interface. Simon did not have much memory of this, but he was almost certain that this was the USB interface solution in his memory. The solution came from an Indian hardware engineer named Ajay Bhatt under Intel. 2 years ago, this engineer submitted his own plan to Intel's senior management, wanting to develop a data transmission interface that is more widely used and more convenient than the existing serial and parallel interfaces, and can also be plug and play. However, after 3 consecutive revisions and submissions in 2 years, AJ Bat's plan has not been approved. Previously, this engineer has been working in Intel's processor chip team. Information within Silicon Valley is very open. The popularity of the World Wide Web has further accelerated the exchange of information within Silicon Valley. After Simon put forward his idea, Ygritte spread the word of looking for similar solutions or talents, and AJ Bat quickly took the initiative to contact us. Ygritte, which has quickly become a new star in Silicon Valley, has been closely watched for its every move in the past year or so, just like AOL and Cisco, star technology companies in the Westeros system. Therefore, this incident did not surprise Intel's top management. AJ Bat's data interface solution, which had been ignored for 2 consecutive years, immediately attracted a lot of attention. Building a hardware ecosystem around personal computers was not Ygritte's business focus. Westeros is still the largest shareholder with a 15% stake in Intel. Since Intel has taken it seriously, Simon did not insist on poaching, and later took the initiative to bring Microsoft in. The promotion of USB interfaces requires the joint efforts of hardware, operating systems, and peripheral manufacturers. Intel is responsible for hardware, Microsoft is responsible for software, and Ygritte or Westeros focuses on the development of peripheral hardware systems such as digital cameras, USB flash drives, and MP3 players. The 3 companies work together to achieve the goal of promoting USB. Therefore, recently, the Universal Serial Bus Project team jointly participated by the 3 companies was officially established. AJ Bat is the project leader, and the technical patents will be jointly held by Intel, Microsoft and Ygritte. Because of the sufficient budget and support from the technical platform level such as hardware system and operating system, the development cycle of USB is expected to be 1 to 2 years. The first phase of the peripheral hardware ecological promotion target will mainly focus on the 2 major peripheral equipment of the mouse and keyboard that are indispensable for personal computers. Westeros will also invest in the development of peripheral hardware products such as digital cameras and U-discs with USB interface versions. Simon quietly read the information about the USB project, put down the folder, and found that the woman in his arm squinted slightly, her face was ruddy, and she looked like she was almost asleep. Just after putting the woman on the desk with a sly smile, Sophia woke up and pushed the man's hand that was about to undress her. "It's getting late, and I have to go home to have dinner with the children." Simon pretended to be dissatisfied and said, "Then what should I do?" Seeing that Simon had no intention of forcing her, Sophia held the man's hand and pressed it against her chest, and said, "I'll come over after dinner." "Well, after the children fall asleep." Simon smiled and said, "How about I go over? I really want to try the feeling of a night raid." Sophia rolled her eyes charmingly and patted the back of Simon's hand. The 2 stood and moved behind the desk, maintaining some kind of charming and ambiguous posture, but neither of them did anything else. Sophia was in no hurry to escape. Her calves were still rubbing against a man's legs. She changed the subject and said, "By the way, I have found some people about the detective team. The German Stasi." Sophia nodded and said, "I have contacted about a dozen people, including some of high-ranking ones. I will compile a set of information for you soon. Or, if you want to see it for yourself, I will ask them to come to the United States." Simon thought for a moment and said, "Not for now. You can arrange some things to see their abilities first." Sophia nodded and said, "I plan to let them be responsible for the background check of your team of butlers and maids in Europe. It's a test. In addition, I have recently visited some major universities in Europe and found many amazing girls. According to your idea, maybe you can really create a large number of female multimillionaires and billionaires. It's really a fulfilling thing to think about. In this world, most people always look down on women. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 A Hearst. After just a few times of getting along, Simon and Janet both realized that Sophia's daughter, Gemma, was definitely a very lovely girl with a lot of spirit. After transferring from Switzerland to the east coast of the United States, the little girl made a lot of friends in school in just over half a year. The private school that Sophia chose for Gemma had only a dozen children in a class, and the birthday party was originally mainly for these little ones. However, Gemma, who had a wide range of friends, personally confirmed more invitations, and in the end, there were more than 30 children alone, and with the parents who accompanied them, the number of people immediately approached 100, which was why Sophia had to borrow Simon and his wife's manor to hold the birthday party. When the sky darkened, the manor in the northern suburbs of Greenwich was decorated with colorful lights, toys, puppets and balloons, turning it into a dream scene like a children's playground. Even the maid team led by Alice changed into warm-toned cartoon costumes. The party had the same theme as the documentary that was going to be broadcast tonight, Ice and Snow World, and the costumes on the scene were all related to this. On the lawn outside the main villa, a movie screen was set up to play the documentary that Janet gave to little Gemma as a birthday gift. As the children continued to arrive, the manor became more and more lively. As the most famous wealthy area on the East Coast, Greenwich is home to countless wealthy businessmen, politicians and celebrities. These people at the top of the pyramid, who often have to rush to Manhattan to work on weekdays, naturally have more sensitive information channels. Sophia is a senior executive of the Westeros system and controls Melisandre, one of the 4 women of the Westeros company. The manor where the birthday party was held not only belongs to Westeros, but a young man happened to be on the East Coast in recent days. So, for the carefree children, this party is just for fun. But for the children's parents, this is obviously a very rare opportunity to get in touch with Westeros. Patiently playing with the children with a group of mothers, Sophia inadvertently looked up and saw Simon entertaining men on the other side. She felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart again. Probably after tonight, everyone knows that she is Simon Westeros's lover. And they are real lovers, not the kind of fleeting love affair that only lasts a few nights. But, so what? Lovers are divided into different levels. In this world, how many people can be as dazzling as him? How many women can find a lover who is willing to attend a child's birthday party like the male host? Perhaps the ladies around her who are smiling and welcoming her at this time will gossip about it in private. However, from the fluctuations in some of their eyes when they occasionally look at the figure of the young man, most of these exquisite women are actually just vassals of powerful men, and they are more envious and jealous in their hearts. Only occasionally turning these thoughts, Sophia quickly turned her attention back to the children. The 2 children are the most important to her. Games, playing, blowing candles, singing birthday songs, eating delicious food, and finally it was the turn to play Ice and Snow World. Because of the theme of tonight's party, a large group of little guys were obviously looking forward to it. In order to accommodate the patience of children, the 90-minute version that will be released in theaters has been cut to only 50 minutes, and more of it is penguin footage that children love very much. When the lights in the courtyard dimmed, a group of little ones nestled in their mother's arms on the lawn turned their attention to the big screen. The men had been entertaining for more than an hour, and now they were standing or sitting on the periphery. Some men simply walked over and sat with their wives and children. When Morgan Freeman's voiceover sounded with a certain calming attribute, the surroundings became completely quiet. At a table at the edge of the crowd, seeing Sophia coming over, several men who were originally chatting with Simon walked away tactfully. Seeing Sophia sitting down next to him, Simon smiled and looked in the crowd and asked, "Why don't you accompany the children? They are watching a movie together, and they don't need to accompany them all the time," Sophia said softly. As she said this, she leaned towards Simon, not shy at all. Simon just smiled, smelled the fragrance of the woman beside him, took a sip of the juice in front of him, and turned his attention to the big screen. Sophia did not deliberately find any topics, but just sat with the man and looked at the big screen, occasionally asking a few questions like little Gemma, and Simon answered casually. However, this warm atmosphere did not last too long. There were still people in the crowd who walked over here, but they were a mother and daughter. Simon waited for them to come in, looked at the little girl who was looking at him with sparkling eyes, and smiled and greeted the woman holding the child's hand. "Ms. Hester, what's the matter?" Little Gemma was naturally just a child when inviting guests, but Sophia prepared a list of guests for tonight for Simon in advance. Simon's current wealth and status, of course, does not need to deliberately take the initiative to make friends and socialize with anyone. However, after all, it is Greenwich, there are still many people worth getting to know. When Simon saw the guest list, he noticed a very familiar name, Lydia Hester. Just hearing the surname, you know what this name means. Last time, Simon and the Hearst family had some disagreements about the ESPN equity. However, he certainly would not vent his anger on a child. Moreover, Simon also knew that the Hearst family was now in power under the branch of William Hearst's second son. Lydia Hearst's maternal grandfather was Randolph Hearst, the fourth of William Hearst's 6 children. Although Randolph Hearst's branch also owned a large number of shares in the Hearst Group and was wealthy, it did not have much real power in the entire Hearst media empire. Patty Hearst took her daughter to sit on the other side of Simon and said, "Lydia wants to meet you, Simon. She admires you very much." "Oh, it's really my honor," Simon said, and stretched out his hand to the beautiful little girl who looked like a doll. "Hello, Miss Hearst." In theory, Lydia Hearst should have taken her father's surname. However, because of the prominent family background of the Hearst family and the fact that the husband Patty Hearst married after the incident in the 1970s was really unknown, she did not even show up at the party tonight. The little girl in front of him continued to inherit the surname of her mother. Lydia Hearst, who is now only 7 or 8 years old, has shown signs of being a beauty, just like when Simon remembered her as an adult. The little girl was not shy, and her beautiful eyes looked at Simon curiously, and said politely, "Mr. Westeros, can I act in your movie?" Simon did not respond directly, but asked, "Have you seen my movies?" The little girl nodded. "I have seen, Run Lola Run, Final Destination, and, Pulp Fiction." Simon couldn't help but glance at the woman behind the little girl. These movies should not be suitable for children of 7 or 8 years old, right? Lydia Hearst noticed Simon's gaze, and also turned her head to look at her mother, then looked at Simon again and said, "Mom is also a fan of your movies." Hearing her daughter suddenly mentioning herself, and seeing the young man looking over, Patty Hearst seemed to have some shame on her face, but she did not refute, nodded slightly, and said, "I prefer Pulp Fiction." Simon couldn't help but think of the experience of the woman in front of him again. In the 1970s, Patty Hearst was kidnapped by a terrorist organization, which shocked the whole United States. Later, what was even more sensational was that the proud daughter of the Hearst family suddenly released a video after being kidnapped for a period of time, announcing that she had joined the terrorist organization. Then she really acted on it and participated in many armed robberies in succession. After several twists and turns, she was arrested and went through a long trial. Patty Hearst was sentenced to 35 years in prison. Even though Randolph Hearst did not have much power in the Hearst family, it was impossible for the children of the Hearst family to really spend 35 years in prison. After only a short period of time in prison, President Carter, who was always known for his fairness and integrity, made an exception and signed a pardon for Patty Hearst, and Patty Hearst was quickly released on bail. In order to avoid moral accusations from public opinion, the Hearst family also deliberately created momentum in the media, so that the Stockholm Syndrome, which has always been controversial in the psychology community, was thoroughly characterized and became a well-known psychological phenomenon. At this time, hearing Patty Hearst say that she liked Pulp Fiction, Simon felt that the crazy gene in this woman's bones was probably deeply rooted. Mr. Westeros. The crisp child's voice interrupted Simon's thoughts. Noticing that Lydia was still looking at him, obviously waiting for the answer to the question just now, Simon no longer paid attention to a woman who might still be eager to make a move in her heart. He smiled and looked at the little girl and said, "Lydia, you can call me Simon." Then, "Simon, can I act in your movie?" Simon shook his head and smiled, "Not now, I won't be directing a movie myself for a long time." The little girl was a little disappointed, looked at her mother pitifully, and turned her head to look at Simon pitifully. Okay. This little look is really lethal. Moreover, for some reason, Simon felt that the little girl's expression might be pretended. Recalling the appearance of the little girl when she grew up, compared with now, if he had to use any description, Simon felt that there was a word that was very appropriate, little witch. Because when the little girl doesn't speak, her mouth will look very small, and with those big eyes, she is definitely a doll that makes people want to reach out and pinch her. However, once she opens her mouth, especially when she smiles, her mouth will be stretched into a straight line, with her teeth showing, and she looks very evil. Moreover, Simon can be sure that this is not an illusion. In his fragmentary memories, Simon found that when Lydia Hearst grew up, she often participated in some very heavy B-level movies as a hobby, and they were often the type of people who died miserably. It seems that there is a movie that Simon can't remember the name of. The movie is probably about a story similar to the biochemical crisis. People infected with a virus will fester like zombies. Lydia Hearst played one of the zombies. She was hit on the head with an axe. Her whole body was horrible, but she was still tirelessly chasing the male protagonist. Thinking about it now, and glancing at Patty Hearst again, Simon inexplicably had a feeling that like mother, like daughter. Now, she realized that she had pretended to be pitiful enough, but Simon Westeros didn't plan to make a movie. How could this be? The little girl felt that she should try a little harder, so she stretched out her little hand and grabbed Simon's big hand and shook it gently, acting like a spoiled child. However, Simon, who happened to shift his attention to Lydia Hearst, keenly caught a cunning flash in the little girl's eyes this time. Well, Simon smiled and said, although I don't have any plans to make a movie for the time being, my company has many movies that can provide you with roles. Do you want to act? The little girl blinked and asked, what movie? Simon thought for a while and said, how about the sequel to Home Alone? The little girl immediately showed an uninterested expression, and the pitiful look just now disappeared without a trace. She shook her little head and said, too boring, that's something for children to watch. Hearing the little girl's words, the three adults couldn't help laughing. Simon smiled and said, the problem is, Lydia, you are also a child now. The little girl did not refute, and nodded, yes, but I am not a child like them. Okay, then tell me, what kind of movie do you want to play? The little girl blurted out, Pulp Fiction. It seems that a certain unreliable woman really took her daughter to watch many things that are not suitable for children. Before Simon could respond, the little girl added, that, the auntie who drives the taxi, Mom said she is your wife. Simon, can I also play a role like that? Simon raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, why do you like that role? The little girl raised her hand and gestured, well, I think that auntie seems to be able to go crazy at any time, pull out a knife and stab the guy sitting in the back seat to death. This is so cool. This. Simon couldn't find an adjective for a while. Although Janet played the role of the female driver of the taxi, although she didn't have many scenes and lines, she left a deep impression on many people. The grueling day-long shoot, with Simon reshooting repeatedly, really pushed Janet to the edge of collapse. After the shoot, the woman was exhausted and even a little exhausted. She bit Simon hard in a complete explosion. As a result, the effect of the film was indeed much more amazing than the original. Anyone who has seen the film can probably feel a strong sense of danger from Janet. Simon just never thought that a little girl who was only 7 or 8 years old at this time would also resonate with the plot on the film. Moreover, she would think it was cool and want to imitate it. After taking another look at the doll in front of him, Simon almost blurted out, hey, little girl, let's talk about some topics that 7 or 8-year-old children should talk about, okay? For example, your parents' education of their children is very problematic. However, noticing that the little girl's face quickly changed to a pitiful and expectant expression, Simon did not say what he was thinking. Seeing that Patty Hearst had no intention of objecting, he nodded and said, okay, I can find some similar roles for you, but if you can't play it well, I will definitely change someone. Chapter 413 Lobbying Plan. Good morning, Simon. Good morning, Uncle Simon. Morning, Gemma and Annie. Early in the morning, the two little guys who got up early and did some homework under Sophia's supervision walked into the dining room. Simon was already sitting at the dining table reading a newspaper. After saying good morning and placing the two little guys at the dining table, Sophia took the initiative to go to the kitchen to help serve the food. After a while, everyone was seated. In addition to Simon and Sophia's family of 3, there was also the housekeeper Alice Ferguson and the two girls C and D at the dining table. The other maids who were also busy at the birthday party last night did not have this treatment, but were arranged in other apartments outside the manor. Alice and the other two were in charge of breakfast. The girls who were chosen to come to Simon, including the housekeeper, have received cooking training in their free time, so the food on the table can be considered rich and delicious. Little Gemma picked up the red beans in the bowl of porridge with a spoon. When she noticed her mother looking at her, she stuck out her tongue. Her sparkling eyes looked at the other people at the table and suddenly said, Mom, are you going back to Europe today? Sophia was about to teach her daughter not to be picky about food. She was stunned for a moment and nodded, yes, Mom still has work to do. As she said this, she looked at the man and the child on both sides of her, and inexplicably felt reluctant to leave. However, Sophia knew very well that this feeling of being close to home could never belong to her completely. When she walked out of that rundown fishing village, she thought about making a lot of money, living a rich life, and marrying a very powerful man. Most of her dreams had been realized. Suddenly, In this small restaurant, she realized that if she could have such a home, it would be better than anything else. Although she had these thoughts, Sophia had no regrets and no extravagant hopes. No one's life can be perfect. She didn't have high expectations for the man in the past, the father of Gemma and Daniel. He was happy as long as he remembered to go home, whether he was out socializing or having fun. However, the man still dumped her. After so many years and having experienced the world, Sophia no longer had expectations for certain things. At this moment, in the restaurant, on one side sat the man she loved, and on the other side sat her two children whom she cherished like treasures. She could also enjoy the feeling of home. If she wanted too much, even God might not agree. Although Sophia loved her two children, she did not indulge them. She came to North America every 1 or 2 weeks, and often checked the homework of the two little guys first. In addition, with the careful care of her grandparents, little Gemma was not that dependent on her mother. Moreover, she had probably asked similar questions before and received the same answer. After Sophia gave the answer, the little girl changed the subject, leaned forward again and looked at Simon on the other side of her mother, and said, "Simon, Lydia said last night that she can act in your movie. Can I also get a role?" Simon thought about what happened last night, and it seems that he didn't agree to a little witch like this. However, Simon did not correct her, and said softly, "What do you want to act in?" Under Sophia's careful care, little Gemma obviously did not have the little witch's rich movie-watching experience, and she could only see what she could see. The little girl tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, "Can I play a penguin?" Simon smiled and said, "That's a little difficult. The penguins you saw last night were all real." "Of course I know." Little Gemma leaned slightly towards the dining table, revealing a little look of contempt, and looked at Simon seriously and said, "I'm not going to become a real penguin. There are people playing piglets in the school play, so of course I can play a penguin." Simon was stunned, and found helplessly that according to the little girl's logic, he had no way to refute it. Fortunately, Sophia spoke quickly and diverted her daughter's thoughts. Little Gemma was just on a whim, but she was not as persistent as a little witch last night. After breakfast, Sophia drove the two little guys to school in person. The private school where the two children attended was on the northeast side of Greenwich City, not far from Simon's estate, and they arrived smoothly in a few minutes. After parking the car in the school parking lot, little Gemma said goodbye to Sophia and happened to see Lydia Hurst getting out of her car on the other side. She immediately ran over excitedly and left with the little witch. Lydia Hurst was also driven by her mother herself. When she noticed Sophia, Patty Hurst went up to chat with her. After Patty Hurst drove away, Sophia looked at her son who had been standing by her side. Noticing Daniel's hesitant expression, Sophia squatted down, helped the child straighten his collar, and said with a smile, "Baby, do you have anything to tell your mother?" Daniel nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Mom, do you like Uncle Simon?" Sophia was stunned for a moment, and soon nodded slightly, saying, "Yes." "Then, does he like you?" Sophia did not hesitate this time, and said again, "Of course he likes me." Daniel looked at Sophia's eyes, and after hearing her say this, he stopped asking any more questions, and went forward to hug his mother, saying, "Mom, Grandma said that you have had a hard time these years. I just hope that Mom can be happy too." Daniel was originally 3 years older than Gemma, and Sophia knew that her son was actually smarter than her daughter. Although he was a little taciturn on weekdays, Daniel was actually more mature than his peers, and he knew a lot of things. At this time, hearing her son confide in her, Sophia suddenly felt that she had no regrets for all her struggles and efforts over the years. Holding her son tightly in her arms, Sophia put her face against the child's and whispered, "Baby, of course Mom is happy, very happy." Daniel patted his mother's back like a little adult, and let his mother hold him for a moment, then he couldn't help but say, "Mom, I can't breathe." Sophia quickly let go of her son and pushed the boy towards the teaching building. "Go, Mom may not have time to come next week, you take good care of your sister, as well as Grandpa and Grandma." Daniel promised solemnly, and finally waved to Sophia, turned and walked towards the school. Looking at her son's figure until he entered the teaching building, Sophia gently wiped her eyes, opened the car door and got in. She had said goodbye to Simon when she left, and this time she went directly back to her apartment in the city center, intending to return to Europe after saying goodbye to her parents. Originally, she planned to take the Concorde back. This supersonic aircraft only takes 3 hours from the East Coast to Europe, which is more than half the journey time compared to ordinary subsonic aircraft. The distance from North America to Europe is about 6,000 kilometers, and the 3-hour journey is almost the same as the commuting time of some young people who have just entered the workplace in some central metropolises and have to rent houses in remote areas. However, after hearing about this, the little man no longer let her take this kind of plane, citing reasons such as unsafe and loud noise. This time, he lent her his Boeing 767, and the man would take the Gulfstream IV directly back to the West Coast. Probably, he can use it frequently in the future. It is very clear that a certain little man does not like others to touch his personal belongings. It is obviously very rare to let him lend his car. Therefore, when facing the second question of her son just now, Sophia answered so straightforwardly. Compared with supersonic aircraft, it takes 7 or 8 hours to fly back to Europe on a Boeing 767, but Sophia did not refuse. Not to mention a medium-sized passenger plane like the Boeing 767, even the Gulfstream IV owned by Westeros Company is not much different from sitting on it on the ground. The 7 or 8 hours of flight time can be used for work and rest, and it is basically not wasted. Moreover, the private jet can land directly in Florence, the city where Gucci's headquarters is located, instead of Paris or Rome, which actually saves a lot of time. In the manor outside Greenwich. After Sophia took the children away, Simon did not leave immediately, but soon welcomed a guest. Joseph Sclapp, the head of Sclapp Consulting, which helps Simon manage political investment affairs under Westeros. The headquarters of Sclapp Consulting is also in Greenwich, which is very convenient for meeting. Joseph Sclapp is a thin white middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s. He is not tall, a little bald, with some well-groomed gray beard on his chin, wearing a dark gray suit, and the whole person has a temperament that is easy to convince and approach. This is not surprising. If you are not good at dealing with people, you will definitely not be able to do this job. In the more than 2 years of cooperation, Joseph Sclapp was responsible for assisting New York Mayor David Dinkins to win the election and helping Westeros to open up political connections in the previous 2 large mergers and acquisitions. The results of both things made Simon very satisfied. In his heart, Simon also completely recognized the other party's identity as the spokesperson for the political donation lobbying work of the Westeros system. The meeting between the two in the morning was not an ordinary daily visit, but a very important matter. In the reception room of the villa, after the housekeeper served 2 glasses of water and left, Joseph Sclapp, who was sitting on the single sofa next to Simon, took out a stack of documents from his briefcase and introduced, according to the information we have collected in recent months, at T, Southwestern Bell, Pacific Bell, Sprint and Bell Atlantic are actually more or less pushing the federal government to reopen the telecommunications industry regulation. However, Simon, please take a look at this document first. This is a lobbying plan from Motorola that I got. Motorola not only hopes that the regulatory restrictions on operators not involving telecommunications equipment manufacturing will continue, but also hopes that the federal government will include the newly emerging internet field. The spearhead is obvious, and it should be directed at Cisco. Simon took the document and opened it. Joseph Sclapp took a sip from the water cup on the table, waited for a moment, and continued, "But, Simon, we don't need to worry. Motorola is not involved in the field of network equipment manufacturing for the time being. Moreover, this is an emerging industry after all. The federal government cannot formulate relevant restrictive regulations too early, which is not beneficial to the development of emerging industries. Taking out this document is just to let you know about this matter." Simon nodded slightly, and gave Joseph Sclapp a point again in his heart. If it were those professional lobbyists who were bent on squeezing more money from their employers, they would definitely spare no effort to publicize the threat of Motorola's bill to the Westeros system in order to obtain more lobbying funds. You know, once the field of network equipment manufacturing is also included in the telecommunications regulatory system of that year, Simon may be able to maintain his shareholding in Cisco, but he will have to give up control of the company, which is very unfavorable for the layout of the Westeros system in the internet industry. Simon's investment in the political field is very generous, but he will not allow anyone to take advantage of him. In addition to Sclapp Consulting, Westeros has always hired other political consultants to specifically evaluate the work results of Sclapp Consulting. If Joseph Sclapp wanted to fool him, the result would not be as simple as losing Simon, a big employer. Joseph Sclapp waited patiently for Simon to finish reading the document, handed him a few more documents, and said, "Simon, you can take some time to read these. I will briefly talk about the ideas of this lobbying plan." Simon nodded again, but picked up a document that introduced the various restrictive bills in the current telecommunications field. Joseph Sclapp knew that Simon was doing two things at once. He had been in this field for so many years and knew that many people had this ability. So he continued, "Since our first stage lobbying goal is to hope that the federal government will relax the regulation on operators not to get involved in the field of telecommunications equipment manufacturing, then we can cooperate with many manufacturers, especially AT&T. AT&T has been hoping to return to the field of telecommunications equipment manufacturing in recent years. Regional telecommunications operators such as Bell Atlantic are also our partners. These manufacturers can provide sufficient data support for lobbying for bills. In addition, our biggest opponents are telecommunications equipment manufacturers such as Motorola. The 1984 AT&T split case not only split the giant that once monopolized the entire U.S. telecommunications industry into 8 companies, but also announced many telecommunications regulatory laws, including that long-distance and short-distance telecommunications operators cannot get involved in each other's business. Telecommunications operators cannot get involved in the field of cable TV operators, and telecommunications operators cannot get involved in telecommunications equipment manufacturing. There is no doubt that these laws have indeed promoted the blossoming of 100 flowers in the U.S. telecommunications industry. To a large extent, internet service providers such as America Online have benefited from this. However, the role of the split case and the corresponding restrictive regulations in increasing competition and promoting the development of the telecommunications industry is not entirely positive. Because all services are split, the scale effect of operators is limited. In order to maintain profit margins, major operators often choose to raise prices, which greatly increases the cost of use for consumers. The federal government reopens the integration of various telecommunications fields, which is the ultimate lobbying goal of Simon or the entire telecommunications field. However, this matter cannot be achieved overnight. Westeros will lobby the federal government to open up the restrictive regulations that operators are not allowed to get involved in telecommunications equipment manufacturing in the short term. Because the digital age of mobile communications is about to come. In order to obtain federal government approval for Westeros's acquisition of Bell Atlantic as soon as possible, Simon took the initiative to promise that Nokia, which is wholly owned by Westeros, will not conduct business in North America. This is naturally a temporary expedient. As the world's largest economy, Simon will never let Nokia completely give up developing the U.S. market. Chapter 414 Summer Vacation begins. As a country with 3 branches of government, the legislative power of the United States is mainly in the hands of Congress. The core work of the members of the Senate and the House of Representatives after being elected is to propose, formulate, amend or repeal various bills according to the actual situation of all walks of life in the United States. The U.S. Congress accepts thousands of bills of various types every year, ranging from national economy and people's livelihood to trivial matters. Of course, the importance of bills is also differentiated. Take Hollywood as an example. The Motion Picture Association of America, MPAA, which is mainly responsible for lobbying for major Hollywood studios, has recently focused on the abolition of the merger restriction bill between Hollywood studios and the American Public Television Network. The abolition of this bill will involve tens of billions of industrial changes. On the other hand, it is impossible for members of Congress to come up with certain bills out of thin air just by sitting in their offices. Most bills are obtained by the public, trade unions, business owners, interest groups or federal government agencies communicating with members of the Senate and the House of Representatives. Therefore, there are countless professional lobbying companies in the United States, which are responsible for matchmaking between various groups and members of Congress. Although the so-called lobbying in the United States cannot avoid power games or interest exchanges behind the scenes, it is generally very formal. At least on the surface, no congressman would be so stupid as to accept dinner, gifts and red envelopes from someone knowing that they have something to ask of him. If you want to promote the establishment of a bill, you must first contact your network, usually a lobbying company. If you can't find the Temple Gate, everything is in vain. It is worth mentioning that most lobbying consulting companies are often established by politicians who have left various departments in the United States. The more top-level politicians, the higher the fees, which is another form of high salary to maintain integrity. With a huge number of bills submitted to the U.S. Congress every year, you can imagine the lucrative income of these people. If you contact your network, Others will not be able to persuade a congressman to submit a bill without any evidence, let alone directly give money to someone for you. If you want to promote a bill, you must collect and organize the corresponding data by yourself to prove the necessity of enacting or abolishing a bill. After obtaining enough data, the congressman drafts a bill and submits it to Congress, and then enters the process of deliberation, debate, voting, etc. The process after the bill is submitted is often the focus of the game. In most cases, the more important the bill is, the more it is not enough to just have solid evidence and detailed data to ensure the bill is passed. This requires the promoters of the bill to continue to show their talents, political infighting, mutual compromise, public opinion, exchange of interests, etc., and so on. The frequent back and forth between the White House and Congress on the annual government budget bill, which even caused the government to shut down, is the most intuitive manifestation of this game. Of course, most of the dark confrontations hidden behind the scenes are often not visible to ordinary people. The bill that Simon discussed with Joseph Sclapp this time, which prohibits operators from participating in the field of telecommunications equipment manufacturing, is a relatively important economic bill. It will take about 2 or 3 years from the proposal to the vote, and it may be necessary to lobby together with other telecommunications regulatory bills. The two discussed for more than an hour and initially finalized some details. After seeing Joseph Sclapp off, Simon boarded the Westchester County Airport near Greenwich and returned to the West Coast. Back to Cape Toomay, it was just lunchtime on the West Coast. After having lunch with Janet and chatting about this trip to New York, Simon rushed to Deanery's studios to work in the afternoon. Today is Monday, May 20th. The next Friday, the summer season of 1991 will begin. However, today is another day. Another Cannes Film Festival in France closed today. There is a 9-hour time difference between Los Angeles and Cannes. When Simon arrived at Deanery's studios in the afternoon, he quickly received the results of the Film Festival awards from Cannes at night. The two films of Deanery's Entertainment that entered the main competition unit this time, Barton Fink by the Coen Brothers and Jungle Fever by Spike Lee, both missed the highest Golden Palm Award in Cannes. Fortunately, they did not return empty-handed. Barton Fink won the Best Director award, and Samuel Jackson in Jungle Fever won the Best Supporting Actor award. In Simon's memory, Barton Fink should actually win the Golden Palm Award at this Cannes. However, 2 of the 3 Golden Palms in the previous 3 years, Pulp Fiction, Cinema Paradiso and Wild at Heart, were American films. One of the 2 American films was produced by Deanery's Entertainment, and the other was distributed by Deanery's Entertainment. This time, the Cannes jury obviously had some balance. The final Golden Palm winner was Belle au Boeuf by French director Jacques Rivette. Jacques Rivette is not very famous, but one of the heroines in Belle au Boeuf is well known, named Jane Birkin. The Hermes Platinum bag, which is so expensive that it makes people crazy but attracts countless actresses and ladies, is named after Jane Birkin. Because of such a gimmick, coupled with the blessing of the Golden Palm, Ella Deutschmann has been in contact with the copyright holder, hoping to get the North American distribution rights of Belle au Boeuf. Barton Fink and Jungle Fever failed to win the Golden Palm, but only won 2 minor awards, which actually met Simon's expectations. Deanery's Entertainment cannot take all the limelight after all, so it is necessary to keep a low profile. Moreover, Guillaumin Films' overseas award management focus this year is actually the Venice Film Festival. Due to the production schedule, Jane Campion's The Piano is unable to participate in the just concluded Cannes Film Festival, but it has already applied for the main competition unit of this year's Venice Film Festival. Jane Campion's Angels at My Desk received very good reviews at the Venice Film Festival last year. The Piano is obviously more suitable for the artistic temperament of Venice than Cannes. This film has a good chance of impacting this year's Venice Golden Lion Award. On the other hand, the connections that Ella Deutschmann and Sofia Fessi have built in the Italian entertainment industry are also enough to support The Piano to win the championship. In addition to the Cannes affairs, Simon's main work this week back on the West Coast is still The Flash, which has been successfully completed in Melbourne and returned to North America. As the first producer of The Flash, Warner expressed considerable doubts and dissatisfaction with Simon's behavior that he never visited Melbourne in person during the filming of the film. Simon did not refute this, he really did not have time. However, Simon actually invested a lot of energy in this film, enough for him to get the salary in the original producer contract. For several consecutive working days, Warner Bros. CEO Terry Semel took time to review the sample with Simon every day. Terry Semel was relieved until he confirmed that there were no major problems with the sample, and Simon personally presided over the finalization of the post-production plan of the film. Time flew to Friday, May 24th. The 1991 summer season officially opened. Just this week, a total of 6 new films of scale were released. In addition to the Antarctic documentary Ice World released by Gaoman Films and the comedy Fred the Trickster released by New Line Cinema to join the summer season, the opening screen scale of the other 4 films reached more than 1,000. The 4 films are the fire-type crime action film Backfire starring 2 male stars, William Baldwin and Kurt Russell, which is still under the Universal Pictures distribution label for the time being, and the opening screen scale is 2,036. Bruce Willis's comedy action film The Condor Heroes, released by Columbia Pictures TriStar label, opened on 1,621 screens. Chris Columbus's new romantic comedy Marriage, who rose to the top last year by directing Home Alone, opened on 1,561 screens. And finally, Disney's horse trainer-themed movie The Prancing Horse, adapted from a true story, opened on 1,521 screens. Period. Frozen and Fred the Poltergeist opened on 687 and 821 screens respectively. Perhaps because of the fierce competition, or because the 6 new films did not have the potential to sell well, in the first week of opening from May 24th to May 30th, no film in North American theaters had a single-week box office of more than $20 million. Universal Pictures' Backfire eventually won the single-week box office championship, with a box office of only $19.21 million in the first 7 days of the week. Then, the second place on the list was an old Disney film, Crazy Genius, which tells a series of jokes that the protagonist, played by Bill Murray, made because of a series of insecurities about the world. Crazy Genius was released last week. In its second week, due to the fermentation of word of mouth, it actually achieved a 5% box office decline against the old films, earning $13.53 million. Bruce Willis's new film The Flying Tiger ranked third, but the box office fell directly to $8.64 million. The production cost of The Flying Tiger was as high as $65 million. With a bad reputation and a dismal start of $8.64 million, according to the Commercial Action Movie, the second week may reach a 50% drop, and the total box office of the film in North America may be less than $20 million. Columbia Pictures is destined to lose all its money. Sony, the big boss behind the scenes, once again paid an expensive tuition fee to Hollywood. Chris Columbus' new film Marrying When You're Old ranked fourth, earning $7.73 million. Considering the film's production cost of $20 million, it was also a failure. Then, the fifth place was not Disney's The Prancing Horseman or New Line's Fred the Poltergeist, but Frozen, which brought a refreshing coolness to this summer. In its first week, Frozen opened on 687 screens, which was beyond many people's expectations and earned $6.97 million in box office. If you calculate carefully, Frozen also became the only film in the first week of the summer season that barely broke 10,000 in average box office. As we all know, new films that open on a large scale can only be considered to be a big hit if they break 10,000 in average in the first week. From the initial fashion documentary Gucci Imprint, to Madonna's music documentary True and Brave during this year's Easter season, to the Antarctic landscape documentary Frozen at this time, Hollywood has helplessly discovered that its own studios have been following Deanery's entertainment's pace as much as possible, launching fashion documentaries, brewing music documentaries, and now, a landscape documentary has jumped out. What is even more frustrating is that it is said that the budget of this documentary is only $3 million, and it is just a birthday gift from the Westeros couple to little girl. The box office of $6.97 million in the first week can be regarded as a direct recovery of the production cost. According to such opening data, if the publicity is strengthened, the reputation and popularity are slightly brewed, and the screening scale is appropriately expanded, it will be no problem for this documentary to easily accumulate $30 million in box office. Although the box office of $30 million is still far from the gap of Emperor Penguin March in Simon's memory, it is already a rare success in the eyes of other Hollywood studios. Compared with a budget cost of $3 million, the return rate of North American box office alone is 10 times. The Hollywood studios that were originally trying to follow the trend and support the success of Gucci imprint and True and Brave have turned their attention to various scenic spots on the earth after the box office of Ice and Snow World came out. Some producers also began to take the opportunity to promote adventure projects such as the Antarctic, the Arctic, the Amazon jungle, and the Sahara Desert to the studios. Even Simon's desk has a documentary plan to explore the African savanna. However, in this series of films, Simon is more concerned about Fred the Poltergeist. Or rather, the production company of Fred the Poltergeist, New Line Cinema. In the original time and space, New Line Cinema relied on the Nightmare on Elm Street series to make a fortune. After the box office of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles exceeded $100 million, it entered the vision of mainstream studios and was eventually acquired by Time Warner. It also created popular series such as Lord of the Rings and Rush Hour. Now, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles has been intercepted by Deaneries Entertainment. Without the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles series, which is enough to support the profits of a second-tier studio for several years, the potential of the Nightmare on Elm Street series has been basically exhausted. In addition, New Line has blindly expanded the scale of film production and distribution in the past few years. This Fred the Poltergeist in the summer season is one of the last attempts before the decline of New Line Cinema. Fred the Poltergeist is starred by two actresses, Carrie Fisher and Phoebe Cates. According to the information Simon got, the budget of the film is about $6.7 million. It is not difficult to see the sophistication of New Line just from this number. Although after so many years of accumulation of distribution resources, New Line forced this fantasy comedy film into the summer season, the opening box office was not ideal, with only $4.39 million, basically no hope of breaking the 10 million mark. However, including the cost of publicity and distribution, the total budget invested in Fred the Thing is about $10 million. Obviously, this is a failed project. For Deaneries Entertainment, the failure of a $10 million project is not a big deal. After all, New Line Cinema, which has a shallow foundation, cannot withstand several similar losses. Simon checked New Line's 1991 film list, and there are as many as 11 theatrical release plans. Except for A Nightmare on Elm Street 6, The Last Nightmare, Simon did not find any of the other films with a potential to be a hit. A film company that barely squeezed into the second line, tossing 11 movies a year, basically means that all the assets accumulated in the previous years have been used up. If Simon's secret sniping is taken into account, this film company will only fall into a bleak business situation again. Speaking of which, the Weinstein Brothers Miramax Films, another company that Simon has been secretly watching, has now fallen into a completely small-scale workshop-style operation state because it has missed out on turning around films such as Sex, Lies, and Videotape and Cinema Paradiso. Since they have no production capabilities at all, the brothers can only make a little money by swindling some copyrights from Europe to North America in the past 2 years. In the final analysis, just as the total number of moviegoers in the American film market is relatively fixed every year, Hollywood's fortune is also fixed. Deaneries Entertainment has been developing rapidly for several consecutive years, not only seizing a large number of blockbuster films that originally belonged to other studios, but also scraping off a large part of Hollywood's other resources. Even the other major studios feel pressured by Deaneries Entertainment, not to mention those second and third-tier film companies that cannot form economies of scale and have mediocre risk resistance. Over the past few years, Deaneries Entertainment has continuously gobbled up Hollywood's best scripts, the most outstanding filmmakers, the most popular movie schedules, the hottest public attention, and the best publicity and promotion resources. A studio that has lost its own hit projects, even if it can still produce other high-quality films, but with the all-round shrinkage of film and television production and marketing resources, those films that have attracted a lot of attention due to Deaneries Entertainment's films, can no longer compete with Deaneries Entertainment at the box office. Chapter 415 Time Warner's Additional Issuance Plan. May 31st, the second week of the summer season, the number of new films released in North American theaters was reduced to 2, namely Soap Dish produced by Paramount and City Slickers released by Columbia Pictures. Soap Dish tells the story of a group of soap opera actors and a series of intrigues around a soap opera called Sunsets Again. As an ensemble play, Soap Dish has a luxurious lineup. Oscar-winning actress Sally Field leads the cast, Oscar-winning Best Supporting Actor Kevin Kline and Oscar-winning Best Supporting Actress Whoopi Goldberg join, as well as Robert Downey Jr., Carrie Fisher, Elizabeth Shue, Gary Marshall and other big and small players participate. The director is Michael Hoffman, who has gained a good reputation with the two art films The Dreamland and Sisters. People who are slightly familiar with the inside story of Hollywood can probably see at a glance that this is another CAA-packaged movie. Therefore, although there are no super first-line superstars with a salary of tens of millions to join, the production cost of the film is still as high as $35 million. Starring Billy Crystal, City Slickers is roughly a follow-up to the 1980s box office hit Crocodile Dundee series, with a budget of $27 million. 3 days after its release, Soap Dish only grossed $6.73 million in its first weekend, and is expected to gross around $9 million in its first week, far below Paramount's expectations. Although it follows Crocodile Dundee, City Slickers has a pretty good reputation in box office, earning $13.03 million in its first weekend, and is expected to gross between $18 million and $20 million in its first week. Among the 6 new films that opened intensively last week, except for Frozen, which saw a 10% decline in the 3 days of the second weekend, which saw the number of screens increase to 816, the other 5 films all saw a decline of more than 30%. Among them, Bruce Willis' new film Condor, also produced by TriStar under Columbia Pictures, saw a decline of 47%. Columbia originally intended The Condor as the main highlight of this summer season, and City Slickers was just a comedy that had to be stuck before The Dark Knight next week. Unexpectedly, the market performance of the two films was completely opposite to the expectations of management. The Condor, which cost $65 million to produce, only had a cumulative box office of $11.59 million in 10 days of release, which was not as good as the box office revenue of City Slickers in 3 days. In June, the opening date of the second film in the DC movie universe, Batman: The Dark Knight, is getting closer. In addition to more intensive publicity campaigns, Batman: The Dark Knight also started previews for media and fans half a month in advance. Some media have released the preview word of mouth of the film, and the North American media participating in the preview basically gave a score of more than 8 points. In the new week, Warner Bros. Pictures, which is responsible for the global distribution of the film, also officially announced the global box office of Batman Begins, the opening film of the DC movie universe. Since the end of the previous year, after a year and a half of release, Batman Begins was released in 51 countries and regions around the world. In the end, the North American box office of Batman Begins was $436 million, and the overseas box office accumulated $531 million. The total global box office reached $967 million. Although it failed to break the $1 billion mark, it also left the global box office data of $790 million of The Alien in 1982 far behind, becoming the highest-grossing movie in Hollywood history before 1991. This time, under the joint operation of Warner Bros. And Deaneries, Batman: The Dark Knight will be released simultaneously in 21 countries and regions around the world. Global large-scale simultaneous opening has become very common more than 10 years later. But in the early 1990s, it was still a rare innovation, so it can be seen that the two companies have strong confidence in Batman: The Dark Knight. You know, the publicity and distribution budget of this DC movie universe sequel was set at an unprecedented $80 million from the beginning, which is equivalent to the huge production cost of the film. This also means that the North American box office of Batman: The Dark Knight needs to reach about $300 million, and the two companies can only recover their costs through the local box office. Of course, everyone knows that although the box office figures of the Batman series are amazing, the revenue from peripheral products is actually even greater. According to public figures, the sales of peripheral derivatives of Batman Begins reached a huge $2 billion in 1990 alone. According to the profit margin of peripheral derivatives of about 15%, the sales of derivatives of $2 billion are equivalent to about $300 million in pre-tax profit. Because of the original contract, most of the income flowed into the hands of Deaneries Entertainment. Therefore, it is not difficult to imagine why Deaneries Entertainment was able to achieve an astonishing net profit of $1.13 billion for the whole year after a series of major actions in 1990. Earlier in early May, Exactly 1 month before the release of Batman: The Dark Knight, the videotape of Batman Begins was officially released worldwide. In the first week of listing, the sales in North America alone reached 5.6 million copies. As the release date of Batman: The Dark Knight approaches, according to the latest statistics, in less than a month, the global sales of Batman Begins have exceeded 13 million boxes, with sales of nearly $400 million. According to this sales trend, the total global sales of Batman Begins are likely to create a sales record of more than 30 million boxes, and sales are expected to exceed $900 million. Even the $1 billion mark is not impossible. In the agreement signed by Hollywood studios and major guilds, only 20% of the sales of videotapes are divided as profits. In fact, the gross profit margin of videotapes that cost up to $30 per box in this era is not much lower than the box office share ratio. Batman Begins is expected to sell more than 30 million boxes of videotapes. In addition to the distribution share that Warner Bros. Deserves, most of the revenue will still belong to Deaneries Entertainment, and the profit scale can be conservatively estimated to be $300 million. According to statistics, if we only count the global box office, video sales and derivative income, the profit of Batman Begins will reach $1 billion within 3 years of its release, not to mention the subsequent TV broadcast income and the subsequent long-tail income from various channels. The DC movie universe has achieved such amazing commercial results at the beginning, which is the reason why the two companies dare to invest a total of $160 million in the production and publicity budget for Batman: The Dark Knight. The premiere of Batman: The Dark Knight is scheduled for Wednesday, June 5th. Tomorrow is the premiere of Batman: The Dark Knight. Simon stayed at the Warner Bros. Studios in Burbank all day today. Or rather, he was dragged to the Warner Bros. Studios by Terry Semel. These days, Semel calls Simon every day and asks him to take time to take care of the distribution of Batman: The Dark Knight, the post-production of The Flash and other cooperative films between the two parties. Just looking at the profits created by Batman Begins, the importance of the DC movie universe to Time Warner needs no elaboration. There is actually another reason why Terry Semel is so persistent. After the merger of Time Incorporated and Warner Bros. Was completed at the beginning of last year, Time Warner failed to meet the industry's expectations in terms of performance or stock. However, in order to prevent Paramount Communications from taking Time Incorporated, the two parties changed the initial stock-for-stock merger to a cash and stock transaction, which suddenly increased the total debt of the two companies, which originally had a debt of more than $2 billion, to the level of tens of billions of US. After a year of trying every possible way to repay, as of now, Time Warner's total debt has still reached $10.6 billion. Steve Ross is the kind of person who doesn't like to sell company assets very much. So, since last year, Ross has begun to prepare for an equity issuance, intending to issue an additional $3 billion of stock to repay Time Warner's maturing debts in the next 1 or 2 years. Time Warner shareholders are naturally unwilling to have their shareholding ratio diluted at will, and they don't want to spend money to subscribe for additional shares. The outside world is not optimistic about Time Warner's prospects. Therefore, this stock issuance is full of resistance both inside and outside Time Warner. Coupled with the continued decline of North American stock markets in the second half of last year, the matter almost came to an end. Fortunately, the United States won the Gulf War in the Middle East in a clean and simple manner, which has led to a sharp rise in North American stock markets in recent months, and Time Warner's stock price has also benefited. At present, the market value has finally returned to more than $10 billion. In addition, investors are optimistic about Warner Bros.' upcoming Batman: The Dark Knight and The Flash at the end of the year, and the stock issuance has ushered in a turnaround, and the time is roughly determined to be in August. Therefore, even though he is confident about Batman, The Dark Knight and The Flash will definitely be released after the stock issuance, Terry Semel still tries his best to pull Simon to Burbank, just to create an impression of close cooperation between the two parties to the outside world. In order to achieve this goal, the two parties have recently negotiated another cooperation project outside the DC movie universe, which is one of the other two cooperation films that Deaneries Entertainment owes Warner Bros. Today, Simon happened to be busy with these three things in Burbank. In the morning, Terry Semel accompanied him personally to the post-production center of Warner Studios for a whole morning of The Flash, and in the afternoon, there were 2 consecutive meetings. Because of work, Simon has not been able to take time to greet Anthony Johnston, who will come today. These days, the Johnston family officially took over 30% of MGM shares from other MGM Australian shareholders who exchanged bonds for equity, becoming the largest shareholder of MGM. Although it has not achieved absolute control, as the largest shareholder, coupled with the support of other Australian shareholders, the control of MGM is basically in the hands of the Johnston family, or in other words, in the hands of Simon. Anthony came here this time to discuss the next development of MGM. There are 2 meetings in the afternoon at Warner Studios. From 2 to 4 o'clock, it is the distribution meeting of Batman, The Dark Knight. From 4 to 5 o'clock, it is the production meeting of the cooperative film determined by both parties. The newly determined film is called The Last of the Mohicans. This is an adaptation of an American novel completed in 1826, and the author of the novel is named James Cooper. The story tells the story of the last 3 warriors of an Indian tribe called the Mohicans who rescued a pair of kidnapped daughters of a British colonel and escorted them back to the British base during the colonial war between Britain and France for control of the Americas in the late 1750s. Like The Revenge of the Prince, the story mode of The Last of the Mohicans is very similar to that of a knight saving a princess, so it is favored by Hollywood. Since 1920, The Last of the Mohicans has been adapted into movies, TV series and even cartoons and put on big and small screens. The last time was in 1987. This time, the reason for choosing to restart the filming of The Last of the Mohicans was actually influenced by the double harvest of Dances with Wolves in box office and awards. The themes of the 2 films are related to the colonial wars in North America, and they also involve the entanglement between native Indians and white colonists. To put it bluntly, this is a follow-up. In Simon's memory, The Last of the Mohicans, which was released in 1992, was directed by Hollywood director Michael Mann and starred by Oscar winner Daniel Day-Lewis. Although Simon doesn't remember the box office clearly, he can be sure that this is a very popular work. Michael Mann was the director of the famous Heat later. He had previously cooperated with New World Entertainment on a police and gangster TV series, The Last Policeman. After confirming this project, Deaneries Entertainment contacted Michael Mann, who quickly responded positively and hoped to complete the script himself. As for the leading actor, Warner Brothers still thought of Mel Gibson at the first time. There is no way. From the initial Mad Max to the ongoing Lethal Weapon series, Mel Gibson has almost become Warner Bros.' exclusive actor like Clint Eastwood. Even in Lethal Weapon 3 to be released next year, Mel Gibson relies on the high salary sharing clause to take most of the profits. Because of the box office guarantee, Warner is still accustomed to using him. Simon actually agreed with Warner's suggestion. In my memory, Mel Gibson's Braveheart, which also won both box office awards, is enough to prove that he is fully capable of supporting such a costume action film. Moreover, since it is not a sequel to a hit movie like Lethal Weapon 3, as the first original film, Mel Gibson's salary will not be too high. However, in addition to Lethal Weapon 3, which is currently being filmed, Mel Gibson has accepted 2 other film contracts, which are scheduled until 1993. Simon does not lack the patience to wait for 2 years, but Warner Brothers cannot do so. In the end, Daniel Day-Lewis, the original actor, was contacted based on Simon's memory, and the 2 sides are still negotiating. After a busy day, Simon returned to Point Dume Manor in the evening, and the Shell Villa seemed very lively. Anthony Johnston also brought his family here this time. Because Anthony's eldest son, Brandon Johnston, who is the same age as Simon, is actually a loyal fan of the Batman series. Last time, he asked Simon for a Bat motorcycle through his cousin. Since tomorrow is the premiere of Batman, The Dark Knight, Brandon naturally wants to see it first. In addition, there are Anthony's wife Betty Johnston and 2 daughters, Sylvia Johnston, 19, and Chloe Johnston, 11. Brandon has just joined the family business and this is a break from work. Sylvia and Chloe are both studying in the UK, and it happens to be summer vacation in the Northern Hemisphere, so they were able to take time out to come to Los Angeles. Chapter 416 Icom. Brandon Johnston couldn't wait to leave Cape Dume Manor right after dinner. Janet had already helped him get in touch with a party in Hollywood. Moreover, although he was a fan of the Batman series, Brandon was not a fan of Simon, and he was obviously uncomfortable with his uncle-in-law. Obviously, because they were the same age, Brandon must have been criticized a lot in private by others for being XXX in other people's families. Betty Johnston and her 2 daughters did not go out, and Janet toured the Shell Villa. Simon and Anthony stayed in a living room on the first floor of the villa to discuss business. Perhaps because they saw the rapid growth of the internet industry in North America, Telstra made some concessions and was willing to reduce the shareholding ratio of the joint venture to 30%. At home, my father said that it would be enough for us to take 20% of the shares. If you are willing, there is still 50% of the shares to be distributed. Since last year, Simon has been preparing to enter the Australian telecommunications market, including legal lobbying for restrictions on Australia's related telecommunications industry and cooperation with local Australian telecommunications companies. Before the 1990s, the Australian telecommunications industry had always been controlled by state-owned enterprises. The largest Australian company, Telstra, is very similar to T in the United States before 1984. This company almost monopolized Australia's fixed line, cable TV and mobile communications industries. Other second- and third-tier telecommunications companies are basically state-owned enterprises. Because of the huge interests involved in the telecommunications industry, capital forces have been lobbying the Australian government to open the telecommunications industry to private investors over the years. With the joint efforts of all parties, in January this year, the Australian government finally lifted the regulatory ban on the telecommunications industry and allowed private investors to participate in the investment in Australia's local telecommunications field. The Westeros system was thus able to start its own layout. Simon plans to carry out telecommunications business in Australia mainly for mobile communications and internet access services, while also cooperating with Igor's portal website business. If you want to carry out ICE business, the fastest way is naturally to choose to cooperate with local operators like AOL. Telstra, which monopolizes the entire Australian telecommunications network, is basically the only choice. Telstra is well aware of its own advantages and has not made the same mistake that Bell Atlantic made when it cooperated with AOL. It insisted on obtaining 50% of the shares of Australia Online, which was registered in Australia by Westeros and is similar to AOL. In recent months, the Johnston family, which has confirmed that it will acquire a stake in Australia Online, has been negotiating with Telstra. Simon actually knew what Anthony had just said in advance and had considered it. He said, "I thought that if this is the case, we should just abandon Telstra." Both internet access services and mobile communications are still emerging industries in the early stages of development. Even if we cooperate with companies like Telstra, we will still have to face the problem of upgrading basic equipment. The initiative in this regard is in the hands of Telstra, and we will be greatly constrained in the future. Because they signed an exclusive agreement and could not personally share a share in the emerging internet field, Bell Pacific and 9X have become increasingly passive in cooperating with AOL during this period, which has largely restricted AOL's expansion in the areas where the two companies are located. Simon does not plan to cooperate with Telstra again, largely for this reason. Because of the passive constraints of Bell Atlantic and 9X, AOL has now had to start accelerating the construction of its own line network in the service areas of Bell Pacific and 9X. Simon does not care about Telstra's insistence on a 30% stake. He just does not want to be constrained by the same constraints that AOL has faced in front of Bell Pacific and 9X. Parasitizing on the network of other companies, even if the other party cooperates, it is still better to build the network by yourself. Moreover, even if it cooperates with Telstra, it is impossible to launch business all over Australia at one time. It must be tested in a certain area and then expand continuously. In this case, the advantage of cooperating with Telstra is not so obvious. After all, with Bell Atlantic and AOL, Westeros does not lack support from corporate operations and technical teams. What needs to be invested is only the investment in the construction of the basic operation network. If the service is only launched in a certain area, such as Melbourne or a state of Victoria, the cost of this aspect will not be too large. Building the network by yourself can also fully gain the initiative. That's what my father meant, Anthony nodded after hearing what Simon said. However, even if we don't plan to cooperate with Telstra, I think this company still needs to give up some of its shares. This will reduce a lot of resistance to the company's future development in Australia. After all, our family's influence is mainly in the field of mining resources. Simon nodded, then shook his head and said, "For the next 1 or 2 years, it will be just our two companies that will form a joint venture. After the situation is opened up, we will give up some shares through financing. In addition, since we don't plan to cooperate with Telstra, We don't need to set up two companies for internet access services and mobile communications. We can directly set up a Bell Atlantic Australia branch. Oh, by the way, I am planning to change Bell Atlantic's name to Verizon Communications recently. Let's call this company Verizon O. O is the abbreviation of Australia. The reason why it is Verizon O instead of AOLO is mainly because Simon holds 100% of Bell Atlantic's shares and only 75% of AOL's shares. Although AOL will still participate, this time it will focus on Bell Atlantic, which is about to be renamed. Anthony Johnston had no objection to this. The two continued to discuss some details, and Anthony finally decided to go to the Bell Atlantic headquarters on the East Coast to meet with Raymond Smith after finishing the MGM business. After discussing this matter, the two talked about MGM again. Although my father agreed to buy 30% of MGM's shares for $300 million, he was actually reluctant in his heart. He was not optimistic about this company, Anthony said with a smile, so, it's up to you next. If you really lose money, the old man will definitely lose his temper. The Johnston family's previous purchase of Australia's 7 network was definitely a high-quality investment with very good prospects. In addition, they could get involved in the media field, so they were very willing to spend the $800 million. The investment in MGM was basically just to cooperate with Simon's ambitions in Hollywood. MGM is a mess, and this is well known. It is not something that can be done in 1 or 2 years for this company to recover. Simon also smiled and said, the end of the Gulf War, coupled with the turmoil in Europe in recent years, will definitely prompt capital from all over the world to flow into the United States. The improvement of the federal economic situation is inevitable. Even if MGM's operating conditions are still not good, these shares can be held for a few years and resold for a good return. Many large companies in Japan and Europe are eyeing the big Hollywood studios. Anthony smiled and said, why don't you tell me about your specific plans for MGM? My general plan is to first explore the potential of MGM's film library. Over the years, Disney has achieved great success by releasing classic animated film videotapes such as Cinderella, The Adventures of Pinocchio, and Sleeping Beauty from the era of its founder Walt Disney. Among them, Cinderella sold 6 million copies in just 1 year and generated $180 million in revenue. This was a work from 1950. Although MGM is not known for its animated films, its potential is actually greater. You know, a large number of excellent films produced by MGM during its golden age, such as Gone with the Wind, The Wizard of Oz, Sinjin in the Rain, North by Northwest, and Ben-Hur, are still considered classics even decades later. Coincidentally, Deaneries Entertainment now controls Blockbuster, the largest videotape chain in North America. We can completely use a similar method to Disney to release videotapes of these classic movies. Anthony said, I remember that Turner Broadcasting took away a lot of MGM's film copyrights during the acquisition process a few years ago. Simon nodded and explained, it's just the television broadcasting rights for some films. Moreover, the method Turner Broadcasting used in that incident was not glorious, and the contract was not strict enough. Now that I control MGM now, I will let Shirley Lansing communicate with Ted Turner again. Okay, then, what's second? Simon smiled and said, the second is the development of some peripheral products and copyright operations in image licensing. Deaneries Entertainment is planning to build a third Universal Studios in Japan. However, compared to Disney's Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck and Princess series and other animated characters, Universal Studios is somewhat lacking in the accumulation of classic film and television characters. In this regard, MGM can provide a lot of support to Deaneries Entertainment, such as Tom and Jerry, the classic characters in The Wizard of Oz, and many others. Batman Begins sold $2 billion in derivative product revenue in the past year alone. MGM has so much accumulation, and in conjunction with the release of videotapes of classic films, it can also develop a lot of peripheral products. Anthony nodded again. Without waiting for Anthony to ask, Simon continued, in the end, of course, it's still the film business. I'm very optimistic about this year's 2 hits, A Few Good Men in July and Golden Eyes at the end of the year. Deaneries Entertainment will also cooperate with MGM on other projects. Speaking of which, MGM actually has a very deep foundation. The reason why it has fallen to this point is mainly because the company was used as a real estate company and a capital operation tool throughout the 1980s. If Kirk Kerkorian had been patient in running the film business, the company's situation would definitely not be as bad as it is now. In memory, MGM was still in decline throughout the 1990s. When it was acquired by Sony in 2005, the transaction price was still close to $5 billion. Therefore, as long as MGM does not encounter some failures like Heaven's Gate in the early 1980s, the company's prospects will not be too bad. Now that Simon is here, the probability of this happening will naturally be minimized. Anthony's family did not stay at Cape Dumay Manor, but lived in Simon and Janet's original villa on the west side of the manor. Simon and Anthony discussed until after 10 o'clock in the evening. Betty Johnston came over with her little daughter Chloe, who had already fallen asleep, to remind them. The next day, they got up very early as usual. After the four girls' ABCD came to him, Simon no longer needed to prepare breakfast himself. At 6 o'clock, Simon was jogging on the treadmill in the gym. Claire, girl C, walked in with 2 boxes in her hands. "Morning, boss." "Morning." Simon greeted her, pointed at the packaging box in the girl's hand, and asked, "Is it ready?" Claire nodded. Seeing that Simon had no intention of stopping running, she came to the treadmill and opened a square minimalist packaging box that Simon personally provided, similar to the packaging of mobile phones in later generations. In the box lay a card-type digital camera without a protruding lens. Girl C took the camera out of the box and placed it on the treadmill operating table. Simon looked over. The body was a beautiful dark blue, with a total length of about 18 centimeters, a width of about 12 centimeters, and a thickness of about 3.5 centimeters. Compared with other digital cameras of this era, it was already very small. In addition, there is a word printed on the front of the camera, Tinkerbell. This is the name Claire gave to her company. Tinkerbell is the name of the elf in the novel Peter Pan. Julia Roberts played this role in Spielberg's Captain Hawk, which is almost completed. Now that more than half a century has passed since the publication of Peter Pan, the name Tinkerbell will certainly not be ignored. In order to successfully register Tinkerbell Incorporated, Miss C spent an extra sum of money. Simon joked privately that if this company really develops, it may be regarded as the 5th woman of the Westeros system. Miss C generously admitted that she thought so. In addition to the company name, there is also the name of the camera itself, ICOM 10. ICOM, of course, means Internet Camera, which is also Simon's instruction. In the upcoming Internet era, any company related to Internet or comm will attract much attention. In the new technology wave around the millennium, many companies changed their names to cater to the Internet concept, adding I or comm to their company names. Tinkerbell Incorporated couldn't add an Internet logo, so it made a fuss about the product. In addition to ICOM, Simon also asked Claire to register trademarks such as iPlayer, iPhone, and iDisc around the world. These are of course not used at the moment, but they can be regarded as an alternative reserve. Simon changed from jogging to walking. After slowing down, he picked up the dark blue ICOM 10 card camera and played with it. In addition to the front camera, there is also a 1.5-inch LCD screen on the back. The camera uses 3 traditional number 5 batteries. It is obviously not realistic to use lithium batteries in this era. The storage device is a 3.5-inch universal floppy disk. According to the manual, it can store about 50 photos. Girl C next to him quickly opened another box, which was lavender. Electronic products in this era were mainly practical, and rarely considered appearance. Simon was used to various beautiful industrial designs later, so he naturally would not tolerate it. At this moment, there is a deep blue and a light purple in front of me, which are for male and female customers respectively, and they are also influenced by Simon. In order to achieve these 2 shell colors, Miss C has invested a lot of extra costs. We have ordered materials for 1,000 items, and they will be fully assembled in the middle of this month. The cost may be a little higher, about $320. Miss C took the initiative to demonstrate the operation of the camera in her hand and said, after doing this, the initial $1 million of funds will only be about $150,000. After all, because of the people around him, Simon has always paid attention to this matter. It's just 1,000 cameras, calculated at $320 per camera, and the total cost is $320,000. Before that, there were also the operations of Tinkerbell, the research and development of cameras, the customization of equipment parts, etc., all of which cost money. In the end, there was still $150,000 left, which was very difficult. Neil Brandley, the engineer who was mainly responsible for research and development with Miss C, originally hoped to customize a special CMOS sensor, but because of funding reasons, he could only choose the existing public version censor. In short, although she was well prepared, Miss C was actually cautious enough in this matter, probably wanting to leave herself more opportunities to start a business. It was easy to master the method. Simon finally got off the treadmill and gestured to Girl C, "Pose for us." Claire understood and leaned against the treadmill holding the lavender camera in one hand. A smile appeared on her pretty face. Her slender body tilted slightly, like a car model. A slender white waist was exposed between her low-waist casual pants and tight black t-shirt, which even made Simon want to tap the girl's belly button. After pressing the shutter to take a series of photos, Simon walked out of the gym and said, "Let's go and see the effect. By the way, I'll help you with some advice." Claire found that her boss was obviously attracted to her body just now, but he didn't make any moves. This made her a little disappointed again, but she quickly followed him. Anyway, it wasn't the first time she failed. In fact, several girls have made a bet in private that whoever can make their boss move, even if it's not going to bed, but just some other degree of ambiguity, will be the winner. Unfortunately, no one has won until now. Chapter 417 Premiere. Coming to the computer room in the villa, Simon selected a computer with moderate configuration, turned it on, and put the item floppy disk into the floppy drive. Lady C sat down next to him and said, "I have built the official website of Tinkerbell, where you can download the simplified version of Photoshop software for image browsing and processing." In front of Simon was a compact computer with Windows 3.0 system. Apart from the simplest built-in drawing software, there was no special image browsing tool. In fact, many functions that became commonplace later are not available on the current Windows operating system. For example, the Start button. Simon once thought about whether to make a Start button software in advance and sell it to Damon in exchange for some Microsoft stocks, but after thinking about it, he decided not to do it. He already holds 20% of Microsoft's shares, which is basically his own company. After all, plug-in tool software and system integration functions are different. Doing so may interfere with the overall architecture of the Windows operating system, which is not worth the loss. After asking Tinkerbell's website address, Simon quickly downloaded and installed the simplified version of Photoshop and opened the photos he had just taken in the gym on the floppy disk. In addition to image browsing, this simplified version of Photoshop also provides basic functions such as image cropping, brightness adjustment, and text addition, which are similar to the functions of the smartphone in Simon's memory, but there are no further beautification filters for the time being. The 100,000 pixel 320x320 resolution image occupies roughly a quarter of the page on the 17-inch 800x600 resolution monitor that Simon is using. According to Simon's later standards, both the monitor and the image are rough. However, just posting pictures on the Egret blog, the current computer configuration is more than enough, and the image quality is also quite good. Although Simon invited a large number of celebrities to join the Egret blog, he himself does not have a verified personal account. Of course, he must have a small account. Logged into his vest on the Egret blog, Simon was about to try to send a picture, thinking that this was a photo of Miss C, and realized that it was not appropriate, so he directly used a paint bucket to completely blacken the picture, typed a big word dark in the center, and then uploaded it. A strange blog post soon appeared on the Vest account. Claire next to him just found it interesting. The boss's username was Psychic Simon. The profile also stated that he would take on all kinds of psychic ghost hunting missions, charging $1,000 per session, and that he was very kind. Looking down, the previous blog posts were basically all about gods, ghosts, and spirits, and looked very professional. Simon did not explain that this account was created by him and Janet for fun. Privately, it was mostly Janet's prank, and she even teased the guy who sent a private message to consult. After posting the blog, Simon didn't care about C's discovery of this trivial matter, but said, "The effect is not bad. You should have also discovered that picture content will be one of the key areas of the Egret portal in the future. In fact, the Egret blog can open the photo album function at any time, but it has not been implemented for the time being due to the lack of content sources. So, C, what are you going to do next?" Claire withdrew her thoughts on Simon's blog vest and said, "I plan to use the first batch of 1,000 cameras mainly to collect user experience data in order to make improvements or solve possible problems. After all, this is a new product. Although Neil has done a lot of tests in the laboratory, he dare not guarantee that the machine is flawless. Simon nodded slightly, thought about it, and quickly said, "How about this? I will arrange for Ygritte to buy all of the first batch of 1,000 items, and then arrange a free trial event among blog users. The trial reports regularly fed back by 1,000 active blog users should be enough for you to make improvements." Claire actually thought so. Since her boss took the initiative to propose it, she immediately agreed. The cost of 1,000 items is only $320,000, which is nothing compared to the tens of millions of dollars in marketing and promotion costs that Ygritte portal has to invest every month. Simon noticed the expression on C's face and smiled. As long as item becomes popular, it will definitely be of great benefit to enriching the content of the current internet platform. Therefore, this project is the one that Simon intends to focus on supporting. Claire did not rush for quick success, but Simon did not intend to follow the routine. He then added fuel to the fire and said, "However, 1,000 units are too few after all. Let me help you get a loan of $5 million to completely build the framework of Tinkerbell Company, and then produce another 10,000 items as soon as possible. Of course, you need to find a way to sell them this time." C's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she couldn't help but move closer to Simon. She had the urge to hug her boss and give him a kiss. Claire actually did not have as strong confidence in Icom as Simon. However, in her opinion, the investment of $1 million in this project was indeed not enough. However, the Vase Fund took 50% of the shares in the first investment, leaving her and her partner Neil Brantley with only 25% each. If she asked for more funds, her equity would be further diluted. Not only that, her share in the Vase Fund would also be greatly reduced. If this project failed, she was not sure whether she could continue to invest in other projects. Now, Simon's casual $5 million loan immediately solved all her needs. The amount of the Vase Fund would not be reduced, her equity would not be diluted, and she could immediately start to get Tinkerbell on the right track. You know, this $5 million will not only play a role in building the framework of Tinkerbell and producing 10,000 more items. The most important thing is the business operation experience that can be brought to her in this process. Through the experience of the next 10,000 items from component procurement, machine assembly, advertising and marketing to product sales, Claire can basically thoroughly understand the various skills required to run such a company. Apple was founded in 1976 and has developed rapidly. However, as a giant in the computer industry, IBM, with its profound background, did not successfully enter the PC field until the 1980s. Other companies such as Compaq and Dell lagged behind in development. The biggest reason for this was that Apple had mastered all kinds of experience in running a personal computer company in advance. One step ahead often leads to another. In the field of digital cameras, whether it is Japanese manufacturers such as Sony and Panasonic, or local giants such as Kodak, their technical accumulation is much stronger than that of Tinkerbell, which is still just a grassroots team. Neil Brantley once spent a lot of his spare time and the recent months to create this icon. In the hands of Sony and other manufacturers, it may take only 1 month to develop a prototype. However, as long as Tinkerbell has the upper hand in this field, once the card camera rises, Tinkerbell will not be afraid of the competition from traditional camera manufacturers. Of course, the problem now is to take more steps as early as possible. This is another benefit of the $5 million loan given by Simon. Claire couldn't help but think that if this project is not successful, she may not be able to repay the $5 million loan. Anyway, the boss is there to back him up. $5 million, in the eyes of this young man, is nothing at all. Even if, at worst, he can just sell himself to pay off the debt and work for him for a few more years. Simon looked at the watery eyes of Girl C, smiled and tapped on the table, saying, "I want to add that this $5 million loan is just a loan I got from the bank to you, with interest, and you have to pay it back yourself from now on." Claire nodded without hesitation. "Yes, I'll pay it back myself." So straightforward? It sounds like a child promising to complete his homework on time. Claire has always completed his homework on time since he was a child, but the girl stared at Simon and said, "Yeah, if you can't pay it back, there's nothing I can do." Simon felt the hating look in Girl C's eyes, turned off the computer, stood up and said, "Okay, go prepare breakfast, I'll go call Jenny to get up." Claire also stood up, followed Simon step by step, hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't help saying, "Boss, do you want to take a shower first?" "Yes, there's a bathroom downstairs, I can help you get some clean clothes." Aren't you afraid that Jenny will suddenly rush in and beat you up? My wife wouldn't, Claire said, and suddenly added, if you want to hit me, boss, you can, just don't hit me too hard. Claire curled her lips as she watched her boss quicken his pace and leave. The strategy failed again. But it seems that the direction has been found. The Sacred Civic Auditorium in downtown Hollywood. The premiere of Batman, The Dark Knight was still held here, just like the first part. At around 5:30 in the afternoon, a black extended limousine stopped at the entrance of the red carpet, and Famke Janssen, wearing a red Gucci dress, stepped out of the car. With the support of Deanery's Entertainment, Famke Janssen had already participated in the Oscars once before, and appeared on the red carpet outside the Sacred Civic Auditorium for the second time. Feeling the fanatical atmosphere around her, Famke Janssen still couldn't hide her excitement. This feeling of being the center of attention is probably what many Hollywood stars are intoxicated by deep in their hearts. Vanity Fair, Vanity Fair. The higher you climb, the less important profit becomes, and what matters more is probably just fame. Wonder Woman will start filming soon, but before that, everyone already knows the role she will play. This time she appeared on the red carpet, not just for publicity, but she will appear in tonight's movie. Although the time is very short, it is also the first time she officially appears as Wonder Woman. Hearing the shots of Diana and Wonder Woman in her ears, Famke Janssen silently adjusted her breathing and pace, waved to the fans on both sides from time to time, and finally crossed the red carpet. Entering the media area, she cooperated in taking a few groups of photos. When the reporter asked loudly about the shooting of Wonder Woman, she just smiled and said nothing. Finally, she got the appearance process done and was led by the staff to the backstage first. Her PR came over and patiently advised her to try not to do a certain pose on the red carpet just now, which would appear to be unreserved. When she first became her own PR manager, this PR, who was said to be brought up by Hollywood PR queen Pat Kingsley, obviously looked down on her. Maybe she was regarded as a vase raised casually by some big shot. Now, after all this journey, especially after she was confirmed as Wonder Woman, that kind of arrogance has long disappeared. However, this woman in her 30s is very capable, and she also listened carefully and put into practice most of the other party's suggestions. But there are still some small feelings in her heart. Finally, I'm going to make it. In the past few years, she has been living a tight life, and now she has a debt of $500,000. After confirming that she would star in Wonder Woman, a lot of Hollywood producers came up to her and wanted her to star in various other movies, a lot of heroines. However, without the approval of Deanery's Entertainment, she can't play any role. Thinking about it, it's understandable. Deanery's Entertainment has invested so much in her in recent years, how could it let others use it to consume her popularity? It would be impossible for me to agree. Entering the backstage, the PR gestured to her in a certain direction and disappeared on his own. Looking over, Westeros had arrived in advance and was chatting with Jan de Bond, the director of Batman, The Dark Knight, and several other male and female creators, so he walked over. Famke Janssen found that she couldn't see through the young man who was already powerful in Hollywood. For example, she thought that she had to give something that a woman could give in order to get the role. However, in the past few years, he only asked her to accompany him to a party, and did not take her away afterwards. I remember clearly that at the end of the party, she couldn't find him. Even now, when I think about it, I can't help but feel frustrated. After a long time, it seems that some things have been figured out. It seems that he prefers women who are older than him. Some gossip tabloids have secretly analyzed this, which seems to make sense. Simon chatted with Famke Janssen, who came over for a few words, and saw Brian De Palma and Robert Redford, who he specially called to invite to support him, appeared at the backstage entrance together, and took the initiative to greet them. After hugging the two of them, Simon smiled and asked, "Brian and Bob, have you read the script?" Brian De Palma and Robert Redford have both had a bad year. The Bonfire of the Vanities, which Palma put a lot of energy into, not only received bad reviews, but also did not make any splash at the box office. Redford's Havana, which was scheduled at the end of last year, was a box office failure, and Universal lost a lot of money for it. Simon has never forgotten the help they gave him when he was working on Lola Run. David Giler, one of the three executive producers, is still a long-term contracted producer under Deanery's Entertainment. His most recent job is to be one of the producers of Terminator 2. Therefore, without the two asking, After the box office failure of last year's project, Simon took the initiative to help them keep an eye out for some scripts. Soon they found a movie called Indecent Proposal, which tells a controversial topic of whether you are willing to lend your wife to a billionaire for $1 million. The copyright of the original novel of Indecent Proposal is in the hands of Paramount. After Simon found out, he quickly negotiated with Paramount and finalized it as the first cooperative film between the two parties. Indecent Proposal in his memory happened to be starring Robert Redford, and the heroine was Demi Moore, and it was also one of the top 10 box office hits of the year. Although Brian De Palma was not the original director, this story theme is perfect for Palma. Chapter 418 First Day Box Office. The three of them sat down on a sofa backstage. Brian De Palma continued the topic. Simon, Bob and I have been talking about this project in recent days. I roughly understand that you asked me to direct this film because you wanted to make the plot more suspenseful. However, Bob and I both believe that although the theme of Indecent Proposal goes against mainstream moral values, the core of this story should still be love. Romance films are completely not the subject matter I am good at. Simon heard Palma's tactful refusal, although he felt regretful, but he did not have any grudges. After thinking about it, Simon felt that Palma's analysis was actually very reasonable, so he said, in this case, I will contact other people to see. In addition, Brian, do you have any other scripts that you are interested in recently? Brian De Palma smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, not yet, but I think I should return to the field I am good at. In recent years, Palma has shot a total of 2 films, a Vietnam War film Casualties of War and a satirical comedy The Bonfire of the Vanities. Both films tried to get rid of his previous style, but both ended in failure. It is not difficult to understand why he rejected Indecent Proposal. If he continues to be tepid, it will not be easy to get good projects again. I'll keep an eye out for you, Simon said, looking at Robert Redford and said, Bob, you are not interested in Indecent Proposal either, are you? Robert Redford nodded and said, I can try. Then I will arrange a formal meeting as soon as possible. While chatting, another guest came to greet Simon, and Palmer and Redford smiled and took the initiative to get up and walk away. Hi, Cindy, long time no see. Simon also stood up and greeted Cindy Crawford, who was wearing a black look-out evening dress. At his 20th birthday party, Simon made a promise to each of the 4 models who came to support him. It was originally promised that they could play Bruce Wayne's female companions in Batman Begins, but it didn't happen because of the plot. This time it was successfully fulfilled. However, for the time being, only Cindy Crawford was fulfilled. After hearing what Simon said, Cindy Crawford took the initiative to hug Simon and said half seriously and half falsely with resentment, it's been a long time since we last met, Simon. It's not easy to see you. Simon felt the perfect scent of perfume on the girl in his arms, and then he noticed that she didn't seem to have a male companion. He asked with a smile, are you here alone? Cindy Crawford let go of Simon, but kept a slightly closer distance from the man. She looked over with her beautiful eyes and said, yes, so, Simon, can you take me back to the hotel later? I'm sorry, I have a horror story about places like hotels. I usually don't get within 50 feet of them. Cindy Crawford's eyes moved, and her words seemed bolder. Then, you can take me anywhere. Janet has started to show her pregnancy recently, and her morning sickness was a bit severe, so she did not attend today's premiere. Simon had no intention of staying out all night, so he casually changed the somewhat charming topic and said, I remember you had a boyfriend, that, Richard Gere. Cindy Crawford did not shy away from it, and with some regret in her expression, she explained, we broke up last year. Simon was a little surprised, but he quickly figured out the connection. Richard Gere, who became famous with An Officer and a Gentleman in 1982, had been on a downward slope since the late 1980s. Originally, Richard Gere finally returned to the peak with Pretty Woman in 1990, and then married his girlfriend Cindy Crawford, who had been together for several years. Both parties actually got what they wanted. It's just like when old Bill married Demi Moore in a flash during Die Hard. As a very conservative society, American audiences don't like the perfect man on the screen to be a single playboy in private. For this reason, Bruce Willis, Richard Gere, Sylvester Stallone and even Tom Cruise, no matter what they do in private, will try their best to maintain a marriage on the surface. This is actually another form of political correctness, which was not gradually followed by stars until the new century. Although Richard Gere is a gentleman who fascinates thousands of female audiences on the screen, he is also a playboy in private, and he is comparable to Leo in the original Time and Space. He never got married before the age of 40 and only likes supermodels with tall figures and delicate faces. Now, after missing Pretty Woman and not having other hit films in recent years, he has even fallen to the point of starring in TV movies. Richard Gere, who is over 40, is completely out of date. In this case, there is naturally no need to maintain a kind of political correctness. Moreover, Cindy Crawford, who is only 25 years old and in her prime, has a lot of room for career advancement after rising to fame as Richard Gere's girlfriend. Of course, she can't tie herself to an old tree. After teasing him a few times, and seeing that the man didn't respond, Cindy Crawford took the initiative to turn the topic to her experience of guest starring in Batman: The Dark Knight and expressed her hope to try more to enter Hollywood in the future. The female assistant came over with her best friend Lisa Collins. Noticing Simon's attention shift, Cindy Crawford slightly stepped aside, but didn't walk away. She also nodded politely to Jennifer and the other two women. She knew Simon, the female assistant. Because her career focus is in New York, she also knows that the Raybould family has been very popular in Manhattan in recent years because of Simon. "Simon, it's not easy to meet you." The first sentence of Lisa Collins' words, which was obviously full of resentment, almost made Cindy Crawford laugh. Simon gently hugged Lisa and smiled. "Well, it seems that I am indeed a difficult person to meet." After watching Madonna's concert last year where Simon made a guest appearance, Lisa Collins has always wanted to meet Simon in person again. Unfortunately, she never found the opportunity. It's no wonder that in the past year or so, except for the honeymoon trip after the wedding, Simon has been busy non-stop, flying between cities almost every week, and it is impossible for him to pay too much attention to personal affairs. After a few minutes of socializing, the staff came to remind everyone that the premiere was about to begin, and everyone entered the auditorium hall one after another. The opening link was very simple. After the host's speech, the movie screening officially began. After the animation of the studio logos of the two companies, accompanied by the sound of dense sirens, the picture gradually turned to a section of highway. The opening was a hot car chase scene. Hollywood car chase scenes have a long history, and most action movies almost have one or two car chases. However, in recent years, the most impressive one is undoubtedly the car chase scene in the finale of Batman Begins. Therefore, the opening of Batman: The Dark Knight immediately reminded the audience of the passion and surprise when they saw the car chase scene in Batman Begins on the big screen a year and a half ago. Although it was the opening, the short car chase scene did not disappoint the audience. Faced with the reckless heavy firepower of a pair of racing gangsters, the Gotham police were severely suppressed and suffered heavy losses. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Batplane floated in, and after destroying several minion vehicles with machine guns, Batman used the same method as Catwoman in the first part to drive the Batbike from the automatically flying Batplane and rush to a heavy truck guarded by a pair of minion cars. This opening scene was naturally carefully designed, and it ignited the audience's passion for the film at the beginning. Even the choice of car chase scenes and the details of Batman driving the Batbike from the sky were also carefully considered for the audience's psychology, directly allowing fans who have watched the first part to recall the sense of surprise in the first part. Then, a thrilling confrontation took place. Batman destroyed all the gang cars, and the Batbike turned sharply and rushed towards the heavy truck that had just been left behind. The audience's heart was lifted. Looking at the bloodthirsty and crazy eyes of the driver in the truck driver's seat, they were curious about what Batman was going to do. Die together with a heavy truck, and then, the end? Of course, this was impossible. The moment the two vehicles of huge size came into contact, the Batbike suddenly lowered and passed directly under the heavy truck. At the same time, the cable shot from the Batbike was nailed into the front of the heavy truck. What was he going to do? It's not realistic to use a Batbike that only weighs a few hundred pounds to tow a heavy truck that weighs dozens of tons. If the audience in the hall had the same experience as Simon, they would probably immediately think of a scene in the Nolan version of Batman: The Dark Knight. However, the plot this time was even cooler. The Batbike passed through the heavy truck, and did not wrap around the roadside lamp pole like the original version, but quickly stopped. The cable connecting the heavy truck and the Batmobile was still stretching. Batman pressed a button on the Batmobile, then raised his hand and used the hook to fly out, heading for an advertisement on the roadside. In the middle of the road, The Batmobile took the initiative to transform, and the two huge wheels tilted down, embedded in the ground like two oversized screws. At the same time, 8 hooks flew out from the motorcycle, nailed or wrapped around the ground like spider webs, and fixed into the fence light poles on the roadside. Clang. After a tense sound that made people's hearts tremble, the heavy truck that was moving forward like a giant beast suddenly stopped in the camera. Then, under the huge force, the huge body of the truck turned 180 degrees. Boom! Wow! So cool! Various exclamations suddenly rang out in the hall, and some people began to applaud. Some filmmakers sitting near Simon once again lamented that movies could be shot like this, and they couldn't help but realize that it all cost money. Most filmmakers, even if they could think of it, couldn't afford it. After the opening prologue and the title, the main film officially began. The prologue of Batman, The Dark Knight is still closely related to the plot of the main film, rather than just showing off like the 007 series. At the beginning of the film, the reason for the prologue was soon revealed. The Gotham City Police and Batman are investigating an arms smuggling leader named Penguin. When the Gotham City media reported on Batman's deeds of punishing evil, another new star in Gotham's political circles was also rising. It was the prosecutor Harvey Dent, who publicly stated in the media that he would send all the criminals in Gotham City to prison. With the media reports, Batman and Harvey Dent gradually had the two titles of Dark Knight and Bright Knight. At the same time, as the heir of the Wayne family, Bruce Wayne also had to face small troubles in life. Catwoman Selina Kyle failed to get along with Bruce Wayne in the previous episode, and Alfred, the butler who has been worried about the inheritance of the Wayne family, constantly arranged various blind dates for Wayne. This aspect of the plot is also consistent with the first episode, so it also accounts for most of the laughs. Cindy Crawford guest starred as one of Bruce Wayne's blind dates. The girl certainly did not appear as a supermodel in the film, but as a strong woman who was too busy with her career to care about her lifelong affairs. She was also forced by her family to go on a blind date. She was straightforward and admired Batman very much. She thought Bruce Wayne was just a useless big playboy who inherited a huge family fortune. Especially after performing a small act of bravery in front of Wayne, she noticed Wayne's retreat in that small incident, and looked down on him even more. The two pretended to be friendly, and Cindy's character quickly dumped Wayne. Of course, according to the plot that has a beginning and an end, things will definitely be reversed. During the First War, Batman accidentally saved Cindy's character. The strong woman also had some doubts about Batman's identity and seemed familiar, but the matter was not exposed after all. Back to the main line. Batman and Harvey Dent teamed up with each other several times, causing the Penguin to suffer heavy losses. During a trial, the Mad Penguin sent his men to publicly pour sulfuric acid on Harvey Dent's face in the court, causing half of Dent's face to be disfigured. As a strong person in his bones, facing the rejection and sympathy of the people around him afterwards, Harvey Dent gradually went to extremes. In order to punish the Penguin's evil deeds, Batman destroyed the Penguin's nest with violence and sent a large number of minions to the hospital. Harvey Dent, who went to extremes, placed a bomb in the hospital where the Penguin's men gathered. In a big explosion that destroyed the entire hospital, the birth of Two-Face was announced. That's right. For this plot, Simon once again referred to the shot of the Joker blowing up the hospital in Nolan's version of Batman, The Dark Knight, but this time the villain was replaced by Two-Face. The Penguin is still on the run. Batman has to fight the two villains together. Sensing Batman's obstruction to his justice, Harvey Dent teamed up with the Penguin, but secretly wanted to get rid of the Penguin and Batman together, because he stubbornly believed that he was the embodiment of justice, and the entire Gotham City, whether it was the Penguin or Batman, should not exist. Coincidentally, the Penguin was trying to smuggle a dirty bomb that could destroy a city. The two-faced man, who was frustrated continuously, went to an even crazier extreme, and further believed that the entire Gotham City that abandoned him should not exist. So, Gotham City is facing an unprecedented crisis of destruction. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419 First Day Box Office, 2. Due to plot considerations, The Dark Knight is 151 minutes long, 13 minutes longer than Batman Begins, which was 138 minutes. Warner Brothers' control over the length of a movie can be seen in the tragedy of Justice League. However, this time, Warner Brothers has no say. In the final analysis, any major Hollywood film company will look at the people to serve you. If you are a high-profile enough star, the studio will obey you. In the hall of the Sacred Citizens Auditorium, the plot of The Dark Knight has finally come to an end. Justice triumphs over evil again. The Batfighter carrying Two-Face takes the dirty bomb that attempted to destroy Gotham City from the Penguin and flies to the distant sea level, then explodes. The city is out of danger. The people who escaped death looked at the sea level, praying for a certain figure to appear. Then, a black figure appeared in everyone's sight. Then, the screen darkened. The subtitles began to rise. There was a slight whisper in the hall, and everyone sat still. According to the pattern of the first part, the next part should be the Easter egg segment. Halfway through the 5-minute ending, the screen finally lit up again. This is a building. At the messy crime scene, a large group of police were rescuing the wounded and maintaining order. Firefighters were spraying water into the building filled with fireworks. Commissioner Gordon struggled to pass through the busy crowd, suddenly stopped, and picked up a card from the ruins. A card with a clown pattern. The screen went dark again. After the second ending credits, Bruce Wayne's fixed seat for blind dates in a high-end restaurant appeared on the big screen. A beautiful girl with elegant clothes and a bun was already sitting on one side of the seat. The girl was holding a newspaper in her hand. Bruce Wayne appeared and politely extended his hand to the girl, Diana Prince. "Hello, Mr. Wayne." The two sat down together. Bruce Wayne glanced at the newspaper in front of the girl, and some doubts flashed in his expression. He said, 3 months ago, I happened to know that someone saw a person as fast as lightning in the Central City Times. Diana looked at Wayne. "So, do you think this is true?" Wayne did not answer, but said, "Our artist's concerned about this kind of superpower event." "Of course," Diana raised the corner of her mouth, "I am also interested in a little boy who likes to dress himself up as a bat." After saying this, the camera did not show Bruce Wayne's reaction again, and the big screen went dark completely. A sigh of disappointment sounded in the hall. In just a dozen seconds of Easter eggs, with the appearance of Wonder Woman and the indirect mention of the Flash, the DC movie universe finally officially unfolded. More importantly, it's not enough. Everyone is very curious about what will happen next after the brief but sparking rivalry between Batman and Wonder Woman. At the same time, I wondered if this was the plot of the third film in the Batman series. Although I was still not satisfied and curious, the warm applause in the hall soon rang out and lasted for a long time. There is no doubt. The second film in the DC movie universe has delivered a perfect answer. After the screening and the media interaction, Simon and everyone went backstage together. There was also an after-party to entertain today's media and guests, but Simon did not plan to attend. He was getting less and less interested in these parties and social events. Unless it was necessary, he would not usually attend. With Amy and other company executives and the main creators of the Batman series in charge of socializing, he was not worried about any mistakes in the following after-party. Just as he was about to go directly from the backstage passage to the parking lot to leave, Lisa Collins pulled Jennifer to chase him. Knowing that Simon was going to leave like this, Lisa hugged his arm and said coquettishly, "Come with us to the party, Simon. It's really not easy to see you once, and the next time will be a long time." Feeling Lisa rubbing against him without any defense, he had the tendency to rub down the local dress tonight. "I'm going to be exposed." Simon glanced at the female assistant helplessly, and seeing that she also had expectations in her eyes, he had no choice but to nod. Lisa giggled, and did not let go of Simon, saying, "Jenny and I will take your car." Then she turned her head and explained to her bestie, "Don't worry, I won't snatch Simon from you. I have a boyfriend, so I deliberately didn't bring him tonight. I just want to borrow him for a little while, just a little while." Then she rubbed against Simon again. Simon thought. He was obviously the one who was taken advantage of. Dragged by the clingy bug to the more private VIP parking lot on the auditorium, the driver was already waiting there. Simon and some other guests who also came to the parking lot nodded and were about to get in the car with Lisa and the others when a timid call came from nearby. Simon. Looking in the direction of the voice, a petite girl walked through the crowd from the other side of the parking lot. The soft call just now attracted the attention of many other people. Perhaps because she was embarrassed, the little girl lowered her head slightly. The light in the parking lot was not too bright. Simon had not reacted for a while, but Lisa blurted out, "You are the little girl who cried at Madonna's concert." As the girl approached, Simon recognized her. Jennifer Bray. That should be her name. Last year at Madonna's concert, the little girl unexpectedly rushed onto the stage and almost caused a riot. Simon calmed her down and sang a song for the little girl. Rocketman. This single later topped the sales charts for several weeks in a row, even surpassing the new song Simon wrote for Madonna. However, Simon never saw the little girl again after that day. When she came to Simon, the little girl called out timidly again, and glanced at Lisa, who was hanging on Simon, and smiled softly. The girl wore a light pink straight long skirt today, with a ribbon tied around her waist, which made her waist look even slimmer, even giving people a feeling of a Barbie doll. For some reason, Simon always felt a little strange when he recalled the details of the past and compared them with the present. The girl gave Simon a sense of déjà vu. Of course, it was not the impression she had on the stage. But, oh, exquisite. When this word popped up in his mind, Simon immediately thought of Janet's smiling face. And the exquisiteness of ABCD and the housekeeper leading the maid team. The exquisiteness that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars per year, which was higher than their own salary, to maintain carefully. Western women have their own advantages in appearance, but at the same time, they have to admit that due to their racial constitution, Western women are usually difficult to describe as exquisite. To maintain this feeling, they must be diligent in maintenance. However, most Western women have neither the time nor the money to support this, so they often give people the impression that they are easy to age. Lisa Collins obviously did not notice what Simon was thinking. She came forward to greet Jennifer Bray warmly and joked, "I thought you were very short last year. I didn't expect that after so long, you haven't grown taller. But it's also amazing to be able to climb onto such a high stage." Blah blah blah. After chatting for a while, Lisa took the initiative to invite the girl to the after party, but was rejected. She greeted Simon again and got a smile in response. The girl felt very satisfied and took the initiative to say goodbye and ran away. The three of them got on the car together. Lisa was still talking, but Simon noticed that the female assistant was looking at him with suspicion. Simon shrugged helplessly and whispered in the female assistant's ear, "I don't know what's going on, but it should be Jenny who is making trouble." Jennifer was put close to Simon's ear and felt her cheeks hot from the man's breath. She did not doubt the man's words and nodded slightly as a response. Lisa was dissatisfied. "Hey, you two, stop whispering in front of me, it's too rude." The female assistant glared at her bestie and said, "You are being rude by clinging to Simon like this." Lisa did not give in, stretched out her little paw to pinch the female assistant's rosy ears, and threatened, "You dare to be mean to me, Jenny, be careful or I will break up with you and then take your man away." In the parking lot, watching Simon's car leave, Jennifer Bray walked towards a car parked nearby. The driver in the car was Seagirl Claire Gain. The two women came to the premiere together tonight, but of course they did not have the treatment of walking the red carpet, just quietly entering and leaving like ordinary fans. There were 2,000 audience members attending the premiere tonight, and of course no one would pay much attention to the two of them. After Jennifer Bray got in the car, C started the car and left the parking lot, saying, "You stay in Beverly tonight. It's the boss's house. The madam will see you tomorrow morning." "Well, Claire, will Simon be home in the morning?" "Tomorrow is Thursday, not the weekend, so the boss still has to work." The girl was disappointed again. C smiled, turned the steering wheel and entered the city road outside the auditorium, and said again, "Since you can get into Stanford with your own efforts and didn't ask the madam to use her connections, then work hard. In the future, you will definitely see him every day when you work for the boss. The madam has spent so much time on you, not just to cultivate a vase. The boss doesn't like vases either. The more outstanding you are, the more you can attract the boss's attention." The girl nodded seriously, "I know. After all, it was just a small episode." In addition, after drinking some wine at the subsequent party, Simon immediately started busy work the next day. Unconsciously, he forgot to ask Janet about Jennifer Bray. The next day was Thursday. After the premiere on Wednesday, Batman: The Dark Knight entered the North American theater midnight show with 3,036 screens, setting a new record for the scale of screens. In the media interaction session after the premiere, a reporter actually asked Simon about this matter, wondering whether it was necessary to use more than 10% of the number of screens in North America at one time, and whether it was too eager for quick success. You know, in 1991, the total number of movie screens in North America barely exceeded 25,000. Simon did not give a detailed explanation at the time, but privately, he analyzed his ideas in detail to Amy and other senior executives. Just this summer, there are 8 films related to Deanery's Entertainment, 4 co-productions and 4 self-released films. Apart from others, this week, in addition to Batman, The Dark Knight, the other 2 films that opened with the limelight of Batman, The Dark Knight are Spike Lee's new film Jungle Fever, produced by Universal Pictures, which just won the Best Supporting Actor award at the Cannes Film Festival. The schedule of Deanery's Entertainment's films is getting more and more crowded. In order to avoid internal friction among films belonging to the same company in the same schedule, it is necessary to stimulate the box office potential of blockbuster films as soon as possible. In Hollywood as a whole, let alone $80 million, the proportion of films willing to spend $8 million on publicity and promotion is less than 20% compared to the total number of films entering theaters each year. The one-time budget of $80 million for Batman, The Dark Knight, and the opening scale of more than 3,000 screens for the first time are all for this purpose. The $80 million publicity and promotion budget is overwhelming, and naturally it needs to be effective in the shortest time. Compared with the previous super-selling films, which often have a screening cycle of up to half a year, a comprehensive saturated release and recovering most of the box office within 4 weeks can not only free up market potential for subsequent films, but also allow the audience to divert the attention brought by this film as soon as possible. Therefore, it is not only Batman, The Dark Knight. If Deanery's Entertainment wants to achieve Simon's plan to release 40 films per year through the 3 distribution networks of Deanery's, New World and Highgate, and further extend its influence to major Hollywood studios such as MGM, it must adopt the saturation distribution that gradually became mainstream in the late 1990s. With the official release of Batman, The Dark Knight, a large number of North American audiences have entered the theaters under the almost ubiquitous publicity bombing and the large-scale screen impression. In addition to a large number of core fans, many passers-by have also been influenced by the phenomenal popularity of Batman, The Dark Knight, and started to buy tickets. The North American media, which has always been keen on smell, will naturally not miss such news hotspots. When the film was officially released on a large scale, almost all newspapers of all sizes across North America were discussing all aspects of the film inside and outside, and any gossip related to the film could enter the important pages of the media. Although the overall media ratings of the film are inevitably lowered after the release of the film, for a phenomenal commercial blockbuster, not many people pay attention to these under the overwhelming popularity. Therefore, Batman, The Dark Knight has shown a phenomenal viewing trend since its release. In the 1990s, the statistics of North American movie box office became more digital, so it was more real-time and convenient. After the midnight show on Thursday and the whole day of Friday, the first-day box office data of Batman, The Dark Knight was officially released at about 1 a.m. on Saturday on the West Coast. And, unsurprisingly, many North American media and Hollywood executives who stayed up late waiting for this data were unable to sleep. $23.76 million. This is the box office of Batman, The Dark Knight on the first day of its release. Compared with the super blockbusters many years later, the first day of $23.76 million is actually not too high. However, the $23.76 million in 1991 can be described as shocking. You know, in Hollywood at this time, there are only about 50 movies with a total box office of more than $20 million in North America each year, which is only equivalent to 10% of the total number of films entering theaters in North America each year. On the first day of its opening, The Dark Knight not only surpassed the box office data of most blockbuster films in their entire opening week, but also exceeded the total domestic box office figures of more than 90% of theatrical films in North America each year. Chapter 420 New record. Faced with the overwhelming momentum of Batman, The Dark Knight, all other films in the same period of this summer season have become completely unworthy of mention. After the record-breaking first day, countless people inside and outside Hollywood have been closely watching the box office figures of this super blockbuster every day. $23.76 million on the first day. $24.33 million on Saturday. $20.39 million on Sunday. In just 3 days of the first weekend, the cumulative box office of Batman, The Dark Knight quickly rushed to a high of $68.38 million. On weekdays, the film's box office momentum has not diminished at all. In the end, when the first week from June 7th to June 13th ended, Batman, The Dark Knight undoubtedly set a new weekly box office record and achieved an unprecedented first week of over $100 million. $102.07 million. This is the first week 7-day box office of Batman, The Dark Knight. In 7 days, Batman, The Dark Knight jumped to the second place in the 1991 North American box office rankings, second only to the $118 million of The Dark Knight, which was released during the Valentine's Day schedule at the beginning of the year. Faced with the amazing box office of this super blockbuster that exceeded $100 million in the first week, most Hollywood filmmakers felt a strong sense of powerlessness. Once upon a time, as long as a movie could achieve a total box office of over $100 million in North America, it would be enough for everyone to celebrate. However, it seems that in the blink of an eye, it seems so easy for a movie to break the $100 million box office. Most people actually understand that this is just an illusion. The 1991 schedule is almost halfway through, and North American theaters have only produced 2 films that have broken the $100 million box office in North America, The Dark Knight and Batman, The Dark Knight. However, the box office momentum of Batman, The Dark Knight really makes too many people feel out of reach. It's not that no one has imagined that the Batman series or the DC movie universe will fail after the stunning opening, Batman Begins. The entire project cost $160 million, which was unimaginable a few years ago. Even with the popularity of the first film, the sequel will have no problem recovering the huge cost through omni-channel operations. However, if the film's operation cycle is too long, the project is doomed to be a failure. Now, all those who have certain expectations are left with disappointment. With $102 million in the first week, the domestic box office of Batman, The Dark Knight is unlikely to be less than $300 million. $300 million is exactly the cost line for this super blockbuster to recover the entire budget through the domestic box office. According to the first week box office data, not many people will doubt that this project can not only recover the entire budget through North American theater screenings, but also be enough to achieve partial profits. At the same time, various types of toys, posters, records, and video games related to Batman, The Dark Knight were also put on sale during the same period. From the initial car chase to the final hanging of the dirty bomb away from the city, this sequel can be said to have destroyed Batman's Batbike, Batmobile, and Batfighter, which made many fans feel very distressed. However, other character props specifically used for the development of derivatives also appeared in the film. Even Cindy Crawford, who made a cameo appearance in the film, launched a figure of the same character as in the film. Because the popularity of the supermodel in the film was not predicted in advance, news of out of stock came from various retail channels 2 days after the film was released. According to rough statistics, the sales of various types of peripheral products of Batman, The Dark Knight reached a total of $170 million in just 1 week after the release. Compared with the $130 million of Batman Begins in the same period, the sales increased by more than 30%. In addition, the 21 overseas countries and regions where the film was released simultaneously, because it covers major overseas ticket warehouses such as the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Japan, Italy, Spain, and Australia. After some statistics, the box office in the first week also reached $130 million. Therefore, in just the first week of the release, the global box office figures of Batman, The Dark Knight reached $230 million. In the early 1990s, the World Trade Organization had not yet been established, and the film markets of various overseas countries were relatively closed. However, on average, the box office share of Batman, The Dark Knight, a blockbuster that overseas theaters are competing to introduce, can be maintained at about 35% through overseas markets. According to the tiered profit-sharing rule signed by the U.S. distributors and theaters, the approximate profit ratio of the sales of peripheral derivatives, and the average profit ratio of overseas box office, The Dark Knight is expected to recover $140 million from various channels in just 1 week of release. It took 7 days to recover $140 million. Although the box office fell significantly after the second week, the project is destined to quickly turn profitable. The spectators who are just watching the box office data of The Dark Knight are only keeping a close eye on the box office data of The Dark Knight. Professionals who are familiar with the details of the operation of Hollywood film projects can clearly see that this movie, which has invested a huge amount of $160 million, has shown a momentum of making a lot of money in just over a week. Hollywood has never lacked followers. Faced with the success of the DC movie universe, other studios subconsciously began to look for similar projects. Then, everyone once again discovered that the two major North American comic giants, DC and Marvel, were no longer theirs to get involved in. Marvel Comics was completely hidden in Simon Westeros's hands as a gold mine. Not only did he not intend to mine it himself, he also had no intention of letting other studios do it for him. DC Comics, which lost Batman, Superman and Wonder Woman and almost sold itself in the 1980s, has shown a state of strict defense for its own superhero copyrights. All producers who tried to contact Time Warner for copyrights have hit a wall without exception. Because the comic industry has been in a long-term recession, there are really no other large-scale comic companies in the United States except Marvel and DC at that time. Many years later, Dark Horse Comics and Image Comics, which followed Marvel and DC, were either still in the early stages of development or had not yet been established. Although many people also understand that the key to the success of the DC movie universe is not DC, but universe. Moreover, Deaneries Entertainment is far ahead of the film production technology and concepts of this era, which is also the key to the success of the DC movie universe. However, after failing to contact Marvel and DC for copyrights, Hollywood studios have begun to look for some small comic companies and plan to personally support some original comic content. When the first week box office of Batman, The Dark Knight came out, the third film in the series, Batman, The Dark Knight Rises, was officially launched and began preliminary preparations. In fact, Simon had already planned the plot of the trilogy at the beginning of the project. Now, Jan de Bont has proved that he is capable of supporting the production of this series, and the leading actors and actresses of the film and other main creators have signed long-term contracts, so there is no need to haggle over the salary because of the box office success of the film. Therefore, the launch of the third film has basically started with the actual process of casting supporting roles and film location scouting. In just 2 Batman films, a large number of actors who were originally unknown or tepid have become popular. With the opening of the third film, any role in the plan has become a target that major Hollywood agencies are trying their best to win. Of course, plans can never keep up with changes. It is necessary to make certain changes to the third film in accordance with the accumulation of the first 2 films, but the main line will not change. Compared with the Easter eggs in the second film, Batman, The Dark Knight will officially become a crossover. A crossover of Batman and Wonder Woman. The villains in the film adopt a similar pattern to the first 2 films, with one main boss and 1 or 2 other minor bosses. In addition to the Joker, the third film will also feature the first super female villain in the series, Poison Ivy. Simon certainly won't make a Poison Ivy like Uma Thurman in Tim Burton's film, who looks cheap in a cozier outfit. Instead, he plans to make a Poison Ivy like Catwoman, referring to the Poison Ivy setting in the game version of Batman, Arkham Knight, a red shirt with only one button fastened, barefoot, long legs, and green skin covered with tiny vines. With a strange but irresistible sexiness. The Poison Ivy in Batman, Arkham Knight almost saved Gotham City in the end, purifying the nerve agent released by Scarecrow by stimulating plants. In Nolan's Batman, The Dark Knight, the focus is on the Joker's control of people's hearts, but in the comic setting, the Joker is actually a poison expert who surpasses Scarecrow. According to Simon's setting of fighting the gangs in the first part of the trilogy, saving the city in the second part, and saving the world in the third part, the Joker will be a being trying to destroy the world in the planned Batman, The Dark Knight. Batman will join forces with Wonder Woman and Catwoman, who come to Gotham to find the Mother Box, and cooperate with Poison Ivy, who finally wakes up to fight against the Joker's conspiracy. Compared with the unplanned and hasty battle of the DC movie universe in memory, this time, the 3 Mother Boxes will become the key to connect the entire DC movie universe in advance. At the same time, in the planned third part, because of the participation of Poison Ivy, a real superpower who can control plants, and the transformation of the Joker under the influence of the Mother Box, the application of special effects will be taken to a higher level. Batman's own equipment will also be upgraded again, and a powerful bat armor will appear. The CG technology of Daenerys' special effects has already exceeded the original time and space by a lot. However, in order to realize these special effects in the plan as perfectly as possible, Simon plans to reserve 3 years for the third part. 3 years of continuous research and development is enough for the CG technology of Daenerys' special effects to take a step forward. Of course, this also means that Batman: The Dark Knight will be released in the summer of 1994. However, during this period, Daenerys and Warner Bros. Will jointly launch The Flash, Wonder Woman and the rebooted version of Superman. Therefore, although it takes 3 years to wait, the progress of the DC movie universe will not stagnate. With the commercial potential shown by the Batman series, slowing down the pace and making each series more meticulous is much better than rushing to launch more films to continuously squeeze the market potential and even cause aesthetic fatigue among the audience. After the first week, the second week of release from June 14th to June 20th also ended quickly. The number of new films that opened this week has been reduced to one: Disney's youth comedy Holiday Girls, which tells the story of a group of girls who died unexpectedly during the holiday in order to avoid the constraints of their parents and concealed the death of their elderly nanny. Compared with the 2 new films Jungle Fever from Universal Pictures and The Unholy Alliance from Fox, which opened on less than 1,300 screens last week, The Holiday opened on 1,806 screens. Compared with Disney's previous conservative distribution strategy, the number of screens has increased significantly this time. The whole of Hollywood is probably more and more aware of the benefits of full distribution or even saturated distribution. However, like the 2 new films last week, even if the box office of Batman: The Dark Knight showed a significant decline in the second week, The Holiday is still just a foil under the general trend. In the end, the box office of Batman: The Dark Knight fell by 41% in the second week of its release, earning another $60.18 million. After 2 weeks of release, the cumulative box office of the film reached $162.25 million. Although it is not as good as the second week of Batman Begins, this is also expected by everyone. If the box office does not fall too much in the second week after breaking through 100 million in the first week, then this series will be completely against the sky. In fact, compared to the usual 50% drop in the second week of a commercial blockbuster with a saturated and fully released film, the second week drop of Batman: The Dark Knight was controlled at 41%, which is still very rare. The total box office of $162.25 million in 2 weeks is basically the same as the box office data of the first film that reversed the decline in the second week. As long as the subsequent box office decline trend is narrowed again, it is not impossible for this sequel to hit the $400 million box office mark in North America again. For 2 consecutive weeks, affected by the great commercial success of Batman: The Dark Knight, Time Warner's stock price has been steadily rising. In order to build momentum for the upcoming stock issuance, Batman: The Dark Knight ended its second week of release, and Time Warner couldn't wait to announce that it would hold a grand celebration party on June 22nd. The time is actually Saturday of the third week of Batman: The Dark Knight. These days, Daenerys Entertainment's film business and the integration of Daenerys and MCA have kept Simon busy almost every day from morning to night. However, as the founder of the DC movie universe and the super signature of the series, Simon naturally cannot be absent from the celebration party of Batman: The Dark Knight. Otherwise, there will definitely be rumors that Daenerys and Time Warner have uneven distribution of interests and the DC movie universe plan may be changed. In fact, similar arguments have never disappeared. After all, the interests involved in the DC movie universe are too huge. The expected net profit scale of more than $1 billion for Batman Begins is equivalent to the annual net profit income of a corporate giant in the top 500 of the world. Judging from various public data, the profit scale of Batman: The Dark Knight will not be much lower than that of the first part. Even if Time Warner can take half of the profits this time, in the eyes of many people, the IP of Batman originally belongs to Warner, and Time Warner has always suffered a big loss in this business with Daenerys. In fact, if it is said that there is no rift between Daenerys and Time Warner in the cooperation of the DC movie universe, it is a lie with open eyes. However, Simon has well controlled this rift from further deteriorating through the appropriate distribution of interests, including cooperation with Warner on projects outside the DC movie universe. Interests are of course attractive. However, if the cost of falling out is likely to be a loss of everything, and if you don't fall out, you can still have a very good harvest. People with a little bit of rationality will probably choose to be quiet. As the absolute controller of Deanery's entertainment, Simon could have directly chosen a lose-lose confrontation method because Alistair Records concealed the sales of the soundtrack of The Bodyguard. As a listed company, Time Warner, coupled with the heavy pressure from external shareholders and other factions at this time, Steve Ross is unlikely to make too drastic actions to tear his face. Because Simon has proved in the Bodyguard soundtrack incident that if the partners do not abide by the rules, Deanery's entertainment will only become tougher. Chapter 421 Mission Impossible Actor. Simon, look here, look here. Simon, how is the post-production progress of The Flash going? Do you think The Dark Knight can surpass Begins in global box office? Mr. Westeros, can you put your hands in your pockets? Yes, just like that, keep it. Thank you. Simon, have you and Janet started naming the baby? Simon, it is rumored that the casting for the third Batman movie has already started, is it true? Simon. Amid the dense flashes and questions, Simon patiently stayed in front of the photo wall at the end of the red carpet of the celebration party for Batman, The Dark Knight for more than a minute, and then walked towards the corridor leading to the party hall amid the begging of reporters. This is the Sunset Tower Hotel on Sunset Boulevard in Beverly Hills. Simon had just left the side of the media reporters, and Cindy Crawford, who had been waiting in the corridor before him, came over. The girl wore a black deep V-neck evening dress tonight, which showed off her perfect curves. She wore a string of pearls on her fair neck, light makeup on her face, and her carefully groomed chestnut hair draped over her shoulders, making her look even more radiant. Without hiding his gaze, Simon smiled and took the initiative to greet her. Good evening, Cindy, you look so beautiful today. Cindy Crawford walked side by side with Simon without leaving any trace, and flirtatiously brushed her long hair towards the man's side, and responded, "Thank you, Simon." Before she could say hello, someone came over to talk to Simon again. When they arrived at the party hall, they were entertained for more than 10 minutes. Originally, after entering the party hall, Cindy Crawford knew that she should take the initiative to leave. However, Simon obviously did not have a female companion tonight, and the man did not express any opinion about her following him closely. The most important thing was that a certain feeling of the fox borrowing the tiger's power really made her unable to stop. All the guests who came to greet Simon naturally regarded her as Simon's female companion tonight. They chatted with the men around them for a few words, and never forgot to greet her and compliment her at the end. In the past, when attending similar parties, those Hollywood bigwigs looked at her as if they saw prey and wanted to strip her naked with their eyes. This time, there was no one. It seemed that everyone suddenly became gentlemanly beyond words. Although many female guests behaved properly on the surface, they looked at her inadvertently with obvious jealousy. Some people praised her performance in Batman, The Dark Knight, and took the initiative to say that they had some suitable films for her and would contact her agency afterwards. In the past, they would just open a room and chat. How could they contact any agency? Her acting contract is with ICM. Marvin Josephson, the boss of ICM who has retired behind the scenes, happened to be there tonight. When he saw her following Westeros, he came over to greet her and said on the spot that he could change her agent and let his daughter Nancy Josephson represent her personally. As a contracted actress under ICM, Cindy was only developing in the modeling industry before Batman, The Dark Knight, and she was not even a celebrity in Hollywood. However, she also knew that Nancy Josephson was the next generation leader of ICM trained by Marvin Josephson. Moreover, as a big face that is coveted by others at any time, being able to change to a female agent, who is also the daughter of the boss of the agency, can definitely help her avoid a lot of unnecessary harassment. All this is just because she was bold or shameless to follow a man and socialize for a short 10 minutes. How great it would be if she could really catch this man. Without expecting anything further, even if she was just his lover, she would probably get what she wanted in the future, whether in Hollywood or the fashion industry. With her thoughts flying, she noticed that the old Hollywood big sister Barbra Streisand, who was talking to the man next to her, glanced at her. Cindy Crawford quickly put away her thoughts and watched the conversation in front of her with a smile. Yes, I have actually read the script of The Silence of the Lambs. It is a very brilliant story. Barbara, if your film was not part of the Warner Reserved project, I would definitely choose this as a cooperation film between Deanery's and Warner Brothers. Barbra Streisand seemed to have never looked at Cindy. Hearing Simon say this, he He was surprised and said, "Really, Simon? In fact, I have always been very hesitant about this project, worried that it would be messed up." Simon shook his head firmly and said, "How could it be messed up? This is a very good story." Speaking of which, the Oscars have probably given out a female Best Director Golden Statue after so many years. I think The Silence of the Lambs has a good chance of making an impact. The Silence of the Lambs is a psychological love film directed and starred by Barbra Streisand herself. As far as I can remember, this movie was a hot Oscar in 1992, but it was overshadowed by The Silence of the Lambs and failed to win the last Golden Statue. However, this does not deny the excellent quality of The Silence of the Lambs. The box office of the film is also very good. If it weren't for Barbra Streisand and Clint Eastwood, who are completely reserved stars of Warner Brothers, the commercial performance of the films produced by them are generally very guaranteed, and Warner Brothers will not easily take them out for cooperation with outsiders. Otherwise, Simon would indeed choose to make it one of the cooperation projects between Warner Brothers and Daenerys. When Barbra Streisand heard Simon's high evaluation, she covered her mouth and said, "Oh, this is really." Steve Ross, who also came tonight, took the opportunity to say, "Simon, Young and Dangerous is in the post-production stage recently. Why don't you come and take a look when you are free?" Barbra Streisand seemed to react as well. She looked at Simon expectantly and said, "Yes, Simon, can you come and help me take a look?" "Well, I'll see if I have time next week." Steve Ross smiled and said, "Then it's settled, next week." Simon showed a helpless expression of being defeated. After thinking about it, he nodded and said, "Okay, next week, I'll spare a few hours." Everyone chatted for a while, and after Steve Ross and Barbra Streisand left, Jonathan Friedman came over with two men, one old and one young. They were the great Hollywood director Francis Ford Coppola and his nephew Nicolas Cage. After a brief greeting, Simon gestured to the rest booth at the edge of the hall and said, "Let's go over there and talk." Several people came to a booth. Jonathan, Coppola and Cage consciously sat on one side, leaving the other side for Simon and Cindy. After signaling the waiter to change a few glasses of wine, everyone did not rush to get to the point, but talked about Coppola's preparation for a new movie. Although he is one of the four old Hollywood directors, Coppola's situation in recent years is not good. He probably only has the empty title of one of the four directors. Last year's The Godfather 3 failed in word of mouth, and the box office did not meet expectations, which further worsened Coppola's situation. At present, Coppola's studio has accumulated a loss of $27 million. If the next movie cannot make a comeback, Coppola may go bankrupt again. Why say again? Because Coppola had already experienced bankruptcy after the box office failure of The Cotton Club in the 1980s. At that time, Coppola could not even pay the phone bill. Coppola and Cage are both clients of WMA. Simon actually wanted to discuss something with Cage tonight. Jonathan brought Coppola here, obviously hoping to get some help from Simon. In any case, Coppola is one of WMA's signature directors. This is a story about the origin of Dracula, called Bram Stoker's Dracula. We have already negotiated with Keanu Reeves and Gary Oldman to join, and we have also invited Winona and Anthony Hopkins. Winona is not a big problem. Anthony said he is still considering it, and it depends on the attitude of Daenerys Entertainment. In order to let Anthony Hopkins feel at ease to play Batman's butler Alfred, Simon has given the male lead of The Silence of the Lambs to someone else. Because of the contract, although Anthony Hopkins' popularity has risen rapidly with the role of butler Alfred, he has been offered many film jobs, but if he wants to act in a movie, he also needs the approval of Daenerys Entertainment. Therefore, Coppola's last sentence just now is actually the key point. As long as Simon spoke, naturally no one would stop Hopkins from participating in this vampire movie. Even if Hopkins was still hesitant, he would definitely take it seriously. After all, the Hollywood circle is not big for people at the top of the pyramid. Simon had noticed Coppola's project before, but he didn't mean to sign it himself. The film's estimated cost is to reach $40 million, and the North American box office is only about $80 million. Although the global box office exceeds $200 million, Simon did not make a move considering that Daenerys cannot hold all the popular projects in his hands. Not only Dracula, Warner Brothers scheduled Kevin Costner's new film Robin Hood on August 2nd, which is also very popular in memory. Simon also got the information of the film in advance, but he also did not make a move. Daenerys Entertainment has monopolized 70% of the top 10 Hollywood annual box office list in the past 2 years. If other studios are not given a chance to survive, it will really cause a backlash. Simon also did not play it by ear when discussing the Oscar prospects of The Silence of the Lambs with Barbra Streisand. Daenerys Entertainment has dominated the Oscar Best Picture for 2 consecutive years. If a horror thriller like The Silence of the Lambs continues to sweep the Oscars next year, it will definitely cause controversy in the media. Therefore, Simon has decided to give up the 1992 Oscars. I think that even if Daenerys Entertainment is unwilling to let go, the Oscar jury will make corresponding choices to avoid the Oscars becoming Daenerys Entertainment's private reserve. In this case, it is better to give the quota to Warner, which has a relatively close relationship with Daenerys. Speaking of which, Thelma and Louise, which Kathryn is in charge of, has basically completed the post-production and is scheduled for September 6th. This feminist film is also an Oscar hotspot in Simon's memory. Perhaps, at next year's Oscars, there will be 2 female Oscar Best Director nominations. Of course, Simon does not have high expectations for Kathryn to win the Oscar Best Director in one fell swoop. It is already very rare to be able to get a nomination first. Realizing that Coppola was still waiting for his response, Simon quickly withdrew his thoughts and said, "As long as Tony is willing to act, Daenerys will not set any obstacles for this movie." Coppola nodded gratefully, looked at Cindy beside Simon, and said with a smile, "Ms. Crawford, there happens to be a role that suits you in my new film. Do you want to try it? After all, it is just a fox taking advantage of the tiger's power." Cindy didn't dare to really pull the flag and pull the tiger's skin. She glanced at the man next to her and said with a bit of affectionate, "I listen to Simon. The beautiful woman's statement can actually satisfy the vanity of men." The 3 big men opposite all smiled at Simon knowingly. Simon just smiled and turned to Cage to talk about business. "Nick, you should have read the information about Mission Impossible. Nicolas Cage's original name is actually Nicholas Coppola, and Nick is Nicholas' nickname." Cage nodded and said, "Of course, Simon, I am honored to have the opportunity to join this project. There are many rumors about the Mission Impossible series in the circle. Many people know that Paramount originally intended to have Tom Cruise, who has worked closely with Paramount, star in this project, and Tom Cruise himself is also very interested in this movie. However, because of the dispute over Rain Man, although Daenerys Entertainment no longer creates any obstacles to the careers of the 3 main creators of Rain Man, it has no intention of cooperating with them again. At first, there were also people who spoke up in front of Simon, but after being rejected several times, no one was tactless and repeatedly mentioned it. As Simon's influence in Hollywood grows, the circle also understands that some people, even if they have had past glory, are destined to become more and more marginalized in the Hollywood circle. The first of the 3 cooperative projects agreed by Daenerys and Paramount, Indecent Proposal, has been confirmed. However, the preparations for the Mission Impossible series have not been completely shelved. Nicolas Cage is the new Ethan Hunt candidate selected by Simon. Because of the Coppola family, Cage has been making his debut since the early 1980s, but he has never encountered the right opportunity in these years. Over the years, the most popular film is only The Moonlight starring with Cher a few years ago. Speaking of which, Simon also likes that Moonlight very much, and likes the kind of uncontrollable restlessness in the film. Moreover, in Moonlight, Cage, whose hairline has not receded, can definitely be said to be handsome. This is also the biggest reason why Simon chose Cage to star in Mission Impossible. Debuting in the early 1980s, after 10 years of hard work in Hollywood, Cage not only has acting skills, but also has good looks. The films in memory such as The Rock, Face Off, Con Air, Drive and so on also prove that Cage has the potential to control action movies. In addition, unlike other candidates for the leading role of Mission Impossible who were considered and abandoned, such as Mel Gibson and Kevin Costner, Nicolas Cage is only 27 years old now, young enough, and the salary is not too high. He can also sign a long-term contract. These are his advantages. Chapter 422, It's really expensive. Mission Impossible will not start filming until next year at the earliest. Nick, since you have no problem here, Daenerys happens to have a script suitable for you, called A Time to Kill. It is a racial crime thriller similar to Kill a Mockingbird. Samuel Jackson and Sandra Bullock have agreed to star in it. Your role is a white lawyer. As Sandra's agent, Jonathan Friedman immediately thought of the information of A Time to Kill when he heard Simon say that. This is a novel published 2 years ago by an author named John Grimson. Jonathan also specifically checked that not only A Time to Kill, but Deaneries Entertainment also bought the priority rights for film and television adaptations of Grimson's other 2 unpublished novels. Since Simon gave the script to Sandra, it can be seen that he is optimistic about this project. Jonathan originally hoped that his client Matt Dillon would be able to take the role of the white lawyer, but he did not expect Simon to give it to Nicolas Cage at this time. In a flash, Jonathan understood that Simon was planning to follow the routine of training Famke Janssen and improve Nicolas Cage's popularity before Mission Impossible. Although he was from the Coppola family, Cage had been struggling in Hollywood for so many years and was only barely ranked second. Nicolas Cage obviously couldn't figure out Simon's thoughts at the first time, and said, "Simon, can I take a look at the script first?" Simon smiled and nodded, "Of course. In addition, after signing the Mission Impossible contract, I hope you will do proper physical training starting this year. You know, Deaneries Entertainment's action movies will be very tiring to shoot. If you don't want to suffer, it's not too late to regret it now." No one likes to suffer, but Cage knows that no one will give up such an opportunity. Even if his last name is Coppola. There is no shortage of opportunities for children from Hollywood families, but whether they can become popular still depends on luck. Simon, who has the memories of more than 10 people in his mind, knows a lot of similar gossip. Gwyneth Paltrow has a godfather like Spielberg, and her family has deep connections in Hollywood. After being harassed by Weinstein, she still had to continue to cooperate with him because Weinstein could make her the queen of the screen. Robert Downey Jr. began to appear in his father's movies at the age of 5. Before becoming famous with Iron Man, although he was nominated for the Best Actor Oscar for Chaplin, his career has been tepid. During a filming, he broke down and cried to the producer why he couldn't be like Johnny Depp and why he couldn't touch Pirates of the Caribbean. Gwyneth Paltrow, Robert Downey Jr., Nicolas Cage and other children of Hollywood aristocratic families ended up well. For example, the Baldwin brothers, Bridget Fonda of the Fonda family, Kate Hudson, daughter of Goldie Hawn, etc., have been in the film industry since childhood, but have never tasted the taste of fame for decades. In addition to his wealth and power, Simon, in the eyes of most people in Hollywood, happens to have a Midas touch that can help many unknown newcomers rise to fame. Few people have the guts to refuse the opportunity given by Simon Westeros. After discussing the matter, Jonathan and the other 2 took the initiative to get up and leave. After appearing in front of the media and exchanging pleasantries, Simon raised his wrist to check his watch and asked Cindy beside him, "I'm going back, what about you?" Cindy Crawford blinked. It should be 7:30 at most. However, she soon realized that if they were little people who wanted to seek opportunities at the party, they would definitely stay until the end of the party. For the man next to her, only others regarded him as an opportunity. Now, it seems, Cindy Crawford found that she had no other choice at all. Although she had not thought of other options, it was obvious that if she did not leave with this guy, her bullying would be exposed. Glancing at the man next to her again, she noticed a faint smile on his lips, and Cindy Crawford realized that she might be dealt with badly tonight. Simon Westeros was not someone who could be used by anyone who wanted to. Fortunately, before she could answer, someone came forward to talk to Simon again. It was Meg Ryan. Cindy knew that Meg Ryan was banned by the man next to her. Meg Ryan looked a little restrained, and she didn't dare to sit down opposite Simon. She greeted him respectfully, "Hi, Simon, I saw you here, so I came to say hello." Simon saw Meg Ryan, and he didn't seem distant or approach her. He just gestured to her like an acquaintance and said, "What are you doing recently?" Meg Ryan got Simon's gesture, sat down opposite her, and replied, "I'm filming a fantasy romance movie for Fox called The Love Affair, which tells a story of soul swapping." Taking advantage of the MCA acquisition case, Meg Ryan quickly signed back to WMA after being released by Deaneries Entertainment. There was no suitable film for the film contract signed with Deaneries Entertainment, so she joined Fox's project first. Fox president Joe Ross even called Simon specifically for this purpose, and only accepted Meg Ryan after confirming that there was no problem. Simon also knew the reason why Meg Ryan came to say hello, and it was obvious that she wanted to let more people see the fact that she had been released in public. Since he had already let the other party go, Simon didn't mind cooperating. The 2 chatted for a few words, which was considered to be a public statement of his attitude. Simon then stood up and prepared to leave. Cindy Crawford took the initiative to follow without Simon saying anything. After saying hello to Amy, Samuel and others, Simon took Cindy to the door of the hall. Just as he was about to leave, another tall figure came over. "Simon, are you leaving now?" This time it was Nicole Kidman. "Yes," Simon responded, and saw Nicole take another step forward, with a playful smile on her lips, and said, "I plan to take Cindy to Seattle to see the Space Needle. Do you want to come with me?" Nicole didn't expect Simon to be so direct. Seeing that the man was about to go out again, she couldn't help but follow him and subconsciously responded, "Okay." When the three figures disappeared, the guests in the party hall who noticed this detail couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps only Westeros could take away two top-notch vases from the party at one time. It looked like it was completely effortless. Many female guests regretted not getting an invitation from Westeros, and regretted not boldly chasing after him like Nicole Kidman. The two ladies were still a little dizzy until they got into Simon's car, one on the left and one on the right. Cindy Crawford was even more confused. Seattle? Space Needle? What does this mean? Did something just happen that she didn't know about? It wasn't until the car arrived at Los Angeles International Airport and boarded Simon's Boeing 767 private plane that Cindy finally understood. Then, until the plane took off. Until it arrived at a mansion on a lake island in Seattle. Until it fell asleep after being exhausted. Cindy Crawford kept thinking about it in her mind. It's really expensive. With Simon's current status, there are almost no media that dare to track and dig up his privacy and gossip. As long as the big media are not stupid, they will not be willing to offend a super-rich man who controls a large number of advertising companies. Small gossip media simply don't have the strength to track him. However, Simon is still very cautious about this matter. Mainly because he doesn't want to cause trouble. Just like many American presidents are used to having a lot of gossip exposed, but it does not have much impact on them. For Simon now, it is natural for many people to have some gossip exposed. Just as Los Angeles is sunny all year round, it seems particularly easy to encounter a rainy day in Seattle. When it was light, the sound of raindrops fell outdoors. The four girls ABCD need to stay at the Cape du May Manor. Last night, the housekeeper Alice Ferguson and another girl served as stewardesses and came here with Simon. The two girls got up first in the morning and prepared breakfast and newspapers step by step according to the boss's living habits. At around 7 o'clock, the housekeeper holding two new sets of clothes just walked in and happened to see her boss walking down the stairs. "Good morning, boss." "Morning." Simon nodded, noticing that the housekeeper couldn't help but glance upstairs, and smiled and said, "Send the clothes upstairs." "Huh?" Simon didn't repeat it, and walked to the living room next door, and ordered again, "Give me today's newspaper." Alice finally confirmed that she had heard it correctly. After hesitating for a moment, she went to the kitchen first, asked Zoe Parks, who came with her last night, to bring the newspaper to Simon, and walked upstairs to the bedroom with clothes in her hands. She came to the master bedroom and pushed open the bedroom door lightly. Because it was summer, she just casually put on a thin blanket when she slept. It was really casual. Just as she was about to put down her clothes and leave quietly, Cindy Crawford woke up on the bed. Seeing Alice, Cindy subconsciously pulled the sheets. Remembering that this was the stewardess on the plane last night, she relaxed her vigilance a little. Seeing that the girl on the bed was still looking at her, Alice couldn't leave directly, so she explained, "The boss asked me to send some clothes over, Miss Crawford. Is there anything else you need?" Last night, both women wore evening gowns for the party, so it was naturally a bit inappropriate to wear them now. Cindy couldn't help but have a better impression of the guy's attentiveness after hearing what Alice said. Then she looked at the girl standing by the bed again. Cindy found that except for her height, the housekeeper's appearance and temperament were no worse than hers. In fact, that kind of light and cold temperament seemed to be more likely to rouse men's desire to conquer. "I wonder if Westeros ate this girl. It seems. Judging from the girl's situation, it should be no. It's really strange." Thinking of this, Cindy couldn't help but feel a little competitive, no longer concealing her body, got out of bed openly, picked up the clothes prepared by the housekeeper and started to wear them. The movement of the two naturally woke up Nicole Kidman. They were all smart women with plenty of scheming, and the housekeeper didn't want to admit defeat, but after holding out for 2 or 3 minutes, she couldn't help but flee. Chapter 423 Spielberg's Request. After the weekend, It was the last week of June. Prior to this, Wonder Woman had officially started filming in the UK last Monday, June 17th. Australia was not chosen for filming this time, mainly because the origin story still follows the background of the First World War and Simon's memory of Gal Gadot, and Australia does not have similar filming locations such as London during World War I and the Amazon Paradise Island. Therefore, the film will mainly be filmed in the two European countries of Britain and Italy. With the establishment and filming of a series of films in recent months, the list of important projects of Deaneries Entertainment in 1992 has basically been determined. In 1992, Deaneries Entertainment's self-produced and distributed key projects are temporarily 4 in total, namely Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 in the Easter schedule, Wonder Woman in the summer schedule, Home Alone 2 in the Thanksgiving schedule, and Jurassic Park in the Christmas schedule. At the same time, Deaneries Entertainment has confirmed 3 films for external cooperation, namely The Last of the Mohicans in cooperation with Warner Brothers, Indecent Proposal in cooperation with Paramount, and A Time to Kill in cooperation with MGM. 7 films, all of which are hits in Simon's memory. After sorting out some of the rules of Deaneries films, these 7 projects have also become the focus of all Hollywood filmmakers. Thank you for coming here today, Sam and Renee. You're welcome, Simon. This is what I should do. It's an honor to work with you, Stephen. Malibu, Deaneries Studios. The last audition of the male and female protagonists of Jurassic Park has finally ended. After this period of screening, Simon and Spielberg passed the audition today and finalized Sam Neill and Renee Russell as the actors of paleontologist Dr. Alan Grant and paleobotanist Dr. Ellie Steller in the film respectively. The original Jurassic Park is more like a group drama, except that Dr. Grant and Dr. Steller, the couple, have more roles. Simon does not intend to make too many changes to the plot of the original Jurassic Park. However, this time, some mistakes made in the original series will be changed. The most important thing is to maintain the continuity of the series. In the Jurassic Park trilogy in the 1990s, except for the first one with a global box office of more than $900 million, the box office of the latter two was worse than the previous one. In Simon's view, in addition to the plot seriously imitating the first one and lacking innovation, the most important reason is the lack of continuity in the story. In Jurassic Park 2, The Lost World, several protagonists of the first part all withdrew, and except for the dinosaur elements, it was basically another story, which to a large extent caused the North American box office of the sequel to shrink by half compared to the first one. Many years later, the restart of Jurassic World did not make this mistake again. The leading actors Chris Pratt and Bryce Dallas Howard continued to star in the film after the first film grossed $1.6 billion worldwide. The coherent story made the sequel, despite its mediocre reputation, still win more than $1.3 billion in global box office. Therefore, Simon has confirmed at least 2 permanent roles from the beginning. They are a pair of scientists played by Sam Neill and Renee Russo. Deaneries Entertainment will directly sign a trilogy contract with the two. Of the two, Sam Neill is the original actor, needless to say. Renee Russo replaced the original Laura Dern. In addition to personal factors, Simon feels that Renee Russo is more suitable for the role of a paleobotanist than Laura Dern in terms of age and temperament. Laura Dern looks like she is in her 30s in the original film, and seems to be a good match with Sam Neill, but in fact, this actress who looks very old is only 25 years old this year. As far as I can remember, the reason why Laura Dern was able to get this role was mainly because she received an Oscar nomination for Best Supporting Actress a year before the filming of the film began. Steven Spielberg does not like to work with actors who are too famous. Laura Dern, who has an Oscar nomination for Best Supporting Actress, is just right in terms of popularity and acting skills. This time, Jurassic Park was released a year earlier, and The Passionate Rose, in which Laura Dern was nominated for Best Supporting Actress, has not yet been released. Coincidentally, Renee Russo received a Best Supporting Actress nomination at this year's Oscars for her role in Goodfellas, which Simon had arranged last year. Simon had no feelings for Laura Dern, and Renee Russo was very suitable, so there was no need to bother with other things. After the audition, Sam Neill and Renee Russo left first. Simon discussed other supporting actors with Spielberg again, and went to Deaneries Special Effects to check out the motion capture technology developed specifically for Jurassic Park. The velociraptors in the film will be filmed using motion capture technology, which can make the images more vivid and lifelike, instead of pure CG animation. At the same time, the motion capture technology matures in advance and can also be applied to more films of Deanery's entertainment. After being so busy until noon, Simon and Spielberg had lunch together. Simon personally sent him to the parking lot. When they were about to say goodbye, Spielberg seemed to suddenly remember something and said, "There is one more thing, Simon." Simon looked at Spielberg's expression, probably realized something, and smiled and motioned him to speak. Spielberg also smiled and said, "Regarding the movie The Last of the Mohicans you are preparing, I have a goddaughter who hopes to try out the role of the younger sister of the kidnapped sisters in the script. Is your goddaughter, Stephen, the little girl in A the Alien, Drew Barrymore?" Spielberg shook his head and said, "No, it's another one, named Gwyneth Paltrow. Her father and I have known each other for a long time. We worked together at Universal. She is 19 years old this year and just played a small role in My Captain Hawk. So, with such a godfather, what else can others say?" Simon sighed in his heart, but he didn't hesitate. He must give this favor, so he nodded readily and said, "No problem, I will arrange it." Michael Mann has been writing the script of The Last of the Mohicans during this period. Simon has read the first draft. The roles of the two sisters are not too many. Moreover, since she can be so popular as an Oscar-winning actress, Gwyneth Paltrow is definitely not completely without talent in acting. Although he is the godfather, he should understand that Spielberg's favors are not unlimited, and he will not treat him with indifference like those goddaughters in Simon's memory. Simon's rapid rise overshadows the brilliance of Spielberg and other first-line directors of the older generation. It is impossible to say that there is no grudge in his heart. Originally, with Spielberg's status in Hollywood, such a small role may only require a phone call. The reason why he had to mention it to Simon in person was because all the main creative candidates for Deanery's Entertainment's key projects needed Simon to make the final decision. Seeing that Simon agreed so straightforwardly, Spielberg's subconscious estrangement from the young man was eliminated a lot. The two continued to chat by the car for a long time before Spielberg drove away. After seeing Spielberg off, Simon just turned around and the female assistant came over with a folder. AOL has just sent the latest revised prospectus. If you have no objection, it will be submitted to the SEC tomorrow. The IPO roadshow will start on July 1st and the company will be officially listed on July 12th. According to the U.S. stock listing process, AOL's prospectus was submitted 2 months ago. This time, only some details of the terms were modified. Simon took the document handed over by the female assistant and opened it while walking, and found the revisions that had been marked. After the recent split adjustment, AOL's total share capital is roughly determined to be 150 million shares, of which Westeros holds 112.9 million shares, accounting for slightly more than 75%. The remaining 25% of the shares belong to the companies that participated in the previous investment and AOL management. In addition, AOL's IPO will adjust the company to a dual-class share structure. The original 150 million shares belong to Class A shares, and the 22.5 million shares to be issued belong to Class B shares. The voting rights of Class B shares are only equivalent to 1/10 of Class A shares. After issuing new shares equivalent to 15% of the total share capital, Westeros voting rights have actually only decreased by less than 1%, still reaching 74.1%. Therefore, unless Simon voluntarily gives up, almost no one will be able to seize the control of AOL from Westeros in the future, even the original shareholders who also own some Class A shares. In the revised documents in Simon's hands, the main adjustment this time is the issue price range of AOL. Morgan Stanley, which is responsible for the underwriting of the new IPO, gave the AOL IPO valuation of $2.5 billion more than 2 months ago. During this period, due to the continuous explosion of AOL users and the market's expectations for AOL's IPO, the initial valuation has been continuously raised. In this revision, AOL submitted an issue price range of $19 to $21. Calculated based on the highest new share issue price of $21, it is equivalent to a valuation of $3.15 billion for AOL. At the user growth rate of AOL, the total number of users is expected to reach 3.5 million in the first half of 1990, which is about to pass, and is expected to exceed 7 million for the whole year. Calculated based on the average payment amount of $30 per user per month, if the number of users reaches 3.5 million, AOL's monthly revenue will exceed $100 million, not counting the additional user growth in the second half of the year. Therefore, Simon actually thinks that the valuation of $3.15 billion is still low. However, he does not plan to raise the issue price any further. Leaving the extra stock price growth potential to the market will benefit AOL and the entire internet industry. You know, Cisco's IPO is also in preparation. Cisco is targeting ISP companies throughout the United States. Taking advantage of the rise of the internet and the Westeros system's monopoly on World Wide Web technology, the company's growth over the past year has actually been faster. However, as a hardware manufacturer, Cisco's performance is not as intuitive as AOL's rapid growth in the number of users every month. Simon put Cisco on the market after AOL for this reason. If AOL can get off to a good start, the capital market will definitely also be enthusiastic about Cisco. Chapter 424 Position Adjustment. Back at office building number 1 in the administrative district, Amy Pascal was already waiting for him in the lounge area next to Simon's office on the 5th floor. Simon had lunch with Spielberg at noon, and Amy was not free either, so she invited Robert Rem. After the acquisition of New World Entertainment CEO Robert Rem was retained by Simon to serve as the president of Deaneries Entertainment's company, in charge of film distribution business. The contract period was from August 1988 to July 1991, a total of 3 years, which is due to expire next month. Because of some unpleasant events such as salary increases and job hopping, and because Simon did not really recognize Rem's ability and he was a bit older, he did not plan to renew the contract this time. What Amy talked to Rem about at noon was his resignation next month. After Robert Rem leaves, his position will be taken over by Mark Belford, whom Simon has been cultivating in recent years. Signaling Amy not to stand up, Simon sat down opposite her and asked, "How is the talk with Bob?" Amy put a newspaper she had just casually flipped through on the round table in front of her and said, "Bob officially signed a contract with Paramount yesterday. He will officially leave the company after completing the handover of affairs next month." Ever since Deaneries Entertainment acquired MCA, Lehman had actually begun looking for a new owner. Simon also knew about this, and Martin Davis, chairman of Paramount Communications, had even specially greeted him. Although there were some rifts, Remen had generally been conscientious in his duties over the past 3 years, so the statement made public by Deaneries Entertainment was just a normal job adjustment. There was no negative news spread, and Deaneries Entertainment's performance in film production and distribution in recent years was obvious to all. Robert Remen, who had personally witnessed the rise of Deaneries Entertainment, naturally became the target of other studios. Shirley Lansing, who was expected to join Paramount, was intercepted by Simon and went to MGM. In order to revive Paramount's film business, which had been declining in recent years, Martin Davis invited Rem to be the new president of Paramount Pictures. "That's not bad," Simon said, and after thinking for a while, he said, "In addition, take the time to arrange a severance party for Bob in the name of the company. All the courtesy should be given." Amy nodded and said, "You are going to the UK next week, so arrange it in the middle of next month. Wonder Woman has been filming in the UK for 2 weeks. After the early run-in, some key shots will start shooting next week." As an independent project of Deaneries Entertainment, Simon can no longer check the shooting samples regularly through remote control like The Flash, but plans to go there in person to follow up for a week. "Let's arrange it for the end of July. In addition to the matter of Wonder Woman, I also plan to go to Finland and maybe Italy. Finally, I may have to stay on the East Coast for a few days." The IPO of America Online has been confirmed on July 12. Amy agreed, and said, "I'm really worried that one day you will completely ignore Deaneries Entertainment." "I can't let it go," Simon laughed self-deprecatingly, and said, "I'm actually the kind of guy who has a strong desire for power." Amy shook her head slightly, looked at Simon and said, "I don't think there's anything wrong with this. Deaneries Entertainment and all other companies in the Westeros system, if you don't control it personally, it's hard to say how they will develop." Simon picked up the coffee brought by the female assistant and took a sip, smiled and nodded. "That's a very nice compliment, say more of this in the future." Amy smiled, chatted for a while, and then talked about business. "I have completed the layoff quota of 1,000 people during this period, but the company's production and distribution departments still have serious overstaffing problems. Many employees who originally belonged to MCA also complained that we did not raise their salaries to the same level as Deanery's Entertainment employees, and some are trying to contact the union to intervene. After taking over MCA, Simon initially planned to lay off 3,000 people, reducing the total number of employees of the two companies from 15,000 to 12,000. However, as soon as some rumors were released, it attracted strong attention from the media, unions and federal government departments. In order to avoid complications from the two acquisitions that had just been settled at the time, Deanery's Entertainment had to quickly publicly promise that the scale of layoffs would only be 1,000. Before the merger, the salary level of Deanery's Entertainment employees was obviously much higher than that of MCA and other studios in the same industry. Because the layoff plan could not be fully implemented, Simon did not follow the convention to raise the salary of MCA employees who were merged into Deanery's Entertainment to a considerable level. In addition, in order to divert employees, Simon has also strengthened the construction of Deanery's Entertainment's overseas branches during this period, and has continuously dispatched many employees to overseas markets such as Europe, Latin America and Asia. Hearing Amy bring up the matter again, Simon put away his expression, thought seriously for a moment and said, "We should send as many employees from the production and distribution departments as possible, and we can also select people to transfer to the record and game departments under Nancy's charge. These businesses are largely common. In terms of salary, we can give them a formal notice. If they want to make adjustments, we have to wait at least a year. The company needs to make an accurate assessment of their capabilities." Amy said, "In fact, the main reason is that many people don't want to be sent abroad. Especially in Eastern Europe and Latin America, as well as some countries in Asia, you know. These are the top priorities for Deanery's Entertainment's next overseas expansion. Even if we can't make money now, we can cultivate the market in advance and let people there become familiar with the Deanery's Entertainment brand. Sooner or later, we will reap the rewards. As for the next overseas assignment plan, well, I will talk to Mark in person tomorrow. There is no need to accommodate the employees' wishes too much. Since they have received a salary and hope to get more in the future, they should accept the assignment." Simon said this, thought about it for a while, and added, "Wait until the beginning of next year. If there are still redundant staff by then, we will carry out the second round of layoffs. By then, it doesn't matter even if someone says something." The two then discussed the progress of the preparations for Universal Studios in Osaka, Japan. Amy also needs to leave Los Angeles and fly to Japan next week. As they were talking, a call came from behind. Simon turned his head and saw the female assistant bringing a middle-aged man over, so he stood up with Amy. The man was Tom Pollock, the president of Universal Pictures under MCA. Tom Pollock is in his 40s, not tall, with a typical Jewish big nose, a little bald, and a pair of very recognizable droopy eyes. After the transaction was completed, MCA's chairman Lou Vasselman and president Sid Sheinberg just hung up the title of consultant, which everyone knew what kind of nature, and officially resigned. After the merger of the two companies, because Amy needed to manage the entire Deanery's Entertainment, it was impossible for her to take care of Deanery's Pictures, so Simon kept Tom Pollock. After this period of adjustment, Tom Pollock's current position is the president of Deanery's Pictures, and he is also responsible for the splitting and integration of Universal Pictures and the three labels under Deanery's Entertainment. As the core film label under Deanery's Entertainment, Simon handed over the position of president to Tom Pollock. It seems a bit unfair to the two old men, Ella Deutschman, president of Highgate Pictures, and Danny Morris, president of New World Pictures, but in fact, Tom Pollock's authority is much smaller than the other two. Highgate Pictures and New World Pictures will further develop into two independent production and distribution systems, focusing on their own subject matter. Therefore, Deutschman and Danny Morris are both at the level of frontier officials. Deanery's Pictures, the real power is still in Simon's hands. Tom Pollock only plays a supporting role, mainly responsible for administrative affairs such as contract negotiation, personnel communication, and budget formulation of the department. As the core creative power of a studio, Tom Pollock cannot get involved, and the distribution of the label's films will also be handled by Mark Belford, who will take over Robert Rem's position. Moreover, Tom Pollock's original position as a director of the Cineplex Odeon cinema chain under MCA was also replaced by Nancy Brill. However, although Tom Pollock himself is not satisfied with his current situation, he does not have too many complaints. He is even a little fortunate. Because of Simon's insistence on the control of MCA, Tom Pollock originally thought that after the deal was reached, he would also need to leave like Lou Vasselman and Sid Sheinberg, but he did not expect to stay. You know, in Hollywood now, it can be said that everyone has their own job. The studios that have just been reduced from 8 to 7 have the same positions. Warner Brothers has Terry Semel, Columbia has Peter Guber and John Peters, Fox has Joe Roth, MGM has Shirley Lansing, and Disney has Jeffrey Katzenberg. The last Paramount is basically locked by Robert Rem, who is about to leave Deaneries. As for Deaneries, she is even more powerful. Tom Pollock doesn't have a large sum of money to live on in his old age like Vasselman and Sheinberg. He is only in his 40s and is unwilling to live on in his old age. But if he leaves, there is no place for him in the first-tier studios, and the second and third-tier studios can't accommodate him. He can't find a suitable position in the short term. Now, he can get the position of president of Deaneries Pictures. Although the power is not great, Deaneries Pictures is under Deaneries Entertainment. Hollywood executives with a little experience understand that this is definitely a very gilded position. Hollywood studio executives are always changing. If you work in this position for a few years, even if you can't climb up, when you leave, you will definitely be able to easily get a powerful studio head position like Robert Rem. Even the head of the entire media group at the next level is not impossible. After everyone said hello, Amy left to busy herself with her own things. Simon did not return to the office next door, but continued to sit at the table and chairs in the lounge area next to the floor-to-ceiling window with a wide view and talk to Pollock about work. I met with the agents of Robert Redford and Adrian Lane separately this morning. The two should have communicated privately. Compared with the initial $5 million base salary plus 15% of the domestic box office gross revenue share, they both made some concessions this time. I finally negotiated a share ratio to 10%, and Adrian's basic salary was reduced to $3 million. Tom Pollock was talking about the indecent proposal project that Deaneries Entertainment cooperated with Paramount. After Brian De Palma withdrew because he was worried that he could not handle this subject matter, Simon invited the original director of the film, Adrian Lane. Speaking of Adrian Lane, perhaps not many people know him, but when it comes to 9.5 Weeks, many people will immediately think of the various fancy entanglements of Mickey Rourke and Kim Basinger. Adrian Lane is the director of 9.5 Weeks. However, although 9.5 Weeks is famous for its controversy, it is not Adrian Lane's most popular film. In fact, the box office of 9.5 Weeks is very poor. Adrian Lane's most popular film was Fatal Attraction, which was starred by Michael Douglas 4 years ago and sold $300 million worldwide. Before that, Adrian Lane also shot Flashdance, which squeezed into the top 10 box office in 1983. That musical film, which roughly followed the trend of Grease, also caused strong controversy, but with a cost of $4 million, it only earned more than $90 million in North America, ranking third in the annual box office list at that time. Despite the success of Flashdance and Fatal Attraction, the box office performance of Adrian Lane's films has been unstable over the years. After Fatal Attraction, Adrian Lane collaborated with Bruce Joy Robin, the gold medal screenwriter who became famous for Ghost, on Another World last year. The production cost was $25 million, but the North American box office was only over $26 million. Coupled with the low production rhythm of this director directing a movie every 3 years on average, it is difficult for Lane to maintain a first-class level in terms of salary. Simon listened to Tom Pollock's general introduction and was very satisfied with his work results. Since the two wanted to share, Robert Redford's basic salary of $5 million and Adrian Lane's basic salary of $3 million were exactly what Simon expected. As for the 10% share of the domestic box office gross revenue, it refers to the 10% of the box office share that Deaneries Entertainment received from the theaters. If calculated based on the domestic box office of $100 million and the 55% studio share, 10% is roughly equivalent to $5.5 million. As long as the two can ensure that the domestic box office of indecent proposal exceeds $100 million, each of them will take another $5.5 million, which is also what they deserve. Tom Pollock confirmed that Simon had no objection to the two salary plans, and then said, "In this case, I will sign a contract with Bob and Ryan as soon as possible." In addition, Demi Moore's agent offered a salary of $5 million. I have talked to ICM several times, and the other party did not give in. They said that Moore is not short of film contracts now. Demi Moore is the original heroine of Indecent Proposal. Simon has been hesitant about whether to let Demi Moore play this role again. He has read the original book and the script, and thinks that the heroine Diana should be the type of a beautiful girl next door. As for Demi Moore, perhaps because of the memory technique, there are too many messy rumors about the other party, so Simon finds it difficult to replace Moore with this role. Hearing Tom Pollock say this, Simon thought for a moment and said, "In this case, forget about Demi, you try to contact Valerie." Valerie Golino. Simon nodded and said, "Yes. Her performance in Rain Man is very consistent with Diana's temperament." Chapter 425 Business Trip. It's Friday again, June 28th. The third week of screening of Batman, The Dark Knight has ended. From June 21st to June 27th, the box office decline of the film has shrunk to 25% compared with last week, and it has earned another $45.13 million. At the same time, the cumulative box office of this superhero blockbuster in North America has officially exceeded the $200 million mark, reaching $207.28 million. It broke the $100 million mark in the first week. It broke $200 million in 3 weeks. In the eyes of many people, such a box office record can probably only be broken by other films in the DC movie universe. In addition, Paramount Pictures' new film The Dark Knight 2, which opened last week, earned $31.54 million in the first week, which exceeded Paramount's expectations. As Batman, The Dark Knight began to rapidly release market space, the industry gradually discovered that this unstoppable superhero movie actually played a very obvious role in stimulating the market. On May 24th, the week when 6 new films were released intensively at the beginning of the summer season, the total box office of North American theaters in a single week was only more than $86 million. However, since the release of Batman, The Dark Knight on June 7th, the North American film market has achieved a total weekly box office of $179 million, $146 million and $131 million for 3 consecutive weeks. Calculated, the cumulative box office in 3 weeks minus the $200 million of Batman, The Dark Knight is equivalent to an average of $83 million per week for other films. Obviously, affected by the recent viewing craze triggered by Batman, The Dark Knight, many viewers have watched more than one movie during this period. Specifically for the movies of the same period, in addition to The Detective 2, whose box office exceeded expectations in the first week, Backfire, a firefighting film produced by Universal Pictures, has accumulated a box office of $56.11 million in 5 weeks since its release on May 24th. Although the single-week box office has slipped to around $5 million, the final North American box office of Backfire is still expected to hit the $70 million mark. The production budget of Backfire is $40 million. The North American box office of $70 million, including the expected overseas box office revenue, is basically enough for the film to recover its production and distribution costs. City Slickers, starring Billy Crystal, has been released for 4 weeks since May 31st, and has accumulated a box office of $52.22 million in the shadow of The Dark Knight. Unlike Backfire, whose box office fell into the $5 million range, City Slickers' single-week box office in the past week was still as high as $14.18 million, ranking third in the weekly box office list, only behind The Dark Knight and The Dark Knight 2. According to this box office trend, it is easy for City Slickers to achieve a box office of over $100 million in North America. Not only these mainstream commercial films, but also the Antarctic documentary Snow World produced by Deaneries Entertainment's Guillaumin Films has been like a small but very eye-catching dark horse since its release. Although the box office volume is not large, it has attracted much attention from the media and the public because of its excellent market performance and its alternative theme outside the mainstream films in the summer season. Even under the limelight of The Dark Knight, it still maintains a very good topic popularity. Therefore, although the highest single-week box office of this non-mainstream Antarctic documentary was only $7.66 million in the second week, the cumulative box office continued to exceed expectations. As of June 27th, the cumulative box office of Snow World has reached $31.12 million. This figure is equivalent to 10 times the film's insignificant production cost of $3 million, and it is definitely the movie with the highest return rate this summer. Moreover, With a box office level of Snow World still earning $4.61 million last week and its decline trend of less than 20% for 4 consecutive weeks, the film's North American box office is very likely to hit the $50 million mark. If there are movies that are popular, there will naturally be no shortage of cannon fodder. The worst performance in the market this summer is undoubtedly Bruce Willis's $65 million production cost, The Last Condor, which failed in both word of mouth and box office. As of June 20th, the box office of The Last Condor was only over $16 million in the 4 weeks after its release, and it could not even make back the publicity and distribution costs. Most theaters quickly took the film off the shelves after completing the 2 to 4 week screening contract. Other films such as Disney's The Prancing Horse, Fox's The Unholy Ones and Paramount's Soap Ladder also performed poorly at the box office. Spike Lee's new film Jungle Fever, which was originally produced by Universal Pictures and cost $14 million to produce, also failed to meet market expectations due to mistakes in the release schedule and publicity and promotion strategy. The total box office in North America is expected to be just over $20 million. The market potential of all-black cast films overseas is limited. Deaneries Entertainment can only hope to recover the entire $19 million production and promotion costs through subsequent local distribution channels. The problem of Jungle Fever is obvious. It directly hits the release schedule of Batman: The Dark Knight. During the integration of the two companies, people's hearts were unstable and it was difficult to adjust the publicity and promotion strategy in time. After all, it was impossible for the various departments within the company to be completely united, which ultimately resulted in the unsatisfactory box office of this movie with a good reputation. As Deaneries Entertainment becomes larger and larger, Simon knows that such problems are inevitable and he cannot take care of everything alone. This is actually one of the reasons why Simon has recently insisted on streamlining and integrating the production and distribution team of Deaneries Entertainment. Big company disease is inevitable for any corporate giant, but the impact of this negative factor can be mitigated by constantly adjusting the efficient company team. On June 28, a new movie box office week, 2 new films were released in North American theaters again. The blockbuster film Terminator 2, co-produced by Deaneries Entertainment and Fox Films, opened on 2,506 screens. The final production cost of this sci-fi classic sequel was $73 million. Cameron still forced a $3 million over the $70 million budget cap set by Simon. Fortunately, it is still much cheaper than the $102 million budget in the original time and space. Since the $73 million has been spent, Simon did not save any more and asked Fox to give a $30 million publicity and promotion budget, making the total production and publicity budget of this project still exceed the $100 million mark. Another new film is a gangster film, Boys on the Hook, produced by Columbia Pictures. The opening screen scale is only 876, which is basically a foil. Simon checked the next phase of Universal Studios' reconstruction plan in Burbank in the morning, had lunch with Nancy Brill, who was staying here, and drove back to Malibu at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The car left Universal Studios and drove west along Ventura Boulevard for more than 20 kilometers, then turned south to the north-south Mountain Road 27 leading to Malibu. About 5 kilometers inward along the Mountain Road 27, it entered a newly built asphalt road. The asphalt road leads directly to the administrative area of Deaneries Studios. The entrance and exit is just at the top corner of the triangular studio. It was originally a mountain trail that led to the water tower on the top of the mountain. After reopening and widening in recent months, it has a 2-lane asphalt road. With a further expansion of Deaneries Entertainment, the transportation and accommodation of Deaneries Entertainment's employees have begun to become issues that the company needs to pay attention to. In the past, Malibu Deaneries Studios only had one exit from the studio area to the Coastal Highway No. 1. Although the southern exit leads directly to Malibu in the west and connects to Sunset Boulevard in the east, neither Malibu nor the wealthy areas such as Palisade, Bel Air, and Beverly Hills that Sunset Boulevard leads to are affordable for most employees of Deaneries Entertainment. Santa Monica is also a high-consumption area. After the merger of Deaneries Entertainment and MCA, the problem became more serious. Because Universal Studios is in Burbank, most employees also live in the Valley area where housing prices and commodity prices are relatively low. As Simon moved most of the functional departments at Original E in Universal Studios to Deaneries Studios, many employees had to face the problem of long commuting. In the past, If you wanted to rush from Malibu Deanery Studios to Burbank, you had to enter the coastal highway from the southern exit of the studio, go east for a while to the entrance of Mountain Highway number 27, and then go north. After the asphalt road connecting the northernmost administrative district of Deanery Studios and Mountain Highway number 27 was completed, employees can save at least 15 minutes in time in terms of entry and exit, and the entire road can enter the Northern Valley area in less than 10 kilometers. Moreover, there are actually many scattered residential communities on both sides of the 27 Mountain Highway. After the asphalt road directly to the north of the administrative district is opened, many employees can also buy or rent houses in these cheap mountain residential communities. There is no need to drive around a Big Bend from the southern exit. It is no problem to walk to work on weekdays. From Universal Studios Burbank to Deanery Studios Malibu, the total distance is about 35 kilometers. It took just 1 hour in the afternoon when the traffic was relatively smooth. Simon was not free in the car. When the car drove into the administrative district from the northern entrance, he had already read the project information of The Real Housewives of New York, which was about to start filming next month. Robert Iger was also in Los Angeles recently and happened to come here from Universal Studios with Simon. The two got off the car in the parking lot. Simon still held the information and turned to the previous page while walking and asked, "The plot outline is very well done, but what's the matter with this woman?" On that page of information, the woman's name was Kris Jenner. Last year at the year-end party of Deanery Studios, a woman was called Chrissy Kardashian. Although the original history was like this, it seems to have happened too fast. Moreover, it has become the New York Wives. Robert Iger looked sideways, with a strange expression flashing in his expression. He glanced at Simon and asked, "You don't know?" Simon was even more confused. "What do I know?" Robert Iger looked at Simon's expression again, hesitated, and said, "Hey, Ms. Jenner was not originally among the finalists. However, she took the initiative to contact me several times, hinting that she and you are very familiar." So, Iger didn't say too much, but Simon understood it, and could only smile bitterly and sigh that this woman is really amazing. Robert Iger was still a little unsure. If the woman in the information was not familiar with Simon, why would he take the initiative to ask again this time? Moreover, thinking about the posture and figure of the beautiful woman in her 30s, Iger felt that it might really be more in line with the taste of his boss. Therefore, Iger did not ask Simon for confirmation in advance for such a small matter that only required his subordinates to understand. Seeing Simon close the folder and hand it over, and continue to walk towards the office building, Iger thought for a while and asked, "Simon, do you need to change someone?" Simon shook his head and smiled. "No, this woman is very capable and is indeed suitable for this show." Iger nodded and said no more. Simon added, "I will stay in New York for a day before going to the UK next week. You can arrange for her to come and see me." Iger was stunned for a moment, and then just responded again. The two quickly separated afterwards. Iger went to a meeting, and Simon came to a screening room in office building number 1. There were still 2 hours in the afternoon, and the schedule was for the internal preview of Thelma and Louise, which Kathryn Bigelow had just completed the final cut. The release date of Thelma and Louise is September 6th, and the promotion of the film has started, but it was only completed 2 days ago. It will be sent to the MPAA for rating next week. Entering the screening room, the film is ready for screening. Probably because they were sure that Simon would be there, the small screening room with more than 30 seats was very lively. In addition to Kathryn, the film producer and the staff of the publicity department, the two heroines of Thelma and Louise, Susan Sarandon and Gina Davis, also came specially. They also brought their boyfriends, who are also filmmakers in the circle, Tim Robbins and Rennie Harlin. Tim Robbins was the male lead of The Shawshank Redemption in the original time and space, and had previously starred in Robert Altman's Crossroads. Rennie Harlin has made his mark in Hollywood in recent years by directing Die Hard 2 and A Nightmare on Elm Street 4, and is a new generation of rising new directors. Moreover, Rennie Harlin's latest film is called The Rose of Passion, which will also be released in the following September, 2 weeks later than Thelma and Louise. The heroine of The Rose of Passion is Laura Dern, who is destined to miss the new version of Jurassic Park. If history had not changed, Rennie Harlin and Gina Davis would have jointly completed the super blockbuster Cutthroat Island in Hollywood history, which set the Guinness record for film industry losses. So, Hollywood is really small. Simon actually wanted to drive away other irrelevant people so that he could be alone with Kathryn. Of course, it was just a thought. After everyone greeted each other, Simon did not hide it. He sat directly with Kathryn in the back corner of the screening room, and then signaled the staff to start playing the film. Kathryn was not as shameless as Simon. Fortunately, it was the last row, so it was not so embarrassing. Moreover, even if she would never admit it to anyone. However, probably no one in Hollywood did not know the relationship between the two. After a short period of embarrassment, Kathryn quickly adapted to the feeling of sitting with Simon in public. A few years later, many things had changed. He was even married. She had tried to deliberately ignore him, but the closeness between the two that had accumulated since their first meeting did not fade. As a single person, Kathryn gradually adapted to her current life. She has her own career, her own life, her own social circle, and a close little man. A few sneaky intimacy occasionally can satisfy her for a long time. Although he seems to have everything as a matter of course, he will not make her feel the kind of possessiveness that disgusts women. Well, in fact, in Hollywood now, no man dares to pursue her. The lights in the theater were dimmed. Kathryn glared at Simon when she noticed that he seemed to be inclined to put his arm over her, and whispered, "Don't be naughty, there are people here." Simon smiled and leaned close to the woman's ear. "Do you think I'm a good person? Oh, I'm wrong. Do you think I'm a bad person?" Kathryn rolled her eyes and planned to ignore him. Knowing that women are actually very thin-skinned, Simon was just joking and said, "Let's go back to Cape du May tonight for dinner. I have to go on a business trip for a few days next week, and I want you to help look after Jenny. Tonight is my way of thanking you in advance." Kathryn heard Simon say this and remembered something. There was a little teasing in her tone. "Is it the same business trip to Seattle last Saturday night?" "Huh?" Kathryn rolled her eyes at Simon, who was trying to play dumb next to her, and said, "That night Jenny said she couldn't sleep and insisted on calling me to accompany her. She also said that you went to Seattle on a business trip." Simon nodded solemnly. "Yes, a business trip, very urgent." On the screen, the main film of Thelma and Louise began to play. Kathryn turned to the other side. She planned to ignore a certain guy for the next 2 hours. It was a punishment. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.